I'm truly grateful that you take the time to watch these videos. It means so much to have you here. However, I've noticed that not many of you are subscribing, liking, or commenting, and that can be a bit discouraging. These stories deserve more than just silent views. They deserve a community of people who are actively engaged and care. So, if you're tuning in from cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, or anywhere else, please take a moment to hit subscribe, like the video, and drop a comment with your city. Have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Now, let's feast on the story. When darkness descends upon a quiet neighborhood, evil doesn't announce its arrival with fanfare. It slithers through unlocked doors, creeps across hardwood floors, and strikes without mercy. On a bitter November night in 2019, the Theoret family home became a chamber of horrors that would forever haunt the small town of Pendleton, Oregon. What began as an ordinary evening watching television would transform into a bloodbath so savage, so inexplicable, that seasoned detectives would struggle to comprehend the depths of human brutality they discovered. 3 lives extinguished, 3 souls stolen from this world in the most horrific manner conceivable. The perpetrator? Someone they trusted, someone they welcomed into their sanctuary, someone who repaid their kindness with unthinkable violence. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of this chilling case, where family bonds became death sentences, where trust became a weapon, and where the American dream dissolved into an American nightmare that continues to echo through the corridors of justice. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. But before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story, the Theoret family triple homicide. The autumn wind howled through the skeletal branches of maple trees lining Elm Street, their bare limbs scratching against window panes like skeletal fingers seeking entry. November had arrived early in Pendleton, Oregon, bringing with it an unseasonable chill that seemed to seep into the very bones of the small community. Residents hurried along sidewalks with their collars turned high, breath forming ghostly vapors that dissipated into the gray twilight. At 1247 Elm Street, the Theoret family home stood as a beacon of warmth against the encroaching darkness. Golden light spilled from every window, casting rectangular pools of comfort onto the frost-covered lawn. The 2-story Victorian house, painted in cheerful yellow with white trim, had been home to Robert and Linda Theoret for over 23 years. Their daughter Sarah, now 21, had returned from college just 2 weeks prior, bringing with her the infectious energy of youth and dreams yet unfulfilled. Robert Theoret, at 58, possessed the weathered hands and steady demeanor of a man who had spent his life building things that mattered. As a construction foreman for Morrison Construction Company, he had helped erect half the buildings in Pendleton's downtown district. His colleagues knew him as a man of few words but unwavering integrity. When Robert gave his word, it was as solid as the concrete foundations he poured. His wife Linda, 55, served as the heart of their small family unit. Her infectious laughter could be heard echoing from their kitchen most evenings, where she prepared meals that had become legendary among their neighbors. As a part-time librarian at Pendleton Community Library, she possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of mystery novels, never suspecting that her own life would soon become the subject of the most sinister mystery her beloved town had ever witnessed. Their daughter Sarah represented everything bright and promising about the future. A junior at Oregon State University studying elementary education, she had inherited her mother's compassion and her father's determination. Her professors described her as exceptionally dedicated, often staying after class to help struggling classmates understand complex concepts. She volunteered at local homeless shelters during breaks, believing deeply that education could transform lives. The family had established comfortable routines over the decades. Evenings typically found them gathered in their living room, Robert occupying his worn leather recliner, while Linda curled up on their floral sofa with whatever mystery novel had captured her attention that week. Sarah would sprawl across the carpet, laptop balanced on her knees as she worked on assignments or video called friends still at university. Their home reflected their personalities perfectly. Family photographs covered nearly every available surface, chronicling Sarah's journey from gap-toothed kindergartner to confident young woman. Linda's collection of ceramic owls perched on shelves throughout the house, their painted eyes seeming to watch over the family with benevolent wisdom. Robert's workshop occupied the basement, filled with carefully organized tools and half-finished projects that demonstrated his meticulous nature. The neighborhood surrounding the Theoret residence epitomized small-town America at its finest. Children rode bicycles along tree-lined streets while parents waved from front porches. Everyone knew everyone else's business, but in the most caring way possible. When someone fell ill, casseroles appeared on doorsteps. When teenagers got into trouble, the entire community rallied to set them straight. Mrs. Henderson, their 82-year-old neighbor, often brought fresh-baked cookies to the Theorets, claiming she had accidentally made too many. In reality, everyone knew she simply enjoyed their company and the stories Sarah shared about university life. The Thompsons, who lived across the street, frequently borrowed Robert's tools and always returned them cleaner than they had received them. This sense of community trust extended to everyone who entered their lives, including the handyman who had been helping Robert with various home improvement projects over the past several months. Marcus Wellington, 34, had moved to Pendleton the previous spring, claiming to be seeking a fresh start after a difficult divorce in California. He possessed an easy smile and seemingly genuine desire to please his customers, qualities that had quickly earned him steady work throughout the community. Robert had first hired Marcus to repair their back deck, impressed by the man's reasonable rates and apparent attention to detail. The project had gone smoothly, leading to additional jobs: fixing a leaky faucet, installing new light fixtures, and most recently, helping to insulate the attic before winter's arrival. Marcus had become something of a regular presence around the Theoret household, often staying for dinner when projects ran late. Linda had taken a motherly interest in the soft-spoken handyman, concerned about his stories of loneliness and financial struggles. She frequently sent him home with leftover meals, worried that he wasn't eating properly. Sarah had been friendly but appropriately distant, focused primarily on her studies and maintaining her relationship with her boyfriend back at university. What the Theorets didn't know, what none of their neighbors suspected, was that Marcus Wellington harbored secrets that would make their blood run cold. His move to Pendleton hadn't been motivated by a desire for a fresh start, but rather by necessity. He was fleeing something far more sinister than a failed marriage. In California, Marcus had been under investigation for a series of disturbing incidents involving elderly clients. Tools had gone missing from job sites. Personal items had disappeared from homes where he had worked. Most troubling of all, several female clients had reported feeling uncomfortable around him, describing how he seemed to watch them with an intensity that made their skin crawl. The investigation had never progressed to formal charges, primarily due to lack of concrete evidence. Marcus had been careful, methodical in his predatory behavior, but the heat had grown too intense, forcing him to pack his few belongings and disappear into the night like smoke dissipating in wind. Pendleton had provided the perfect sanctuary for someone seeking to reinvent himself. The trusting nature of small-town residents, their willingness to help newcomers establish themselves, created ideal hunting grounds for someone with Marcus's particular psychological makeup. He had spent months carefully cultivating relationships, studying the routines of potential victims, learning their vulnerabilities. The Theoret family had unknowingly become his primary focus. Their comfortable lifestyle, their isolated location at the end of the street, their trusting nature. Everything about them appealed to the darkness that consumed Marcus's thoughts during the long, sleepless nights when his fantasies grew increasingly violent. He had been planning for weeks, maybe months. Every visit to their home had been a reconnaissance mission. He memorized the layout of rooms, noted which floorboards creaked, observed their evening routines. He learned that Robert typically fell asleep in his recliner around 10 o'clock while watching the late news. He discovered that Linda often worked late in the kitchen, cleaning dishes and preparing for the next day. He observed that Sarah usually retreated to her bedroom around 11, plugging in earphones to listen to music while studying. Most importantly, he had learned about their security habits. Like many small-town families, the Thierets were casual about locking doors. They lived in a community where crime was virtually non-existent, where neighbors looked out for each other, where the most exciting police call typically involved teenagers toilet papering houses during homecoming week. This false sense of security would prove fatal. On November 15, 2019, Marcus had completed what he claimed would be his final project for the family, installing weather stripping around their windows before the harsh winter weather arrived. The work had taken most of the afternoon, providing him ample opportunity to make final preparations for what he had been planning. As evening approached and darkness settled over Pendleton like a suffocating blanket, the Thioret family settled into their familiar routines, completely unaware that a predator was preparing to strike. They had no way of knowing that their trusted handyman had been systematically planning their murders for months, that every kindness they had shown him had been catalogued as weakness to be exploited. The stage was set for unspeakable horror. The trap had been carefully laid. All that remained was for darkness to fall completely, for the neighborhood to settle into sleep, for the moment when evil would finally reveal its true face. The clock on their mantle ticked steadily toward their appointment with death, each second bringing them closer to a night that would forever change not just their family, but their entire community. Soon, very soon, the screaming would begin. The grandfather clock in the Thioret living room chimed 9 times, its deep bronze tones reverberating through the cozy home like a funeral dirge. Outside, Pendleton had surrendered to the November darkness, streetlights casting eerie shadows that danced across frost-covered lawns like ghostly phantoms. Most residents had retreated indoors, drawn by the warmth of their homes and the promise of another peaceful evening in their quiet community. Robert Thioret stretched in his favorite leather recliner, the evening news droning softly from their old television set. His work boots sat neatly beside his chair, testimony to another long day spent transforming blueprints into reality. The weatherman's voice seemed distant and unimportant as he predicted another cold front moving through the region. Robert's eyelids grew heavy, the familiar comfort of home washing over him like a warm tide. Linda bustled about the kitchen, her movements accompanied by the gentle clinking of dishes being placed in the dishwasher. She hummed an old melody while wiping down countertops, her mind already planning tomorrow's activities. The library was expecting a shipment of new mystery novels, and she looked forward to being the first to examine the latest releases from her favorite authors. The irony that her own life was about to become the subject of the most chilling mystery in Pendleton's history was lost on her completely. Upstairs, Sarah sat cross-legged on her bed, textbooks and notebooks spread around her like academic armor. Her laptop screen glowed bright blue in the darkened room as she typed furiously, racing to complete an essay on childhood development theories. Earbuds delivered soft acoustic music directly into her ears, creating a cocoon of concentration that would soon become a death trap. None of them heard the soft scraping sound outside their back door. Marcus Wellington crouched in the shadows beside their house, his breathing controlled and deliberate, despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins like liquid fire. He had been watching their home for over an hour, studying the patterns of light moving from room to room, timing their individual routines with the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had observed during his previous surveillance sessions. The backyard provided perfect concealment. Tall evergreen trees blocked the view from neighboring houses, while the Thierets' own landscaping created natural blind spots where someone could move undetected. Marcus had chosen his approach carefully, avoiding the motion sensor light near their front entrance and steering clear of the neighbors' windows. His hands trembled slightly as he examined the back door, not from fear but from anticipation. Months of fantasy were about to become reality. The careful planning, the patient cultivation of trust, the systematic study of his victims' vulnerabilities. All of it was culminating in this moment of ultimate power. The door was unlocked, just as he had expected. Small-town naivety would be their downfall. Marcus slipped inside the Theoret home like smoke seeping through cracks in a wall. The kitchen welcomed him with its familiar sense of dinner recently finished and coffee recently brewed. He knew this room intimately, having shared several meals at their table, laughing at Robert's construction stories and listening to Linda's recommendations for mystery novels. The bitter irony wasn't lost on him that their kindness had provided him with the intelligence necessary for their destruction. His footsteps were silent against the hardwood floors. Years of entering homes uninvited had taught him how to move without detection, how to become one with the shadows that filled the spaces between safety and terror. The layout of their house existed in his mind like a three-dimensional map, every room memorized, every potential escape route cataloged and dismissed. From the living room came the soft murmur of television voices and Robert's gentle snoring. The man had fallen asleep in his recliner, exactly as Marcus had observed on previous nights. Linda remained in the kitchen, her back turned as she finished the evening's cleaning routine. Upstairs, Sarah's bedroom light glowed warm and inviting, completely unaware that death was climbing the stairs toward her. Marcus had brought tools with him, not the construction tools that had provided his cover story for months of surveillance, but instruments of violence carefully selected for their efficiency and brutality. A claw hammer from his truck, a utility knife with a fresh blade, lengths of rope that would serve multiple purposes before the night ended. He had fantasized about this moment for months, imagining different scenarios, different sequences of events. Would he start with Robert eliminating the potential physical threat first? Should he begin with Sarah, using her as leverage against her parents? Or would Linda's position in the kitchen make her the logical first target? The decision was made for him when Linda turned around. Her eyes widened in confusion rather than fear, at least initially. Marcus had been a welcome guest in their home so many times that his presence didn't immediately register as threatening. Her brain struggled to process why their handyman would be standing in their kitchen at 9:30 at night, why his usual friendly smile had been replaced by something cold and predatory. "Marcus?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the dishwasher's gentle humming. "What are you doing here? Did Robert let you in?" He didn't respond with words. Instead, his hand moved to the hammer hanging from his belt, fingers wrapping around the familiar wooden handle. Linda's confusion transformed into terror as understanding crashed over her like an icy wave. She opened her mouth to scream, to warn her family, to shatter the deadly silence that had settled over their home like a burial shroud. Marcus moved with surprising speed for someone of his size. His free hand clamped over Linda's mouth while the hammer rose high above his head, its metal surface reflecting the kitchen's fluorescent lighting like a medieval executioner's axe. Her eyes pleaded with him, desperate and disbelieving, as if her kindness toward him over the past months might somehow penetrate the madness that had consumed his soul. The first blow caught her above the right temple, the sickening crack of metal meeting bone echoing through the kitchen like a gunshot. Linda's body convulsed once before going limp, her legs buckling as she collapsed toward the floor. But Marcus wasn't finished. The hammer rose and fell repeatedly, each impact more savage than the last, until the woman who had worried about him eating properly was no longer recognizable as the caring librarian who had welcomed him into her home. Blood spattered across the kitchen cabinets Linda had cleaned so carefully just moments before. It pooled on the linoleum floor where she had stood humming old melodies. The violence was swift but thorough, ensuring that the woman who had shown him nothing but kindness would never show kindness to anyone again. From the living room, Robert's snoring continued undisturbed. Upstairs, Sarah's typing created a gentle rhythm that suggested complete absorption in her studies. Neither remaining family member had heard their wife and mother's final moments, a fact that filled Marcus with both satisfaction and anticipation. 2 more victims awaited his attention. He dragged Linda's body behind the kitchen island, where it wouldn't be immediately visible to someone entering from the living room. The effort left him breathing heavily, adrenaline and exertion combining to create an almost euphoric state of consciousness. This was power in its purest form, the ability to determine who lived and who died, to decide when someone's story ended forever. Robert would be next. The older man's position in the recliner made him an easy target, but Marcus wanted to savor this moment. He had listened to Robert's stories about construction projects, had accepted the man's guidance and advice, had even borrowed money from him when times were supposedly difficult. Now he would repay that generosity with the ultimate betrayal. The living room felt different as Marcus entered it, charged with malevolent energy that seemed to pulse from the shadows like a living thing. Robert remained asleep in his chair, head tilted back, mouth slightly open as he breathed deeply and peacefully. The television provided the only illumination, its flickering light creating a hellish strobe effect that made Marcus appear and disappear like a demon materializing from the depths of nightmare. The hammer felt heavier in his hand now, slick with Linda's blood but hungry for more. Marcus approached the sleeping man slowly, deliberately, wanting to memorize every detail of this moment. The trust that had allowed Robert to sleep so peacefully in Marcus's presence. The vulnerability of someone completely unaware that death stood just inches away. The absolute power that came with holding someone's life in your hands. Robert's eyes opened just as the hammer began its deadly arc. For a split second, confusion clouded the older man's features. His brain struggled to process the image of their trusted handyman standing over him with a weapon raised high, blood dripping from the metal head like rain from storm clouds. Then understanding dawned, and with it came a desperate attempt to defend himself and his family. But it was far too late. The hammer connected with Robert's skull with a wet, crushing sound that would haunt the crime scene investigators for years afterward. The man who had built solid foundations for half of Pendleton's buildings couldn't build a foundation strong enough to withstand the evil that had invaded his sanctuary. His body jerked once, twice, then settled into the terrible stillness that only death could bring. Marcus stood over the body, breathing heavily, hammer dripping steadily onto the hardwood floor Robert had installed with his own hands 20 years earlier. 2 down, 1 to go. Upstairs, Sarah's typing had stopped. Silence descended upon the Theoret home like a suffocating blanket woven from threads of terror and death. The grandfather clock continued its relentless ticking, each second marking time in a house where time had effectively stopped for 2 of its residents. Blood congealed on kitchen linoleum and living room hardwood while their killer stood motionless, listening to the sounds of the night and planning his final act of brutality. Marcus Wellington's chest rose and fell in measured breaths as he processed what he had accomplished in less than 10 minutes. 2 lives extinguished, 2 souls dispatched to whatever realm awaited them beyond the veil of mortal existence. The fantasies that had consumed his thoughts for months were becoming reality with a satisfaction that exceeded even his most vivid imagination. But the night's work remained unfinished. Upstairs, Sarah Theoret's bedroom light continued to glow warm and inviting, completely unaware that her parents lay dead just 1 floor below. The young woman who had been so focused on her studies, so absorbed in preparing for her future as an elementary school teacher, had no idea that her future was about to be measured in minutes rather than decades. Marcus cleaned the hammer on Robert's shirt, the cotton fabric absorbing the blood like a sponge drinks water. The weapon had served him well, but the final phase of his plan required different tools. From his jacket pocket, he withdrew the utility knife, its blade gleaming silver in the television's flickering light. This death would be more intimate, more personal. He wanted to see the fear in Sarah's eyes as life drained from her body. The staircase creaked softly under his weight as he ascended toward his final victim. Each step brought him closer to the completion of his masterpiece of destruction. The family photographs lining the stairway walls seemed to watch his progress with accusing eyes. Images of birthdays, graduations, vacations, and family gatherings that would never happen again. Sarah's door was slightly ajar, revealing a slice of her bedroom illuminated by the laptop screen. He could see her silhouette moving occasionally as she shifted position, still completely absorbed in her academic work. The earbuds she wore created a dangerous cocoon of false security, blocking out the sounds that might have warned her of approaching death. Marcus paused outside her door, savoring this moment of absolute power. Inside that room sat a young woman full of dreams and ambitions, planning lessons she would never teach, thinking about a future that would never arrive. She trusted the world to be safe, trusted that evil couldn't penetrate the sanctuary of her childhood bedroom, trusted that the people her parents welcomed into their home shared their fundamental decency. That trust was about to be shattered along with her skull. He pushed the door open slowly, the hinges groaning softly in protest. Sarah remained focused on her laptop screen, fingers flying across the keyboard as she struggled to complete her assignment before the midnight deadline. Her back was turned toward the doorway, presenting the perfect target for someone approaching from behind. The bedroom reflected its occupant's personality perfectly. Posters of motivational quotes adorned the walls alongside photographs of friends from university. Her desk overflowed with textbooks and notebooks covered in neat handwriting. A bulletin board displayed assignment schedules and important deadlines, evidence of a young woman taking her education seriously and planning carefully for her future career. Stuffed animals from her childhood still occupied places of honor on shelves and dresser tops, innocent witnesses to the horror about to unfold in their presence. A teddy bear named Mr. Buttons, worn smooth by years of hugs, would soon be spattered with the blood of the child who had once found comfort in its embrace. Marcus entered the room like a shadow given substance, moving with the predatory grace of a hunting cat stalking unsuspecting prey. The thick carpet muffled his footsteps, allowing him to approach within arm's reach of his victim without detection. He could smell her shampoo, could see the gentle rise and fall of her shoulders as she breathed peacefully, could observe the concentration that furrowed her brow as she crafted sentences that would never be read by any professor. The utility knife felt perfectly balanced in his hand, its weight and texture familiar from countless construction projects. But tonight, it wouldn't be cutting drywall or trimming lumber. Tonight, it would slice through flesh and sinew, would open arteries and sever the threads that bound soul to body. Sarah sensed his presence a fraction of a second before he struck. Some primitive survival instinct, perhaps inherited from ancestors who had faced predators in darker times, caused her to stiffen and begin turning toward the doorway. Her eyes widened as she registered the impossible sight of their handyman standing in her bedroom, knife raised high like some modern grim reaper come to collect her soul. The scream that built in her throat never had a chance to escape. Marcus's free hand clamped over her mouth while the knife found its mark just below her left shoulder blade, sliding between ribs with the precision of someone who understood anatomy from years of butchering animals as a teenager. Sarah's body convulsed as the blade penetrated lung tissue, her eyes bulging with terror and disbelief as she realized that death had come calling in the most trusted form possible. But Marcus wasn't interested in a quick kill. This final victim deserved special attention, required a more thorough exploration of the boundary between life and death. He withdrew the knife and struck again, this time targeting her abdomen, opening wounds that would bleed freely but not immediately prove fatal. Sarah's laptop crashed to the floor as her body reflexively tried to escape the agony being inflicted upon it. The screen cracked on impact, its broken display creating abstract patterns of light and shadow that danced across the bedroom walls like some macabre light show. Her assignment, a thoughtful analysis of how teachers could better support struggling students, remained unfinished forever, cursor blinking endlessly on a document that would never be completed. The young woman who had planned to dedicate her life to nurturing children writhed in agony as her own life ebbed away drop by precious drop. Her eyes pleaded with her attacker, desperate for mercy that would never come. She tried to speak, to reason with the monster who wore a familiar face, but blood filled her throat and made coherent words impossible. Marcus watched her suffering with fascination, studying the way fear and pain transformed her features, memorizing the exact moment when hope died in her eyes. This was the ultimate expression of his power, the ability to steal not just life but the very dreams and aspirations that made life meaningful. Sarah's bedroom became a slaughterhouse as the attack continued. Blood soaked into her childhood bedding, stained the textbooks she had studied so diligently, and pooled around the stuffed animals that had provided comfort during thunderstorms and nightmares. The posters of inspirational quotes seemed to mock the reality of her situation. Positive affirmations about achieving dreams and overcoming obstacles meant nothing when confronted by pure evil. The final blow came as Sarah's strength failed and her struggles weakened. Marcus drove the knife deep into her chest, piercing her heart and ending the life of someone who had never wished harm upon another human being. Her body shuddered once, then grew still, leaving behind only the terrible silence that follows violence. Sarah Theoret, age 21, died surrounded by the remnants of a childhood that had ended far too abruptly and the promise of a future that would never arrive. Her parents lay dead downstairs, unable to protect the daughter they had raised with such love and care. The family that had welcomed their killer into their home with open hearts had paid the ultimate price for their kindness. Marcus stood over Sarah's body, knife still clutched in his blood-soaked hand, breathing heavily from his exertions. The Theoret family was extinct. 3 lives had been erased in less than 30 minutes, 3 futures canceled like appointments that were no longer needed. But even as satisfaction filled his twisted mind, practical concerns began to surface. Dawn would arrive in approximately 8 hours. Neighbors would expect to see normal activity around the Theoret household. Sarah's absence from classes would be noticed. Robert's failure to appear at work sites would raise questions. The web of small-town interconnections that had provided Marcus with hunting opportunities would now become a liability requiring careful management. He had planned for this phase as meticulously as he had planned the murders themselves. The crime scene would need to be staged to suggest different motives, to point suspicion away from someone the victims had trusted. Random burglary seemed like the most plausible explanation. A stranger breaking in, encountering unexpected resistance, and responding with excessive violence. Marcus began moving through the house systematically, disturbing carefully selected items to create the illusion of a search for valuables. He overturned drawers, scattered papers, and displaced furniture in patterns that would suggest hurried ransacking by someone unfamiliar with the home's layout. Linda's purse yielded $63 in cash and several credit cards that he would dispose of later. Robert's wallet contained another $47 and a collection of family photographs that Marcus crumpled and scattered across the living room floor. Sarah's jewelry box held items of minimal monetary value but significant sentimental importance. Gifts from parents and friends that had marked important milestones in her short life. The theatrical staging of a robbery gone wrong required careful attention to detail. Too little disturbance would fail to sell the story. Too much would suggest someone intimately familiar with the house's contents and layout. Marcus drew upon his knowledge of actual crime scenes, gathered from years of reading true crime novels and watching police procedural television shows. As he worked, the Theoret family lay in their final positions, eyes staring at nothing, blood slowly cooling in their veins. The home that had represented safety and love for over 2 decades had become a tomb holding the shattered remnants of the American dream. Outside, Pendleton slept peacefully, completely unaware that the monster they had welcomed into their community had finally revealed his true nature. Morning would bring the discovery that would forever change their small town's character, shattering the illusion that evil couldn't penetrate their rural sanctuary. Marcus Wellington had achieved his ultimate fantasy. 3 innocent people lay dead by his hand. But as he prepared to slip back into the night from which he had emerged, one crucial detail would prove to be his downfall. A detail so small, so seemingly insignificant, that it would ultimately lead investigators straight to his door and seal his fate forever. The clock continued ticking toward dawn, and the moment when Pendleton would discover that nowhere is truly safe from the darkness that dwells in some human hearts. Dawn crept across Pendleton like a reluctant witness, gray light filtering through morning fog that seemed unusually thick and oppressive. The town awakened to what appeared to be another ordinary Friday. Residents emerging from warm homes to scrape frost from windshields and hurry to jobs that provided structure and purpose to their lives. None suspected that evil had walked among them during the night, leaving behind a scene of carnage that would forever alter their perception of safety and trust. Mrs. Henderson noticed first that something seemed amiss at the Theoret household. The elderly woman maintained a morning routine that had remained unchanged for over a decade. Rising at 6:30 sharp, brewing coffee while listening to local news, then settling into her kitchen nook to observe the comforting patterns of her neighborhood awakening. Typically, Robert's truck would back out of the Theoret driveway by 7:15, followed 20 minutes later by Linda's sedan as she headed to the library. Sarah's car usually remained in the driveway, though occasionally she would leave early to meet friends for coffee before her classes resumed. This morning, however, all 3 vehicles sat exactly where they had been the previous evening. No lights had appeared in the windows. No movement was visible through the sheer curtains that usually revealed silhouettes beginning their daily routines. The house seemed to slumber far past its normal awakening time, wrapped in an unnatural stillness that made Mrs. Henderson's arthritic fingers tighten around her coffee mug. By 8:30, concern had transformed into genuine worry. Robert was notorious for his punctuality. 37 years in construction had ingrained habits that were broken only by illness or emergency. Mrs. Henderson had never known him to oversleep, had never seen him delay a work commitment for anything less than a family crisis. She dialed their number, listening to the phone ring endlessly while anxiety gnawed at her stomach like acid. The answering machine never activated, suggesting either a technical problem or the complete absence of anyone to maintain normal household functions. At 9:15, Mrs. Henderson made the decision that would uncover Marcus Wellington's masterpiece of destruction. She called the Pendleton Police Department, reporting her concerns about the unusual inactivity at her neighbor's home. The desk sergeant, accustomed to calls about cats stuck in trees and teenagers playing music too loudly, initially dismissed her worries as those of an overly anxious elderly woman. "Sometimes people oversleep, ma'am," he explained patiently. "Maybe they're not feeling well and decided to stay home today." But Mrs. Henderson's persistence, combined with her reputation as a reliable and rational community member, eventually convinced the sergeant to dispatch Officer Jennifer Martinez for a welfare check. Martinez, 28 years old with 4 years of experience in law enforcement, had never encountered anything more serious than domestic disputes and drunk driving incidents during her time with the Pendleton Police Department. She arrived at 1247 Elm Street at exactly 10:47 that morning, her patrol car crunching across frost-covered gravel as she pulled into the Theoret driveway. The house appeared peaceful from the exterior, showing no obvious signs of disturbance or emergency. Windows remained intact, doors appeared properly secured, and the landscaping showed no evidence of struggle or forced entry. Martinez approached the front door with the casual confidence of someone who expected to find nothing more alarming than a family dealing with flu symptoms or a power outage that had disabled their alarm clocks. She knocked firmly, waiting for the sound of footsteps responding to her presence. Silence greeted her efforts. She knocked again, calling out her identification and the purpose of her visit. "Pendleton Police. This is Officer Martinez conducting a welfare check. Is everyone okay in there?" Still no response. Following standard protocol, Martinez walked the perimeter of the house, checking for signs of forced entry or other evidence that might indicate the nature of any emergency. The back door drew her attention immediately. Unlocked, slightly ajar, swaying gently in the morning breeze like a mouth hanging open in perpetual shock. Drawing her service weapon, Martinez pushed the door open and stepped into the Theoret kitchen. The metallic scent of blood hit her nostrils immediately, followed by the sight that would haunt her dreams for years afterward. Linda Theoret's body lay crumpled behind the kitchen island, her gray hair matted with dried blood, her kind eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling she had painted herself just 2 summers earlier. "Jesus Christ," Martinez whispered, her training warring with the human impulse to vomit at the scene of such brutal violence. She called for backup immediately, her voice shaking as she reported multiple casualties and requested detectives, paramedics, and the coroner. Then, weapon drawn and hands trembling, she began clearing the rest of the house according to police protocols that suddenly seemed inadequate for confronting such horrific reality. Robert's body in the living room appeared almost peaceful compared to his wife's savage injuries. The man who had built solid foundations for half of Pendleton's buildings had been denied the dignity of a natural death in the recliner where he had spent countless comfortable evenings. Blood had pooled around his head and soaked into the leather upholstery, creating dark stains that looked like abstract art painted by a madman. Upstairs, Sarah's bedroom revealed the most disturbing scene of all. The young woman's body lay twisted among bedding saturated with blood, her laptop computer smashed on the floor beside textbooks that would never be needed again. Stuffed animals from her childhood had become unwilling witnesses to her brutal murder, their innocent button eyes reflecting the overhead light like tiny accusatory beacons. Martinez retreated from the house, stumbling into the front yard where she bent over and emptied her stomach onto the frost-covered grass. 28 years of life, for years of police work, and nothing had prepared her for confronting such raw, inexplicable evil. Within an hour, 12:47, Elm Street had become the center of the largest criminal investigation in Pendleton's history. Detective Captain William Hayes arrived from the Oregon State Police, bringing with him a team of forensic specialists accustomed to processing crime scenes in Portland and Eugene, but unprepared for the level of brutality they would encounter in this quiet residential neighborhood. Hayes, a 23-year veteran with steel-gray hair and eyes that had seen humanity's darkest impulses, surveyed the crime scene with professional detachment that masked his inner revulsion. 3 bodies, massive blood loss, evidence of prolonged suffering. This wasn't a burglary gone wrong or a domestic dispute escalated beyond control. This was something far more sinister, a predator who had struck with careful planning and savage efficiency. Whoever did this knew the victims, Hayes announced to his team as they began processing evidence. The lack of defensive wounds on the parents suggests surprise attacks by someone they trusted. The staging is too deliberate, too calculated. This killer wanted us to think random burglary, but the violence pattern tells a different story. Crime scene photographer Susan Chin documented every horrific detail, her camera flash illuminating blood spatter patterns that would later reveal the sequence of attacks. Forensic technician David Park collected biological samples while trying to maintain emotional distance from the human tragedy surrounding him. Medical examiner Dr. Patricia Valdez examined the bodies with clinical precision, noting wound patterns that spoke of rage far exceeding what would be necessary to simply kill. The mother was attacked first, Dr. Valdez explained to Detective Hayes as they stood in the kitchen where Linda Theoret had died. Multiple blunt force trauma injuries to the skull, inflicted with considerable force, something like a hammer or similar tool. The father shows similar wound patterns but fewer strikes, possibly because he was sleeping when attacked and offered less resistance. In Sarah's bedroom, the evidence told a more disturbing story. The daughter's injuries are different, Dr. Valdez continued, her voice carefully controlled. Multiple stab wounds with a sharp blade, some post-mortem. This killer spent time with her, inflicted suffering deliberately. This wasn't about eliminating witnesses. This was about enjoying the process. While forensic specialists processed physical evidence, Detective Hayes began interviewing neighbors and family friends, searching for anyone who might have harbored grudges against the Theorets or displayed unusual interest in their routines. The responses painted a consistent picture of a family beloved by their community, people who had no known enemies and lived lives of quiet generosity. They were the kindest people you could imagine, sobbed Patricia Williams, Linda's supervisor at the library. Linda would bring homemade cookies for the staff every Friday. She tutored children with reading difficulties on her own time. I can't understand who would do this to them. Robert's co-workers at Morrison Construction were equally baffled. Rob was solid as a rock, explained Foreman Jack Morrison, wiping tears from his weathered face. 37 years he worked for me, never missed a day unless his family needed him. He'd give you the shirt off his back if you asked. Who kills someone like that? Sarah's university friends, contacted by phone, described a young woman dedicated to her studies and passionate about helping disadvantaged children through education. Her professors praised her compassion and work ethic. Her high school teachers remembered her as someone who volunteered for every charity drive and never spoke unkindly about anyone. The Theorets appeared to be people without enemies, which made their brutal murders even more mystifying. Random violence seemed unlikely in a community where serious crime was virtually non-existent. Domestic disputes were ruled out quickly. No history of family conflicts, financial problems, or interpersonal tensions that might escalate to homicide. As the investigation progressed, one name began appearing repeatedly in witness statements. Marcus Wellington, the handyman who had been working around the Theoret home for months. Several neighbors mentioned seeing his truck in their driveway frequently. Mrs. Henderson specifically recalled observing him leaving the property late on several occasions, sometimes carrying tools, sometimes carrying what appeared to be food containers Linda had given him. He seemed nice enough, Mrs. Henderson told Detective Hayes during her formal interview. polite, soft-spoken. Linda was always worried about him not eating properly, sending him home with leftovers. She had a motherly nature, wanted to take care of everyone. Hayes dispatched officers to locate Marcus Wellington for questioning, expecting to eliminate him as a suspect after confirming his whereabouts during the time of the murders. Instead, they discovered that the handyman's current address was a fiction. The apartment complex where he claimed to live had no record of any resident by that name. His phone number led to a disconnected voicemail. His truck, described consistently by multiple witnesses, was nowhere to be found. Marcus Wellington had vanished as completely as smoke dissipating in wind. This development transformed the investigation dramatically. A person with legitimate reasons for being around the victims doesn't disappear immediately after their murders. Hayes issued a statewide alert for Marcus Wellington and his vehicle, while forensic teams returned to the Theoret home to search specifically for evidence connecting the missing handyman to the crime scene. They found it in Sarah's bedroom, a single fingerprint on her laptop computer, partially obscured by blood but clear enough for identification purposes. Marcus had been careless in his final moments of violence, touching the computer as it fell and leaving behind the evidence that would ultimately destroy him. Database searches revealed Marcus Wellington's true identity and criminal history. His real name was Marcus Richard Thompson, age 34, with a record of increasingly serious offenses spanning multiple states. Arrests for burglary, assault, stalking, and breaking and entering painted a picture of someone escalating toward more serious crimes. Most disturbing of all, investigators discovered he was wanted for questioning in connection with 3 unsolved murders in California. Elderly clients who had been found dead in their homes after hiring him for construction work. This bastard has been killing people for years, Hayes told his team as they reviewed Thompson's criminal file. He moves from town to town, establishes himself as a trustworthy handyman, gains access to victims' homes, then strikes when opportunities present themselves. The Theorets weren't random victims, they were carefully selected prey. The manhunt for Marcus Thompson expanded to include federal resources as investigators realized they were dealing with a serial killer who had been operating across state lines for years. FBI behavioral analysts developed a profile suggesting he would attempt to establish himself in another small community, probably using a different alias but maintaining the same pattern of targeting trusting families who welcomed him into their homes. 2 weeks after the Theoret murders, a motel clerk in Boise, Idaho, recognized Thompson's photograph from television news reports and called police. They found him registered under yet another false name. His truck hidden behind the building, clothes still stained with blood from his Oregon victims. Thompson's arrest came without drama. He surrendered quietly when confronted, showing no remorse for his crimes and no concern for the lives he had destroyed. During interrogation, he displayed the cold detachment of someone who viewed other human beings as objects to be manipulated and discarded, rather than fellow souls deserving of compassion and respect. "They trusted me," he told Detective Hayes matter-of-factly, as if describing the weather rather than confessing to triple homicide. "That made it easy. People in small towns want to believe everyone is good. They want to help strangers, give second chances. It's a weakness I learned to exploit." His confession provided horrific details about months of planning, surveillance, and fantasy leading up to the murders. He described studying the Theoret family's routines, learning their security habits, and gradually escalating his presence in their home until he felt confident enough to strike. Most chillingly, he expressed disappointment that his killing spree had been interrupted before he could find additional victims. "I wasn't finished with that town," Thompson admitted during one interrogation session. "There were other families I was watching, other potential targets. The Theorets were just the beginning." The trial of Marcus Richard Thompson became a media sensation that drew reporters and curiosity seekers from across the Pacific Northwest. Pendleton's small courthouse struggled to accommodate the crowd seeking glimpses of the monster who had shattered their community's innocence. Security was increased dramatically after receiving multiple death threats against the defendant from citizens outraged by the brutality of his crimes. Thompson's defense attorney attempted to argue diminished capacity due to mental illness, claiming his client suffered from psychological disorders that impaired his ability to distinguish right from wrong. prosecutors countered with evidence of careful premeditation, detailed planning, and deliberate deception that demonstrated clear awareness of his actions' criminal nature. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning guilty verdicts on 3 counts of aggravated murder, plus multiple additional charges related to burglary, stalking, and weapons violations. The speed of their decision reflected both the overwhelming evidence and their revulsion at the defendant's complete lack of remorse for destroying an innocent family. During the sentencing phase, victim impact statements from friends and relatives painted vivid pictures of the lives Thompson had stolen. Sarah's boyfriend from university described dreams of marriage and family that would never be fulfilled. Robert's construction crew members spoke of projects left unfinished and wisdom that would never be shared. Linda's library colleagues remembered her infectious enthusiasm for books and reading that had inspired countless children to become lifelong learners. Marcus Thompson didn't just kill 3 people, declared prosecutor Jennifer Walsh during her closing argument. He murdered a family's future, destroyed a community's sense of security, and demonstrated that evil can wear a friendly face while planning unspeakable acts. He deserves no mercy because he showed no mercy to his victims. The judge sentenced Marcus Richard Thompson to death, stating that the aggravated nature of his crimes and their impact on the community warranted the ultimate penalty. As he was led from the courtroom in shackles, Thompson showed no emotion, no acknowledgement of the pain he had inflicted, no recognition that justice was finally being served. But for the residents of Pendleton, Oregon, no amount of legal justice could restore their lost sense of safety and trust. The Theoret family home on Elm Street remained empty, too haunted by memories for anyone to consider purchasing. Mrs. Henderson moved to Portland to live with her daughter, unable to remain in a neighborhood that held such terrible associations. Other residents installed security systems, began locking doors religiously, and viewed strangers with suspicion that had never existed before. The American dream of small-town safety had been shattered by someone they had welcomed with open arms, someone they had trusted with their homes and families, someone whose evil nature remained hidden until the moment he revealed his true face through acts of unthinkable brutality. Marcus Richard Thompson currently resides on death row at Oregon State Penitentiary, his appeals process slowly grinding through courts that seem reluctant to delay his eventual execution. He shows no remorse for his crimes, expresses no sympathy for his victims' families, and continues to view his actions as justified responses to opportunities that presented themselves. The Theoret family triple homicide serves as a chilling reminder that predators often wear masks of normalcy, that trust can become a weapon in the wrong hands, and that evil sometimes strikes not with dramatic flair but with quiet efficiency that leaves entire communities forever changed. 3 lives lost, 1 family destroyed, a town's innocence stolen forever. And somewhere in the darkness, other predators continue prowling, searching for their own opportunities to transform kindness into tragedy, trust into terror, and safety into nightmare. The clock still ticks in the abandoned Theoret home, marking time in rooms where time effectively stopped on that November night when evil came calling. And in the silence that follows such tragedy, we are left to wonder, who among us might be next, and will we recognize the danger before it's too late? If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Clutter Family Murders, a night that shattered America's innocence. November 15th, 1959. For shotgun blasts echoed through the Kansas prairie darkness, silencing forever the heartbeat of America's most trusted family. What happened inside the Clutter farmhouse that night would become the blueprint for modern true crime. A senseless slaughter that transformed a quiet farming community into the epicenter of national horror. 2 drifters, a handful of rumors about a safe filled with money, and a family's unwavering faith in human decency collided in the most brutal fashion imaginable. This is not just another murder case. This is the story that made Truman Capote abandon fiction forever, convinced that reality had become far more terrifying than anything his imagination could conjure. Tonight, we descend into the darkness of Holcomb, Kansas, where trust became a death sentence and innocence died alongside for remarkable souls. The mercury had dropped to 28 degrees that November morning when Herbert Clutter stepped onto his front porch, coffee mug steaming against the crystalline air. His breath formed ghostly clouds as he surveyed the 18,000 acres that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. A kingdom of wheat and prosperity that he had built from nothing through sheer determination and Methodist discipline. Herb Clutter was Kansas royalty, the kind of man who commanded respect without demanding it, whose handshake was worth more than most contracts, whose word carried the weight of scripture across 3 counties. At 48, Herb possessed the weathered hands of a farmer and the sharp mind of a businessman. His face bore the permanent tan lines of a man who worked under the sun, but his eyes held the calculating gleam of someone who understood that agriculture was as much about market timing as it was about rainfall. He had transformed his father's modest homestead into one of the most successful farming operations in western Kansas, employing 16 full-time workers and generating profits that made city bankers envious. The Clutter farmhouse stood like a monument to American achievement. A sprawling 2-story structure that had been featured in Better Homes and Gardens, complete with cherrywood paneling, wall-to-wall carpeting, and all the modern conveniences that 1959 could offer. It was a home built for entertaining, with spacious rooms that regularly hosted church gatherings, community meetings, and social events that drew the finest families from across Finney County. The house breathed respectability from every beam and brick, a testament to what hard work and moral living could accomplish in the land of opportunity. But success had come at a price that only those closest to the family truly understood. Bonnie Clutter, Herb's wife of 25 years, had been battling severe depression for nearly a decade, a condition that modern medicine barely acknowledged and society whispered about in hushed, ashamed tones. The woman who had once been the picture of farm wife vitality now spent most of her days confined to her bedroom, sedated by a cocktail of medications that left her floating in a haze between consciousness and oblivion. Bonnie's illness had cast a shadow over the household that no amount of prosperity could illuminate. The vivacious young woman who had captured Herb's heart with her quick wit and radiant smile had gradually retreated into herself, becoming a ghost haunting her own home. Her condition baffled the doctors in Garden City, who prescribed everything from electroshock therapy to exotic new tranquilizers, each treatment promising hope but delivering only temporary relief at best. The burden of Bonnie's deteriorating mental state fell heavily on the shoulders of their 4 children, particularly 16-year-old Nancy, who had assumed the role of household matriarch with grace that belied her years. Nancy Clutter was everything parents dreamed their daughters could become: student body treasurer at Holcomb High School, accomplished cook and seamstress, youth group leader at the Methodist Church, and still somehow the most popular girl in her class. She moved through her days with the confidence of someone twice her age, managing the household staff, caring for her mother, and maintaining a social calendar that would exhaust most adults. Nancy's bedroom served as command central for much of the family's daily operations. The walls were covered with ribbons from county fair competitions, blue ribbons for her cherry pies, her needlework, her vegetable gardens. Her desk overflowed with correspondence from friends, invitations to social events, and college brochures from universities across the Midwest. She had already been accepted to Kansas University, where she planned to study education, following in the footsteps of her beloved high school teacher, Mrs. Riggs. On this particular November weekend, Nancy was preparing for what promised to be one of her busiest social seasons. The annual church youth retreat was just weeks away, and as the group's president, she was coordinating transportation, accommodations, and activities for 37 teenagers. Additionally, she was deep in rehearsals for the school's production of Tom Sawyer, where she played Becky Thatcher with natural charm that left audiences enchanted. But Nancy's greatest talent lay in her ability to make others feel special. She had a gift for remembering small details about people's lives, birthdays, anniversaries, personal struggles, and she used this knowledge to brighten days with handwritten notes, homemade treats, or simply her undivided attention during conversations. The mailbox at the Clutter farm received a steady stream of thank you letters from people whose lives Nancy had touched in some small but meaningful way. 15-year-old Kenyon Clutter embodied a different kind of excellence. Where Nancy was social and outgoing, Kenyon was introspective and mechanically gifted. He could take apart any engine, rebuild any motor, and fix any broken appliance with an intuitive understanding that amazed even experienced mechanics. The basement of the Clutter house had been converted into his workshop, a maze of tools, spare parts, and half-finished projects that represented his endless curiosity about how things worked. Kenyon's intelligence was the quiet kind that solved problems without fanfare. His teachers at Holcomb High School had learned to present him with the most challenging assignments, knowing that he would approach them with methodical precision and innovative thinking. He was particularly gifted in mathematics and physics, subjects that came naturally to his logical mind. His guidance counselor had already reached out to several engineering programs, confident that Kenyon would have his pick of prestigious universities. But Kenyon's true passion lay in woodworking. He had spent 3 years crafting a hope chest for Nancy, a wedding gift he planned to present when she eventually married. Every dovetail joint was perfect, every surface smooth as glass, every detail reflecting the patience and love he felt for his older sister. The chest sat in his workshop, nearly complete, waiting only for the final coat of varnish that would transform it from a project into an heirloom. The two older Clutter children, Ivana and Beverly, had already left home to pursue their own American dreams. Ivana had married young and moved to northern Kansas, where she was raising her own family and dealing with the geographic isolation that came with rural life. Beverly was attending Kansas University, immersed in her studies and the social whirlwind of college life. Both daughters maintained close relationships with their parents through weekly letters and monthly visits, but the day-to-day rhythm of the Clutter household now revolved around Nancy and Kenyon. Herb's business interests extended far beyond farming. He served on the Kansas Conference of Farm Organizations, the Federal Farm Credit Board, and was a founding member of the Garden City Cooperative Exchange. His office in the house, a masculine sanctuary of leather furniture and agricultural journals, regularly hosted meetings with politicians, businessmen, and community leaders who sought his counsel on everything from crop rotation to municipal water rights. He was the kind of man who could discuss commodity futures with equal authority as he could scripture verses, and his opinions carried weight in both secular and religious circles. The Methodist Church stood at the center of the Clutter family's social existence. Herb served as chairman of the Board of Trustees, a position that required him to oversee the spiritual and financial health of the congregation. Every Sunday morning, the family occupied their customary pew in the third row, Herb's deep bass voice booming out hymns while Nancy's soprano harmonized sweetly above the congregation. Their faith was not the showy kind that sought attention, but the steady, practical kind that expressed itself through service to others. Bonnie's absence from these public displays of faith had become a source of quiet concern among church members. The woman who had once organized countless charity drives and social events now rarely appeared in public, and when she did, she seemed fragile and distant. The congregation prayed for her recovery during every service, their voices rising in unison to request divine intervention for their suffering sister. The hired help who worked the Clutter farm spoke of the family with genuine affection and respect. Herb treated his employees fairly, paying above-average wages and providing health care benefits that were unusual for agricultural workers in the 1950s. He knew the names of every worker's children, remembered their birthdays, and frequently provided interest-free loans during difficult times. The loyalty this generated was absolute. Men who had worked for other farmers described the Clutter operation as a model of how agricultural business should be conducted. Nancy had inherited her father's gift for connecting with people across social and economic boundaries. The farm workers adored her, and she often joined them for lunch breaks, asking about their families and sharing stories about school. She had convinced her father to establish a small lending library in the equipment barn, stocked with books and magazines that the workers could borrow during their downtime. Her Spanish had improved dramatically through these conversations, and several of the Mexican seasonal workers had become like surrogate uncles, teaching her traditional recipes and regional folk songs. The Clutter family's reputation for generosity extended throughout Finney County. During the devastating drought of 1956, Herb had organized relief efforts that kept dozens of smaller farms afloat until the rains returned. He had quietly paid medical bills for families who couldn't afford health care, funded college educations for promising students whose parents lacked resources, and provided seed money for young farmers trying to establish their own operations. These acts of charity were performed without publicity or expectation of gratitude. They simply reflected the family's belief that prosperity carried with it the obligation to help others. The physical isolation of the Clutter farmhouse was both blessing and curse. Located 14 miles from the nearest town, surrounded by empty fields that stretched to every horizon, the property offered privacy and peace that city dwellers could barely comprehend. But this same isolation meant that help was far away, that screams would go unheard, that violence could unfold without witnesses or intervention. Saturday evening, November 14th, 1959, found the Clutter family following their customary routines. Herb spent the early evening in his office, reviewing financial statements and preparing for a Monday meeting with his accountant. The harvest had been exceptional, and preliminary calculations suggested that 1959 would be the most profitable year in the farm's history. He made notes about equipment purchases for the following season and considered expanding his acreage by acquiring the struggling Morrison farm that bordered his eastern property line. Nancy was in the kitchen, teaching her friend Susan Kidwell how to make her famous cherry pie, a recipe that had won 3 consecutive blue ribbons at the county fair. The kitchen filled with the warm aromas of baking pastry and bubbling fruit, while the two girls chatted about boys, college plans, and the upcoming Christmas formal at school. Nancy's natural teaching ability was evident as she patiently guided Susan through each step, offering encouragement and gentle corrections with equal measures of warmth. Kenyon was in his basement workshop, applying the final coat of varnish to Nancy's hope chest. He worked with the concentrated focus that characterized all his projects, his movements precise and economical. The radio played softly in the background, country music from a station in Dodge City, while he lost himself in the meditative rhythm of his craft. He had been working on this piece for nearly 3 years, and tonight he would finally complete it, ready to present to his sister when the right moment arrived. Bonnie remained in her bedroom, sedated and drifting in the twilight state that had become her normal existence. The medications that were supposed to restore her mental health had instead trapped her in a chemical prison where emotions were muted and thoughts moved through thick fog. She was physically present but spiritually absent, a living reminder of how little medical science understood about the human mind. As darkness settled over the Kansas prairie, the Clutter family prepared for what they assumed would be another peaceful night. Herb made his final rounds of the property, checking on the livestock and ensuring that all the equipment was properly secured. Nancy finished her baking session and cleaned the kitchen with the thoroughness that her mother had once taught her. Kenyon carefully stored his tools and swept his workshop, admiring the completed hope chest that would soon become his sister's most treasured possession. None of them could have imagined that 400 miles away, 2 men were already traveling through the darkness toward their isolated farmhouse, carrying with them shotguns, rope, and a twisted plan that would transform the Clutter name from symbol of American prosperity into synonym for senseless violence. The perfect family was about to encounter perfect evil, and neither their wealth nor their faith would provide any protection from the horror that was approaching through the November night. The house settled into its evening quiet, every light extinguished except for the small lamp that Herb always left burning in the front hallway, a beacon of hospitality that would soon guide killers to their door. For 100 miles east of Holcomb, Kansas, in the maximum security Kansas State Penitentiary at Lansing, a different kind of darkness was brewing. Cell Block B housed some of the most dangerous criminals in the Midwest, men whose names were whispered with fear in courtrooms and police stations across multiple states. Among these predators, 2 men had formed an alliance that would soon terrorize the nation: Richard Eugene Hickok and Perry Edward Smith, a partnership forged in the crucible of shared desperation and mutual contempt for society. Dick Hickok was the kind of man who could charm his way out of trouble or into it with equal facility. At 28, he possessed the lean build of a former athlete and the quick smile of a natural salesman. but both were deceptive facades concealing a personality twisted by narcissism and sociopathy. His dark hair was slicked back in the fashion of the day, and his eyes held an intelligent gleam that made people trust him, a trust he invariably betrayed. Hickok was a master manipulator who viewed other human beings as resources to be exploited rather than individuals deserving of respect or compassion. His criminal career had begun early with petty theft and bad checks, crimes that escalated in scope and audacity as he refined his techniques and hardened his conscience. Hickok possessed an unusual gift for reading people, identifying their weaknesses and desires with predatory precision. He could convince farmers to invest in non-existent agricultural equipment, persuade elderly widows to loan him money for fabricated emergencies, and talk his way out of police custody with elaborate lies delivered with absolute conviction. But Hickok's greatest talent lay in his ability to influence others, to corrupt decent people and transform them into accomplices in his schemes. He had an intuitive understanding of human psychology that he weaponized against anyone foolish enough to trust him. His charm was a tool, his smile a trap, and his friendship a form of slow-acting poison that eventually destroyed everyone who accepted it. The accident that had left him with a permanently damaged face, his jaw knocked askew in a car crash that ended his high school football career, had only intensified his bitterness toward the world. The physical imperfection served as a constant reminder of opportunities lost and dreams shattered, fueling a rage that simmered constantly just below his carefully maintained surface charm. He blamed society for his failures, his family for his weaknesses, and fate for his misfortunes, never accepting responsibility for the choices that had led him to prison. Perry Smith represented a different category of criminal entirely, a damaged soul whose capacity for violence had been forged in the furnace of childhood trauma and abandonment. At 31, Smith was small in stature but enormous in the scope of his psychological wounds. His legs, mangled in a motorcycle accident years earlier, gave him a distinctive limping gait that made him appear vulnerable, but his hands were those of a killer, strong and steady and utterly without mercy when the moment demanded action. Smith's childhood read like a catalog of horrors that modern social services would never allow. Born into a family destroyed by alcoholism and violence, he had been shuttled between abusive foster homes, brutal reform schools, and institutions that specialized in breaking rather than healing damaged children. By age 16, he had learned that survival required the ability to inflict pain without hesitation, to trust no one completely, and to view emotional attachment as a dangerous weakness that enemies could exploit. The Catholic nuns who had overseen his education at the Drummond Children's Home had attempted to instill discipline through physical brutality that would constitute torture by contemporary standards. They had broken his spirit systematically, methodically, with leather straps and wooden paddles and forced recitations of prayers for forgiveness while blood flowed from fresh wounds. The experience had left him with a complex relationship to faith, simultaneously drawn to its promise of redemption and repelled by its history of causing him suffering. Smith's intelligence was considerable but undisciplined, capable of brilliant insights followed by periods of profound confusion and self-destructive behavior. He read voraciously, consuming novels, magazines, and newspapers with the hunger of someone trying to understand a world that had always seemed alien to him. His cell at Lansing was filled with books, philosophy, history, crime stories, anything that might provide insight into human nature and social organization. He was particularly drawn to treasure-hunting magazines, dreaming of discovering some lost fortune that would transform his circumstances and validate his existence. But Smith's most dangerous characteristic was his complete lack of empathy for other human beings. The childhood trauma that should have made him more sensitive to suffering had instead created a monster who viewed pain as a tool and death as a solution to problems. He could kill with the same emotional detachment that others might use to swat a fly, his face remaining impassive while his victims begged for mercy that would never come. The partnership between Hickok and Smith had begun during their first week of incarceration together. Hickok had immediately recognized Smith's potential value as an enforcer, someone who could provide muscle when charm and manipulation failed to achieve desired results. Smith, for his part, was drawn to Hickok's intelligence and apparent sophistication, seeing in him a path toward the respect and success that had always eluded his grasp. Their criminal plans began forming during the long hours of imprisonment, elaborate fantasies of perfect crimes that would make them wealthy and feared. They spent months discussing potential targets, studying newspaper accounts of successful robberies, and developing strategies that would allow them to disappear permanently into new identities. These conversations served as both entertainment and preparation, keeping their minds sharp while their bodies rotted in prison cells. It was during one of these planning sessions that Floyd Wells entered their lives like a messenger of fate. Wells was a former cellmate who had worked briefly at the Clutter farm before his own arrest on burglary charges. He regaled Hickok and Smith with stories of the Clutter family's wealth, describing the isolated farmhouse, the family's trusting nature, and most importantly, the large safe that supposedly contained thousands of dollars in cash. Wells painted a picture of easy victims and enormous rewards, the perfect target for criminals desperate enough to attempt anything. Wells's description of Herbert Clutter was particularly detailed and damaging. He portrayed the farmer as a wealthy man who distrusted banks and kept large amounts of cash readily available for business transactions. He described the farmhouse layout, the family's daily routines, and the isolation that would provide cover for any criminal activity. Most critically, he assured them that Herb Clutter was a peaceful man who would offer no resistance to armed intruders, viewing violence as incompatible with his Christian faith. The story was largely fabricated. Wells had worked at the farm for only a few weeks and had never seen the interior of the house, much less any safe filled with money. But his lies planted seeds in minds already fertile with criminal intent, and those seeds began growing into a plan that would soon consume 4 innocent lives. Wells had no way of knowing that his casual bragging would eventually make him an accessory to one of the most notorious crimes in American history. Hickok seized upon the story with the enthusiasm of a man who had finally found his perfect crime. He began pressing Wells for additional details, sketching maps of the farm layout, and calculating potential profits from various scenarios. The plan that emerged was simple in concept but horrifying in its implications. They would drive to Kansas, rob the Clutter family of their supposed fortune, eliminate all witnesses, and disappear forever into Mexico or South America. Smith was initially reluctant to commit to such an extreme plan, but Hickok's persuasive abilities eventually overcame his reservations. The older man painted vivid pictures of their future wealth and freedom, describing tropical beaches where they could live like kings on stolen money. He convinced Smith that killing was simply a practical necessity, no different from any other aspect of their criminal enterprise. Murder became, in Hickok's twisted logic, merely another tool to be employed in pursuit of their goals. Their release from prison came in the early fall of 1959, after both men had served their sentences for various property crimes. They emerged from Lansing with nothing but prison-issued clothing, a few dollars in gate money, and a plan that would soon shock the nation. Neither had learned anything positive from their incarceration. Instead, their time behind bars had simply refined their criminal skills and hardened their hearts against human compassion. The weeks following their release were spent in careful preparation. Hickok returned to his parents' farm in Edgerton, Kansas, where he attempted to project the image of a reformed man seeking honest employment. He helped with farm chores, attended church services, and spoke earnestly about his desire to build a legitimate life. But these activities served only as camouflage for his real focus, acquiring the tools necessary for the Clutter robbery. Smith, meanwhile, drifted between Kansas City and Topeka, staying with acquaintances and small-time criminals who viewed him with a mixture of fear and respect. His reputation for violence had preceded him from prison, and he found that people were eager to help him in whatever ways they could, hoping to avoid becoming targets of his unpredictable rage. He used this fear to obtain weapons, ammunition, and transportation, building an arsenal for the crime that would soon make him famous. The shotgun that would eventually kill the Clutter family was purchased from a pawn shop in Kansas City, paid for with money Hickok had stolen from his father's wallet. The weapon was a 12-gauge Remington, reliable and devastating at close range, perfect for the kind of intimidation they planned to employ. Smith also acquired a hunting knife with a 6-inch blade, supposedly for cutting rope but actually intended for more sinister purposes if the situation demanded extreme measures. Their stolen car, a black 1956 Chevrolet taken from a parking lot in Topeka, became their mobile base of operations. The vehicle was unremarkable enough to avoid attracting police attention while providing the speed and reliability necessary for a quick escape. Hickok, who possessed considerable mechanical skills, modified the engine for maximum performance and installed additional fuel capacity for the long drive to Mexico they planned to undertake after the robbery. As November progressed, their planning became increasingly detailed and increasingly violent. What had begun as a simple robbery had evolved into something far more sinister, a home invasion that would leave no witnesses and no loose ends. Hickok's influence had gradually corrupted Smith's already fragile moral compass, convincing him that killing the Clutter family was not only necessary but justified by their desperate circumstances. The night of November 13th found them in a cheap motel outside Topeka, making final preparations for the crime that would occur the following evening. They cleaned their weapons, reviewed their plans, and attempted to steel themselves for the violence they were about to commit. Smith later claimed that he had experienced premonitions of disaster, dreams filled with blood and screaming that left him sweating and nauseous. But Hickok dismissed these concerns as weakness, insisting that their plan was perfect and their success guaranteed. Saturday, November 14th began like any other day, but it would end in ways that neither man could have fully anticipated. They rose early, ate breakfast at a diner where the waitress would later remember their nervous energy and constant whispering, and began the long drive toward Holcomb, Kansas. The stolen Chevrolet carried them westward across the prairie, two predators approaching their unsuspecting prey with methodical precision. During the drive, Hickok continued his psychological manipulation of Smith, reinforcing their commitment to violence and eliminating any possibility of mercy or second thoughts. He described the Clutter family as wealthy oppressors who deserved whatever happened to them, people who had prospered while others suffered and who therefore forfeited their right to compassion. His words were poison, corroding the last vestiges of humanity in his already damaged partner. They stopped for lunch in a small town whose name neither would later remember, two men whose appearance attracted no attention from the other customers. Smith's damaged legs required him to walk carefully, but otherwise they seemed like ordinary travelers, perhaps salesmen or construction workers heading west for employment opportunities. The mundane nature of their appearance made them invisible, perfect camouflage for the monsters they had become. As afternoon faded into evening, they reviewed their plan one final time. They would approach the Clutter farmhouse after dark, overpower any resistance through superior firepower, force Herbert Clutter to open his safe, and then eliminate all witnesses before fleeing to Mexico with their stolen fortune. It was a plan built on lies and sustained by delusions, but they believed in it with the fervor of religious fanatics approaching their moment of divine revelation. The sun was setting as they reached the outskirts of Holcomb, Kansas, transforming the sky into a palette of orange and crimson that seemed to foreshadow the blood that would soon be spilled. They parked the stolen Chevrolet at the edge of town and walked the final miles to the Clutter farm, carrying their weapons and their twisted dreams through the gathering darkness. The lights of the Clutter farmhouse appeared in the distance like a beacon of prosperity and security, exactly as Floyd Wells had described. The isolated location was perfect for their purposes. No neighbors close enough to hear screams, no traffic to witness their approach or departure. It was, from their criminal perspective, the ideal target, a family made vulnerable by their own success and trusting nature. As they approached the house through the fields of harvested wheat, neither Hickok nor Smith could have imagined how dramatically this night would change American culture. Their crime would inspire books, movies, and countless imitators, transforming true crime from a minor literary genre into a major cultural obsession. But in that moment, they were simply two damaged men carrying weapons toward a house filled with sleeping innocents, their minds focused only on money and violence and escape. The Clutter family slept peacefully, unaware that predators were approaching through the darkness, unaware that their trust in human decency was about to be repaid with bullets and blood. The collision between innocence and evil was now only hours away, and nothing could stop the terrible events that would soon unfold inside the walls of their sanctuary. Midnight struck with crystalline clarity across the prairie silence, each chime from the grandfather clock in the Clutter hallway marking another step toward horror. The November wind had died to whispers, leaving the farmhouse wrapped in deceptive tranquility while two killers approached through the skeletal remains of harvested cornfields. Their footsteps crunched softly on frozen earth as they navigated by moonlight toward the house that glowed like a lantern against the vast Kansas darkness. Dick Hickok moved with predatory confidence, his damaged face twisted into a grimace of anticipation. The shotgun felt familiar in his hands, a tool of persuasion that would make the evening's work efficient and profitable. Behind him, Perry Smith limped through the stubble, his small frame betraying none of the lethal capability that resided within his damaged body. Both men breathed vapor clouds in the frigid air, their exhalations the only visible sign of the monsters stalking through the night. The Clutter farmhouse stood before them exactly as Floyd Wells had described. A monument to American prosperity, isolated and vulnerable, inhabited by trusting souls who had never imagined that evil might come calling in the Kansas night. Light leaked from several windows where family members were concluding their evening routines, unaware that death was studying their movements from the darkness beyond their doors. Hickok had insisted they approach from the rear of the property, using the shelter of outbuildings to mask their advance until they could reach the house itself. The farm's layout worked in their favor. The hired hands' quarters were distant enough to provide no assistance. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the telephone line could be cut with a single slice of Smith's hunting knife. They had planned for every contingency except the possibility that their victims might prove more difficult to intimidate than anticipated. Through the kitchen window, they observed Nancy Clutter moving about with the graceful efficiency that characterized all her actions. She was cleaning up after her pie-baking session with Susan Kidwell, wiping down counters and storing ingredients with the methodical thoroughness her mother had taught her years earlier. Her blonde hair caught the overhead light as she worked, and her face bore the serene expression of someone completely at peace with her world. She hummed softly while she moved, a hymn learned at Sunday service, her voice carrying faintly through the glass to the ears of men who were about to silence it forever. In the basement, Kenyon's workshop light cast long shadows across the concrete floor where he was applying finishing touches to Nancy's hope chest. The radio played country music at low volume while he worked with painstaking precision, his damaged leg propped on a small stool to ease the chronic pain that was his constant companion since the motorcycle accident. Each stroke of his brush was deliberate and loving, transforming raw wood into an heirloom that would survive generations of family celebrations and sorrows. He had no way of knowing that his sister would never see his masterpiece, that the hope chest would become evidence in a murder trial instead of a wedding gift. Upstairs, Herbert Clutter was conducting his nightly review of financial documents in the office that served as command center for his agricultural empire. The desk lamp illuminated ledgers filled with precise notations documenting another profitable year, while agricultural journals lay scattered across the leather surface awaiting his attention. Herb's reading glasses perched on his nose as he calculated yields and projected next season's planting strategies. His mind focused on the future he was building for his family. The window beside his desk offered a view of the fields he had cultivated from prairie wasteland, but the darkness outside now concealed predators instead of the deer and rabbits that usually wandered through his crops. Bonnie Clutter lay sedated in her bedroom, floating in the chemical twilight that had become her normal existence. The medications that were supposed to restore her mental health had instead created a prison of perpetual drowsiness and emotional numbness. She stirred occasionally, her drug-clouded mind struggling to surface from the artificial depths where doctors had placed her, but consciousness remained elusive. Her breathing was steady but shallow, the rhythm of someone whose body was present while their spirit wandered in pharmaceutical limbo. She would be the easiest victim, too medicated to understand what was happening, too weak to resist or flee. Hickok checked his watch and nodded to Smith. The moment had arrived. They approached the back door with weapons ready, Hickok carrying the shotgun while Smith gripped his hunting knife with practiced familiarity. The door was unlocked, as rural doors often were in that era of trusting communities and neighborly cooperation. The Clutters had never imagined that their faith in human decency would provide entry for the monsters who had traveled 400 miles to destroy them. The kitchen was warm and welcoming, filled with the lingering aromas of Nancy's baking and the comfortable clutter of a well-used family space. Photographs covered the refrigerator. Images of school events, church gatherings, and family celebrations that documented years of happiness and achievement. The kitchen table bore homework papers and agricultural magazines, evidence of a family that balanced education with practical concerns, that valued both learning and hard work. Nancy was drying her hands on a dish towel when she turned and saw them standing in her kitchen like a nightmare made manifest. Her scream died in her throat, strangled by terror so complete that her vocal cords simply refused to function. The dish towel fluttered to the floor as her hands began trembling uncontrollably, and her blue eyes widened with the terrible understanding that her family's sanctuary had been breached by evil men carrying instruments of death. "Don't make a sound," Hickok whispered, his voice carrying the cold authority of someone accustomed to intimidating others. The shotgun was pointed directly at Nancy's chest, and his finger rested on the trigger with practiced steadiness. "We're not here to hurt anyone. We just want money. Tell us where your father keeps his safe, and this will all be over quickly." Nancy's training in Sunday school had taught her that God protected the innocent, that evil could not triumph over righteousness, that prayer could overcome any adversity. But the men standing in her kitchen represented a category of malevolence that her sheltered existence had never encountered. These were not merely criminals seeking financial gain. They were predators who viewed human life as expendable, who had traveled to her home with the explicit intention of committing murder regardless of cooperation or resistance. Smith moved through the house with the silent efficiency of someone who had learned stealth in reform schools and prison cells. He found Kenyon in the basement workshop, the teenager too absorbed in his craftsmanship to notice the approaching danger until a knife blade pressed against his throat. The hope chest he had been finishing sat complete on the workbench, its surface gleaming with fresh varnish, a monument to love and craftsmanship that would soon become evidence in a murder investigation. "Upstairs," Smith commanded, his voice carrying the flat effect of someone who had killed before and would kill again without hesitation. Kenyon's hands shook as he set down his brush, his young mind struggling to process the reality of violence invading his sanctuary. The basement workshop that had been his refuge from the world's complications had become a trap, and the man with the knife was leading him toward a fate he could not yet imagine. Herbert Clutter emerged from his office to investigate the disturbance, his natural authority intact despite the weapons pointed at his family. At 48, he had commanded respect through moral force and intellectual capability, but these qualities provided no protection against men who recognized no law except violence. He saw immediately that negotiation was impossible. The intruder's eyes held the flat emptiness of true predators, beings who had crossed moral boundaries that decent people could not even contemplate. "Gentlemen, you're welcome to anything of value in this house," Herb said, his voice steady despite the shotgun barrel inches from his chest. "But I must tell you that we don't keep large amounts of cash on the premises. Our money is invested in land and equipment, not sitting in safes. If you'll allow me to write you a check." Hickok's laughter was like glass breaking in the night air. "We know about the safe, old man. Floyd Wells told us all about your money. Don't try to play games with us, or your family is going to suffer for your lies." The mention of Floyd Wells sent a chill through Herb's chest that had nothing to do with the November cold. Wells had worked at the farm briefly, but Herb had been forced to dismiss him for drinking and unreliability. The man had clearly fabricated stories about non-existent wealth, lies that had now drawn killers to his family's door. There was no safe filled with money, no fortune hidden within the farmhouse walls, only a comfortable family whose prosperity existed primarily in land, livestock, and community respect. "There is no safe with cash," Herb said quietly, his words carrying the weight of absolute truth. "Floyd Wells never had access to our financial arrangements. He worked in the fields for 3 weeks before I had to let him go. Whatever he told you was fantasy." The disappointment that flickered across Hickok's face transformed quickly into rage. This was not the scenario he had envisioned, not the easy wealth that would fund their escape to Mexico. But they had traveled too far and risked too much to leave empty-handed. The plan would have to change, but the outcome, no witnesses, remained the same. "Bring them all to the living room," Hickok ordered Smith, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding violence. "We'll figure out what to do with them there." The living room that had hosted countless church gatherings and community meetings became an interrogation chamber filled with terror and desperation. The Clutter family was forced to sit on the comfortable furniture where they had entertained friends and neighbors, now prisoners in their own home, facing men whose capacity for violence was limited only by their imagination. The room's warm decor, family photographs, religious artwork, Nancy's school trophies, seemed to mock the horror unfolding within its walls. Nancy and Kenyon sat close together on the sofa, their hands finding each other in the darkness as they sought comfort in sibling love that had sustained them through their mother's illness and their father's long hours. Nancy's natural leadership qualities emerged even in terror. She whispered reassurances to her younger brother, promising that everything would be all right, that these men would take what they wanted and leave. But her voice carried the tremor of someone who no longer believed her own words. Herb remained standing despite orders to sit, his natural authority intact even with a shotgun trained on his chest. He continued attempting negotiation, offering to write checks, to contact banks in the morning, to provide whatever financial assistance these desperate men required. His faith in human decency remained unshaken despite overwhelming evidence that he was facing monsters who recognized no moral boundaries. "I have some cash in my wallet," Herb offered, removing the leather billfold from his back pocket with careful movements designed to avoid triggering violence. "About $40. You're welcome to it, and to anything else in the house that has value. Just please let my children go. They've done nothing to deserve this." Smith's laughter was cruel and bitter, the sound of someone who had abandoned hope and empathy years earlier. $40? You think we drove all this way for $40? Wells said you had thousands in cash, that you didn't trust banks. Where is it? The interrogation continued for what seemed like hours but was actually only minutes. Time distorted by terror into an eternity of desperate pleading and increasingly violent threats. Hickok and Smith searched the house systematically, tearing through drawers and closets, looking for the fortune that existed only in Floyd Wells's fabricated stories. Their frustration grew with each empty hiding place, each disappointment fueling the rage that would soon explode into murder. In Herb's office, they discovered the safe that Wells had mentioned, a small fireproof box designed to protect important documents, not store large amounts of cash. Inside they found insurance papers, property deeds, and a pitiful $30 in emergency money. The discovery that Wells had lied about the family's wealth should have ended the invasion, should have sent the intruders fleeing into the night with whatever small valuables they could carry. Instead, it sealed the fate of 4 innocent people who had the misfortune to trust in human decency. "They've seen our faces," Smith said quietly, stating the fact that had been obvious from the moment they entered the house. "They know who we are, what we look like. We can't leave witnesses." The decision to commit murder was made with the casual indifference that others might use to decide what to have for dinner. These were men who had crossed moral boundaries so often and so completely that taking human life required no more justification than any other practical decision. The Clutter family had become a problem to be solved rather than human beings deserving of compassion or mercy. Nancy was the first to understand that their situation had moved beyond robbery into something far more sinister. Her Sunday school training had taught her about evil, but only in abstract theological terms, Satan as metaphor rather than the breathing reality that now stood in her living room. She began praying silently, her lips moving in desperate supplication to a God who seemed suddenly very far away from the Kansas prairie. Kenyon's mechanical mind began calculating escape routes and resistance strategies, but his damaged leg and their captors' weapons made flight impossible. The basement workshop where he had created things of beauty and utility had become a trap, and the skills that made him valuable to his community provided no defense against men who valued nothing except their own survival. The killers decided to separate their victims, leading each family member to different rooms where they could be controlled more easily. This decision transformed the house from a sanctuary into a maze of terror, each room becoming a potential execution chamber, each corridor echoing with footsteps that led toward death rather than safety. Bonnie was already upstairs, sedated beyond the point of understanding or resistance. Her bedroom, with its pastel colors and religious artwork, became the first killing ground. Smith approached her with the hunting knife that had served him well in previous acts of violence, but Hickok intervened with practical considerations. Knife wounds would create too much blood, too much evidence. The shotgun would be quicker and more certain. The first blast shattered the peaceful silence that had enveloped the Clutter farmhouse for nearly 50 years. The sound echoed across the empty fields, but there were no neighbors close enough to investigate, no passing motorists to wonder about gunfire in the night. Bonnie Clutter died without ever fully awakening from her medicated sleep, perhaps a mercy in circumstances where mercy was otherwise completely absent. Herbert Clutter faced his death with the same dignity that had characterized his life. Bound with rope in the basement furnace room, he continued attempting to negotiate for his children's lives, even as Smith approached with the shotgun that had already claimed his wife. His final words were prayers, not for himself but for his killers, asking God to forgive them for what they were about to do. Such grace in the face of ultimate evil seemed to confuse Smith momentarily, but not enough to prevent him from pulling the trigger. Nancy and Kenyon were killed in rapid succession, their young lives ended by men who viewed murder as simply another tool for solving problems. Nancy's bedroom, decorated with the ribbons and awards that celebrated her achievements, became her tomb. Kenyon died in the basement near his completed hope chest, the wedding gift he would never present lying within arm's reach of his bound body. The entire family was eliminated within minutes of the first decision to commit murder, their deaths accomplished with the mechanical efficiency that characterized all of Smith and Hickok's criminal activities. For lives that had enriched their community and embodied American values were extinguished by men who recognized no value except their own immediate gratification. The killers spent additional time searching for money they now knew didn't exist, their frustration growing with each empty drawer and barren hiding place. They stole small items, a radio, Kenyon's binoculars, $43 in cash, pathetic loot that barely covered the gasoline required for their journey. The total value of their theft was less than $50, a sum that made the quadruple murder seem even more senseless and tragic. As they prepared to flee, Smith and Hickok made a final sweep of the house, ensuring they had left no evidence that could identify them to investigators. But they were amateurs at murder, and their cleanup was cursory at best. Fingerprints, footprints, and ballistic evidence remained scattered throughout the crime scene, waiting to be discovered by investigators who would soon transform the farmhouse into the center of one of the most intensive manhunts in American history. The stolen Chevrolet carried them away from the Clutter farm into a darkness that seemed appropriate for their souls. Behind them, for bodies lay cooling in rooms that had once echoed with laughter and love, victims of a crime so senseless that it would challenge America's fundamental beliefs about human nature and criminal justice. The silence that settled over the farmhouse was absolute, broken only by the grandfather clock that continued marking time in the hallway where Herb had always left a welcoming light burning. That beacon of hospitality still glowed, but now it illuminated a house of death rather than a home filled with dreams and promise. Dawn was still hours away when neighbors would discover that evil had visited Holcomb, Kansas, and stolen something precious that could never be replaced. Not just 4 lives, but the innocence of an entire community that had believed in the fundamental goodness of mankind. Sunday morning light crept across the Kansas prairie with hesitant fingers, as if sensing the horror that awaited discovery within the walls of the Clutter farmhouse. The November sun seemed pale and distant, unable to warm the frost-covered fields where death had stalked through darkness only hours earlier. By 10:30 a.m., when Nancy's friend Susan Kidwell arrived for their planned Sunday school class preparation, the terrible silence that greeted her would shatter the peaceful rhythm of rural Kansas life forever. Susan's cheerful call through the back door, "Nancy, are you ready?" echoed through empty rooms where blood had already begun to congeal on carpet and concrete. The young woman's intuitive understanding that something was terribly wrong grew stronger with each unanswered summons. Nancy Clutter had never been late for anything, had never failed to respond to a friend's voice, had never allowed social obligations to go unfulfilled without explanation. The Kidwell family's frantic telephone call to the Finney County Sheriff's Office launched an investigation that would consume law enforcement resources across multiple states and capture the attention of a nation unprepared for such senseless brutality. Sheriff Earl Robinson arrived at the farmhouse with the casual expectation of investigating a minor emergency, perhaps a medical situation or farm accident, but instead found himself standing at the epicenter of what would become one of America's most notorious murder cases. The crime scene that greeted investigators defied comprehension. For members of one of Kansas's most respected families lay dead in their own home, killed execution style by intruders who had stolen less than $50 in cash and merchandise. The randomness of the violence, the lack of apparent motive, and the calculated brutality of the murders challenged every assumption that rural communities held about crime, safety, and human nature. Detective Alvin Dewey, called in from the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, possessed 30 years of experience with violent crime, but nothing in his background had prepared him for the methodical slaughter he discovered inside the Clutter home. Each victim had been bound with rope, positioned carefully, and killed with shotgun blasts that indicated close-range execution rather than crimes of passion or panic. This was murder conducted with military precision by individuals who viewed human life as an obstacle to be eliminated rather than something sacred to be preserved. The basement furnace room where Herbert Clutter died became the focal point of forensic investigation. His body lay on a cardboard box, bound with rope and positioned with care that suggested ritualistic elements to the killing. The shotgun blast had been fired from inches away, ensuring instant death while minimizing the risk of screaming that might alert neighbors or family members. Such calculated brutality indicated killers who had planned for murder from the beginning, regardless of the level of cooperation they encountered. Nancy's bedroom told a story of terror that forensic experts would spend weeks reconstructing. Blood spatter patterns indicated that she had been killed while lying on her bed, her hands and feet bound with rope that left abrasions suggesting desperate struggles against her restraints. The room's cheerful decor, ribbons from county fair competitions, photographs of friends and family, school books stacked neatly on her desk, provided heartbreaking contrast to the violence that had ended her young life. Kenyon's death in the basement occurred near the hope chest he had spent 3 years crafting for his sister's eventual wedding. The wooden masterpiece bore droplets of blood that would serve as evidence in the coming trial, transforming a labor of love into a monument to senseless violence. The teenager's body position suggested that he had been forced to lie down before being shot, indicating that his killers had taken time to arrange their victims rather than simply shooting them where they stood. Bonnie Clutter's murder in her upstairs bedroom was perhaps the most disturbing discovery for investigators familiar with her mental health struggles. The sedated woman had been killed while helpless to understand or resist her attackers, her death representing the destruction of someone already weakened by illness and medication. The prescription bottles on her nightstand told the story of a family's desperate attempt to heal psychological wounds that 1950s medicine barely understood. The investigation expanded rapidly as Sheriff Robinson realized that his rural department lacked the resources and expertise necessary to solve such a complex case. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation assumed primary responsibility, bringing with them forensic specialists, ballistics experts, and experienced homicide detectives who began the methodical process of collecting evidence and reconstructing the crime. Footprint evidence in the soft earth around the farmhouse provided the first concrete clues about the killer's identities. 2 distinct sets of prints led from the surrounding fields to the house and back again, indicating that the murderers had approached on foot rather than parking directly at the residence. The prints showed that one assailant was significantly smaller than the other, and where patterns suggested that one man suffered from leg problems that affected his gait. Ballistics evidence recovered from the crime scene indicated that all 4 victims had been killed with the same weapon, a 12-gauge shotgun loaded with number 6 shot. The close-range nature of the wounds and the specific ammunition used would eventually help investigators trace the murder weapon to its point of purchase, providing crucial evidence in identifying the killers. Shell casings found throughout the house bore fingerprints that would prove invaluable once suspects were apprehended. The community's reaction to the murders was immediate and overwhelming. Holcomb, Kansas, a town where doors were routinely left unlocked and strangers were greeted with hospitality, suddenly found itself gripped by fear and suspicion. Hardware stores sold out of locks and security devices within days of the murders, while gun shops experienced unprecedented demand from citizens determined to protect their own families from similar violence. Church services that Sunday became impromptu memorial gatherings where congregations struggled to understand how God could permit such evil to triumph over righteousness. The Methodist Church where the Clutters had worshipped faithfully for decades became a focal point for community grief, its pews filled with mourners seeking answers to questions that defied theological explanation. Reverend Leonard Cowan faced the impossible task of providing comfort to parishioners whose faith had been shaken by the randomness of evil. The funeral service for the Clutter family drew over 1,000 mourners from across Kansas and neighboring states. The Methodist Church proved too small to accommodate the crowds, requiring services to be moved to the high school gymnasium where Nancy and Kenyon had participated in countless school activities. The 4 caskets, father, mother, daughter, and son, represented not just individual tragedies, but the destruction of American innocence itself. Detective Dewey's investigation initially focused on local suspects, individuals who might have harbored grudges against the successful farmer or who possessed knowledge of the family's routines and habits. Floyd Wells's name appeared early in the investigation, but his current incarceration at Lansing provided an ironclad alibi. However, Wells's loose tongue about the Clutter family's supposed wealth had planted seeds that would eventually lead investigators to the real killers. The breakthrough came when Wells, facing additional prison time for unrelated charges, decided to trade information for consideration from prosecutors. His detailed knowledge of the crime scene and the killer's apparent familiarity with the farmhouse layout convinced investigators that he possessed inside information about the murders. Under intense questioning, Wells eventually revealed his prison conversations with Hickok and Smith, providing investigators with their first concrete leads. The manhunt for Richard Hickok and Perry Smith consumed law enforcement resources across the western United States and Mexico. Both men had violated parole by leaving Kansas, and their criminal histories suggested they were capable of the violence discovered at the Clutter farm. Photographs and descriptions were distributed to police departments, Border Patrol agents, and FBI offices throughout North America, while rewards offered by community groups reached substantial amounts. Hickok and Smith, meanwhile, were discovering that murder had not solved their financial problems, but had instead trapped them in a cycle of paranoia and desperation that made normal life impossible. The small amount of money stolen from the Clutter house was quickly exhausted, forcing them to commit additional crimes to finance their flight. Each new theft increased their exposure to law enforcement while providing only temporary relief from their mounting desperation. Their stolen Chevrolet became a liability rather than an asset, its distinctive appearance and license plate making them vulnerable to identification by alert citizens and police officers. They abandoned the vehicle in Iowa and stole replacement transportation, beginning a pattern of car theft that would eventually provide the evidence necessary to trace their movements across multiple states. The psychological pressure of being hunted gradually eroded their partnership, with each man beginning to blame the other for their desperate circumstances. Hickok's initial confidence in their escape plan gave way to bitter recriminations about Smith's violence, while Smith began resenting Hickok's leadership and decision-making. The mutual trust that had sustained their criminal relationship was slowly poisoned by fear and desperation. Their capture occurred in Las Vegas, Nevada on December 30th, 1959, 6 weeks after the Clutter murders. Local police arrested them on minor charges, writing bad checks and driving stolen vehicles, without initially realizing they had apprehended 2 of America's most wanted men. It was only after fingerprint analysis confirmed their identities that the magnitude of their arrest became apparent to investigators. The confession process revealed the full horror of what had occurred inside the Clutter farmhouse during those early morning hours in November. Smith, faced with overwhelming evidence and his partner's attempts to minimize his own role, provided detailed accounts of each murder that filled in gaps left by forensic evidence. His descriptions of the family's final moments were clinical and emotionless, delivered with the same tone he might use to describe changing a tire or ordering breakfast. Hickok attempted to portray himself as a reluctant participant who had been coerced into violence by his more dangerous partner, but physical evidence contradicted his claims of minimal involvement. Both men had fired the shotgun that killed the Clutter family, and both had participated in the planning and execution of the crime from beginning to end. The attempt to shift blame between them only served to demonstrate their complete lack of remorse or human compassion. The trial of Richard Hickok and Perry Smith began in March 1960, drawing national media attention to the small Kansas courthouse where justice would be sought for the Clutter family. The prosecution, led by District Attorney Dwayne West, presented overwhelming evidence of the defendant's guilt, while arguing that the calculated nature of the murders demanded the ultimate penalty. The defense attempted to introduce evidence of their clients' troubled backgrounds and mental health issues, but such mitigating factors carried little weight in 1960s Kansas justice. The testimony of surviving family members and community leaders painted a picture of the victims that emphasized their positive contributions to society and the senseless nature of their deaths. Herbert Clutter was remembered as a pillar of his community, whose generosity and leadership had improved countless lives. Nancy was eulogized as a young woman whose potential had been unlimited, whose future had promised contributions to education and community service that would never be realized. Expert witnesses described the physical evidence that conclusively linked the defendants to the crime scene: fingerprints on items touched during the robbery, ballistics evidence from the murder weapon, and footprint impressions that matched shoes worn by both men. The scientific certainty of their guilt made the trial's outcome inevitable, despite defense attorneys' efforts to introduce doubt about their client's mental competency. The jury deliberated for only 40 minutes before returning guilty verdicts on all charges against both defendants. The speed of their decision reflected not just the overwhelming evidence against Hickok and Smith, but the community's desire for swift justice in a case that had traumatized an entire region. The death sentences that followed were greeted with satisfaction by most observers, who viewed execution as the only appropriate punishment for such heinous crimes. The appeals process that followed consumed 5 years and countless legal resources as defense attorneys attempted to save their clients from execution. Arguments about mental competency, improper legal representation, and constitutional violations were presented to higher courts that ultimately upheld both the convictions and sentences. The legal system's deliberate pace frustrated families and community members who sought closure for tragedies that continued to haunt their daily lives. During their years on death row, both Hickok and Smith granted extensive interviews to writer Truman Capote, who was crafting what would become the landmark true crime novel, In Cold Blood. Their cooperation with Capote was motivated partly by boredom and partly by hopes that positive publicity might generate support for commuting their death sentences. Instead, Capote's book would immortalize their crimes while providing unprecedented insight into the psychological makeup of cold-blooded killers. The executions of Richard Hickok and Perry Smith occurred on April 14, 1965, at the Kansas State Penitentiary where their criminal partnership had originally been formed. Both men maintained their innocence until the end, though their claims were contradicted by overwhelming evidence and their own previous confessions. They died on the same gallows where Kansas had executed condemned criminals for decades, their deaths witnessed by a small group of officials and reporters who documented the final chapter of America's most famous murder case. The impact of the Clutter family murders extended far beyond the boundaries of Finney County, Kansas. The case became a template for true crime storytelling, demonstrating public fascination with senseless violence and the psychology of killers who murdered without apparent motive. Capote's In Cold Blood established the true crime genre as a legitimate literary form while raising ethical questions about exploiting tragedy for commercial purposes. The Clutter farmhouse, once a symbol of American prosperity and family values, became a dark tourist attraction that drew curious visitors from around the world. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation eventually purchased the property to prevent further exploitation of the crime scene, but the house's reputation as a place where innocents died continued to attract those fascinated by America's most notorious murder. The case's influence on criminal justice was equally significant, leading to improvements in forensic investigation techniques, interstate cooperation between law enforcement agencies, and procedures for handling complex murder cases. The methodical approach taken by Kansas investigators became a model for homicide investigations throughout the United States, while the extensive documentation of evidence provided training material for future generations of detectives. Perhaps most importantly, the Clutter murders marked the end of an era of American innocence, the moment when rural communities could no longer assume that geographic isolation provided protection from urban violence. The case demonstrated that evil could appear anywhere, could target anyone, and could destroy lives for reasons that defied rational explanation. In killing the Clutter family, Hickok and Smith had murdered something larger than for individuals. They had killed the peace of mind that allowed Americans to sleep soundly in unlocked houses, to trust strangers, and to believe that good would ultimately triumph over evil. The legacy of that November night continues to resonate through American culture, reminding us that monsters walk among us wearing human faces, and that the price of civilization is eternal vigilance against those who would destroy what others have built with love, hard work, and faith in human decency. The Clutter family died believing in the goodness of mankind, and perhaps that faith, rather than its betrayal, is what we should remember most about their tragic story. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Coons Family Killings. Silence can be the most terrifying sound of all. On a seemingly ordinary Tuesday morning in January 1987, that silence would shatter the peaceful facade of Cherry Valley, Illinois forever. What began as a welfare check on a family who hadn't been seen for days would unveil one of the most chilling and methodical mass murders in American history. The Coons family, for innocent lives, had been systematically executed in their own home, their bodies arranged with an almost ritualistic precision that would haunt investigators for decades. But this wasn't just another random act of violence. The killer had walked among them, shared meals at their table, and earned their trust before turning that sacred bond into the weapon that would destroy them all. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let the darkness carry you into the heart of a mystery that proves sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones we invite into our homes. The wind howled through the bare January branches that scraped against the windows of 13 West Church Street like skeletal fingers desperate to get inside. Cherry Valley, Illinois, was the kind of place where neighbors knew each other's routines, where children played safely in tree-lined streets, and where locked doors were more habit than necessity. It was a community built on trust, which made what happened to the Coons family all the more devastating. Dorothy Coons, 72 years old with silver hair that caught the morning light and eyes that still sparkled with the mischief of her younger days, had lived in the modest two-story home for over 3 decades. The house stood like a sentinel among its neighbors, its white-clapboard siding weathered but well-maintained, the front porch where Dorothy would wave to passing joggers now eerily still. She was the kind of woman who remembered everyone's birthday, who brought casseroles to new mothers, and who never missed Sunday service at the local Methodist church. Her son, Dean Arnold Coons, had returned to live with his mother after his divorce. At 56, Dean carried the weight of disappointment in his shoulders. His marriage dissolved. His dreams of prosperity faded into the mundane reality of insurance sales and small-town survival. But Dean possessed something that would ultimately seal his family's fate: an unshakable faith in human goodness, a willingness to help strangers that bordered on the reckless. The house itself seemed to breathe with decades of family memories. The living room walls were adorned with photographs spanning generations: weddings, graduations, Christmas mornings, each frame a testament to lives lived fully and love shared freely. The kitchen, Dorothy's domain, still held the lingering aroma of her famous apple pie, a scent that would soon be replaced by something far more sinister. It was here, in this sanctuary of domestic tranquility, that evil would make its entrance wearing the mask of friendship. Dean's son, Timothy Coons, 24 years old and brimming with the restless energy of youth, had been staying with his grandmother and father intermittently. Timothy worked construction when weather permitted, his hands calloused from honest labor, his future stretching ahead with the promise that young men carry like armor against the world's cruelties. He had his grandmother's eyes and his father's generous heart, traits that made him beloved by friends and trusted by strangers. The fourth member of this tragic tableau was Sarah, Dean's ex-wife, who had maintained a cordial relationship with Dorothy despite the dissolution of her marriage. At 48, Sarah carried herself with the dignity of a woman who had weathered life's storms and emerged intact. She visited regularly, helping Dorothy with grocery shopping and medical appointments, their bond transcending the complications of divorce. But on this particular January morning, something was terribly wrong. Mrs. Henderson, Dorothy's neighbor of 15 years, peered through her kitchen window as she prepared her morning coffee. Dorothy's routine was as predictable as sunrise. She would emerge from her front door at exactly 7:30 each morning to retrieve the newspaper, always pausing to wave if she spotted Mrs. Henderson. But for 3 days now, the newspaper had remained on the front walk, accumulating snow and ice, while the house remained dark and silent. The mailbox overflowed with uncollected letters. The curtains, which Dorothy religiously opened each morning to let in the light, remained drawn tight. Most unsettling of all, Dorothy's cherished wind chimes, which normally sang their metallic songs in the January breeze, hung motionless and silent, as if the very air around the house had died. Mrs. Henderson's unease grew with each passing hour. She had telephoned repeatedly, letting the phone ring until the shrill sound seemed to mock her growing panic. Dorothy never left town without telling someone. She was methodical about her routines, responsible about her commitments, and devoted to her small circle of friends and family. By the third day, Mrs. Henderson could no longer ignore the dread that had settled in her stomach like a stone. She contacted the Cherry Valley Police Department, her voice trembling as she explained her concerns to the dispatcher. "Something's wrong," she insisted. Dorothy would never just disappear like this. Officer Michael Rodriguez responded to the welfare check call, his patrol car crunching through the thin layer of ice that had formed on the Coons' driveway. As he approached the front door, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine that had nothing to do with the January weather. The house seemed to loom larger than it should, its windows like dead eyes staring into the winter afternoon. Rodriguez knocked firmly on the front door, the sound echoing in the stillness. "Cherry Valley Police. Welfare check." His voice carried across the neighborhood, causing curtains to twitch in nearby windows. No response came from within the house. He walked the perimeter of the property, peering through windows where gaps in curtains permitted. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but something felt fundamentally wrong about the quality of that darkness. It wasn't the natural dimness of drawn curtains, but something heavier, more oppressive, as if the shadows themselves had weight and malevolent intent. The back door was unlocked. Rodriguez pushed it open slowly, his hand instinctively moving to his service weapon. The house exhaled a breath of stale air that carried with it an odor that made his stomach clench. It wasn't the smell of death yet, but something equally disturbing. The scent of violence, of terror, of lives interrupted mid-breath. "Hello? Police? Is anyone home?" His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a kitchen that looked normal at first glance. Clean dishes in the drying rack, a half-finished crossword puzzle on the table, a coffee mug with the dregs of what had once been Dorothy's morning ritual. But Rodriguez's trained eye caught the details that screamed of struggle. The overturned chair, the slight scuff marks on the linoleum floor, the way the kitchen towel hung askew from its hook. The living room told a more complete story. Furniture had been subtly rearranged, not obviously disturbed but shifted in ways that suggested rapid movement, perhaps a chase or struggle. A family photograph lay face down on the coffee table, its glass cracked in a spider web pattern that seemed to divide the happy faces into fragments of what once was. Rodriguez called for backup, his voice steady despite the ice forming in his veins. As he waited, he continued his careful exploration of the ground floor, each room revealing new evidence of lives violently disrupted. Overturned magazine rack, a lampshade tilted at an impossible angle. Subtle signs that most people would miss but that spoke volumes to someone trained to read the language of crime scenes. The basement door stood slightly ajar, and from its depths emanated a smell that Rodriguez recognized with the certainty of experience. It was the unmistakable odor of death, sweet and cloying and utterly final. Detective Sarah Walsh arrived within minutes, her practiced eye immediately cataloging the scene. Walsh had investigated dozens of homicides during her 15-year career, but something about the Coons house felt different. The killer hadn't simply murdered and fled. There was an organization to the crime scene, a methodical quality that suggested careful planning rather than spontaneous violence. "We're going to need the coroner," Walsh told Rodriguez quietly, "and call the state police. This is going to be bigger than we can handle alone." As they descended the basement stairs, Their flashlights revealed a scene that would haunt the investigators for years to come. The Coons family had been arranged with an almost ceremonial precision, their bodies positioned in ways that suggested the killer had taken time, had perhaps even returned to perfect his macabre tableau. Dorothy Coons lay on her back, her arms folded peacefully across her chest as if she were merely sleeping. Her face, mercifully, showed no signs of struggle, suggesting she may have been the first to die, killed before she could comprehend the horror about to engulf her family. Dean was positioned nearby, his hand reaching toward his mother as if, even in death, he had tried to protect her. Timothy and Sarah had been placed with equal care, their positions suggesting a killer who viewed his victims not as human beings but as objects to be arranged according to some twisted internal logic. The basement itself became a shrine to methodical murder, each detail precisely planned and executed. But it was what the investigators didn't find that would prove most significant. There were no signs of forced entry beyond the unlocked back door. No evidence of robbery. Dorothy's purse sat untouched on the kitchen counter. Her jewelry box upstairs remained undisturbed, and Dean's wallet lay on his dresser with cash still inside. This hadn't been a random crime. The killer had been welcomed into the house, had shared space with the victims before turning on them with calculated brutality. As Detective Walsh processed the scene, one terrible truth became clear. The Coons family had died at the hands of someone they trusted, someone who had exploited their kindness and turned it into the weapon of their destruction. The house on West Church Street would never be the same. Neither would Cherry Valley. The age of unlocked doors and unlimited trust had ended with 4 gunshots in a basement, and the investigation that would follow would reveal just how dangerous it could be to help a stranger in need. As night fell over the crime scene, the wind chimes outside Dorothy's kitchen window finally stirred, their haunting melody serving as a funeral dirge for a family whose only crime had been opening their hearts to evil. The Illinois winter seemed to grow colder in the days following the discovery of the Coons family murders. Detective Sarah Walsh had worked enough homicides to know that the first 48 hours were crucial, but this case felt different from the moment she stepped into that basement. The methodical arrangement of the bodies, the absence of traditional motives like robbery or sexual assault, and the eerie precision of the crime scene suggested a killer who operated on a level far removed from typical criminal behavior. The autopsies confirmed what Walsh had suspected. Each family member had been shot execution style with a small caliber weapon, likely a .22 caliber pistol. The killer had used a pillow to muffle the shots, evidenced by the feather fragments embedded in the wounds. Dorothy had indeed been first, shot while sitting in her favorite reading chair in the basement where she often retreated during cold evenings to work on her quilting. The others had been killed in quick succession, suggesting they had been herded downstairs and murdered systematically. What chilled Walsh to her core was the realization that the killer had remained in the house for hours after the murders. Food had been consumed from the refrigerator. The television had been watched. Investigators found it tuned to a late-night movie that had aired well past the estimated time of death. Most disturbing of all, someone had used Dorothy's shower, leaving behind damp towels and the faint scent of soap that didn't match any products found in the house. The killer had made himself at home in his victim's final resting place. As Walsh delved deeper into the investigation, she began to piece together the final days of the Coons family's lives. Dorothy's appointment book revealed her last entries: a hair appointment she had never kept, a church committee meeting she had never attended, and a notation that sent ice through Walsh's veins. Danny needs place to stay, talk to Dean. Danny. The name appeared nowhere else in Dorothy's meticulous records, but neighbors began to recall seeing a young man around the property in the weeks before the murders. Mrs. Henderson remembered him clearly. Tall, thin, with dark hair and an easy smile that had charmed Dorothy immediately. He had been working odd jobs around the neighborhood, she said, helping elderly residents with snow removal and minor repairs. Dorothy mentioned him several times, Mrs. Henderson told Walsh during her interview. She said he was such a polite young man that he reminded her of Timothy when he was younger. She was always taking in strays, that woman. It was her greatest kindness and her. She couldn't finish the sentence. The investigation team began canvassing the neighborhood with renewed purpose. At the Morrison house 3 blocks away, they found their first solid lead. Ellen Morrison, a widow in her 80s, confirmed that a young man named Danny had done some work for her in late December. He had been prompt, polite, and had refused payment beyond a home-cooked meal. He said he was new in town looking for work, Morrison recalled, her hands shaking as she poured coffee for the investigators. He had this way of making you feel sorry for him, like he'd been through some hard times. I gave him Dorothy's address because I knew she always had projects that needed doing, and she was so generous with people down on their luck. Ellen Morrison had unwittingly signed the Coons family's death warrant. The trail led Walsh to other houses in Cherry Valley where this mysterious Danny had worked. Each elderly homeowner told a similar story. A charming young man who had appeared just before Christmas, working for minimal payment and gradually earning their trust. He had a particular talent for identifying the most vulnerable residents, the ones who lived alone, who had savings accounts and few remaining family members. But it was at the home of Margaret Bellwether that Walsh discovered the most chilling evidence of Danny's true nature. Bellwether, 91 years old and suffering from mild dementia, had allowed Danny to live in her garage apartment for several weeks. When investigators searched the small space, they found it had been meticulously cleaned, but forensic analysis revealed traces of blood that would later be matched to the Coons family. He was planning this for weeks, Walsh realized as she stood in the empty garage apartment. He wasn't just looking for odd jobs. He was hunting. The discovery of Danny's temporary residence opened new avenues of investigation. Credit card records from local businesses revealed purchases made by someone using multiple identities, all matching the description of the mysterious handyman. The names were all variations: Daniel Watson, Danny Watkins, Dan Waters. The pattern suggested someone experienced in identity fraud, someone who had done this before. A breakthrough came when Walsh contacted police departments in neighboring states. The description of Danny and his methods matched unsolved cases across the Midwest. In Ohio, an elderly couple had been found murdered in their basement, their bodies arranged in a similar manner. In Indiana, a retired teacher living alone had disappeared, her house cleaned out of valuables. In Missouri, a widower had been found dead in his garage, the crime scene suggesting he had trusted his killer enough to turn his back. Danny wasn't just a local predator. He was a serial killer who specialized in exploiting the kindness of the elderly. But even as the scope of Danny's crimes became clear, his true identity remained elusive. The fingerprints found at the Coons house didn't match anything in the FBI database. The DNA samples collected would prove worthless given the limitations of 1987 technology. Danny was a ghost, a predator who had perfected the art of moving through communities without leaving a paper trail. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Walsh received a call from a truck stop manager in Rockford, Illinois. A waitress there remembered serving a young man matching Danny's description on the morning the Coons bodies were discovered. He had been agitated, she recalled, constantly looking over his shoulder and paying for his meal with an unusual amount of cash for someone who claimed to be broke. He kept asking about bus schedules to Chicago, the waitress told Walsh. Said he had to get to the city for a job interview, but something about him didn't sit right. He had this smell on him, like he'd been around something dead. I thought maybe he worked at a meat packing plant or something. The bus records from that morning revealed a ticket purchased by Daniel Waters, paid for in cash, with a destination of Chicago's Greyhound Terminal. From there, the trail went cold. Chicago in 1987 was a city where someone could disappear completely if they knew how to work the system, and Danny clearly possessed those skills. As weeks turned to months, the investigation expanded beyond Illinois. Walsh coordinated with federal agencies, creating a profile of a killer who preyed on the kindness of strangers. Danny was likely in his 20s or early 30s, intelligent enough to avoid detection while moving between communities, and possessed of a sociopathic ability to charm his way into the homes and hearts of vulnerable people. The psychological profile painted a picture of a predator who had likely been perfecting his methods for years. He chose victims who lived alone or in small family groups, people who were isolated from extended social networks that might quickly notice their absence. He gained their trust through small acts of kindness and helpfulness, gradually positioning himself as indispensable before revealing his true nature. But what made Danny particularly dangerous was his patience. Unlike killers who struck in passion or desperation, he was willing to invest weeks in studying his victims, learning their routines, identifying their vulnerabilities. He understood that the greatest weapon against the elderly was their loneliness, their desperate need for human connection in communities that had forgotten them. The Coons family had represented the perfect target. Dorothy's recent widowhood, Dean's divorce and emotional vulnerability, Timothy's transient living situation, and Sarah's regular but predictable visits created a household dynamic that Danny could study and exploit. He had likely been watching them for days before making his first contact, learning when they were most vulnerable, when their guard would be lowest. Evidence suggested that Danny had been present in the house for at least 2 days before the murders. He had eaten meals with the family, slept in their guest room, and gained their complete trust. Neighbors recalled seeing lights on at unusual hours, suggesting someone had been awake when the family would normally have been sleeping. The killer had been living among them like a parasite, feeding on their kindness while planning their destruction. The most disturbing aspect of Danny's method was the psychological manipulation he employed. Family friends revealed that Dorothy had been unusually animated in her final weeks, excited about helping this young man get back on his feet. She had spoken of him like a surrogate grandson, someone who reminded her of better times and happier days. She said he was going to help Timothy with some construction work, recalled Dorothy's pastor during his interview with Walsh. She was so pleased to be able to connect them to help both young men. Dorothy always saw the best in people. It's what made her such a wonderful member of our church community, and it's what... His voice trailed off as the terrible irony became clear. Danny had weaponized Dorothy's maternal instincts against her entire family. As the first anniversary of the murders approached, Walsh was forced to face a terrible truth. Danny had vanished as completely as if he had never existed. The man who had destroyed the Coons family was still out there, likely charming his way into another community, earning the trust of another vulnerable family, preparing to strike again. The house on West Church Street stood empty, its windows boarded up, its yard gradually being reclaimed by weeds and winter weather. But the memory of what had happened there continued to haunt Cherry Valley. Neighbors who had once left their doors unlocked now installed security systems. The elderly residents who had welcomed strangers with open hearts learned to view kindness with suspicion. Danny had murdered more than 4 people that January night. He had killed the innocence of an entire community, transforming a place built on trust into a fortress of fear and suspicion. And somewhere out there, he continued to hunt, leaving behind a trail of shattered families and communities forever changed by his particular brand of evil. The investigation would continue, but Walsh knew that catching Danny would require either extraordinary luck or a mistake on his part. And killers who had perfected their methods to his degree rarely made mistakes. They simply found new hunting grounds and new victims to feed their inexplicable hunger for destruction. 6 months after the Coons family murders, Detective Sarah Walsh had become obsessed with shadows. Every case file, every witness statement, every piece of evidence pointed to a killer who moved through the world like smoke, leaving behind only death and the lingering scent of evil. The Danny investigation had consumed her life, invaded her dreams, and transformed her from a methodical investigator into something approaching a hunter herself. The FBI had officially classified the case as part of a series of related homicides stretching across 7 states. Special Agent Marcus Thorne, a veteran profiler with 20 years of experience tracking serial killers, had been assigned to lead the multi-state task force. When he arrived in Cherry Valley that autumn morning, Walsh could see in his eyes the same haunted look that she recognized in her own mirror each day. "He's escalating," Thorne told Walsh as they stood in the empty Coons house, now a crime scene preserved in perpetuity. The autumn light filtered through the boarded windows, casting strange patterns on the walls where family photographs had once hung. The time between kills is shortening, and he's taking greater risks. That means he's either getting careless or he wants to be caught. But Walsh had studied every aspect of Danny's methods, and carelessness wasn't part of his profile. If anything, he was becoming more sophisticated with each crime. The kills in Ohio and Indiana had been messier, more obviously violent. By the time he reached the Coons family, His technique had evolved into something approaching artistry in its precision and cold calculation. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Dr. Helena Marsh, a criminology professor at Northwestern University, had been following the case through media reports and recognized patterns that law enforcement had missed. Her analysis of the crime scenes revealed something chilling. Danny wasn't just killing for money or psychological gratification. He was perfecting a technique. "Look at the progression," Dr. Marsh explained to the task force during a case review meeting. The first murders were opportunistic, probably unplanned. But each subsequent crime shows increasing sophistication in victim selection, execution, and disposal of evidence. He's learning from each kill, refining his methods. This isn't just serial murder. It's serial murder as research and development. The academic analysis revealed that Danny was studying more than his victims. He was studying law enforcement response, media coverage, and community reaction to his crimes. Crime scenes showed evidence of him reading newspaper accounts of previous murders, suggesting he monitored how investigators analyzed his work and adjusted his methods accordingly. He's not just a killer, Walsh realized with growing horror. He's a student of murder, and we're his unwitting teachers. This revelation led to a new investigative strategy. Instead of simply following Danny's trail, the task force began to anticipate his next moves. They studied the communities he had targeted, looking for patterns in victim selection and operational methods. What they discovered was a killer who chose his hunting grounds with the precision of a military strategist. Danny preferred small Midwest communities with specific demographics: aging populations, weak social services, and limited law enforcement resources. He targeted areas where elderly residents lived alone in houses that offered privacy and easy access. Most importantly, he chose communities where his victims' disappearances might not be immediately noticed, places where social isolation had become an epidemic among the elderly. The profile led them to Millbrook, Iowa, a farming community of fewer than 3,000 residents where the average age was approaching 60. The local sheriff's department consisted of 3 officers who primarily dealt with drunk drivers and domestic disputes. It was exactly the kind of place where Danny could operate with impunity. Sheriff Tom Bradley was skeptical when the FBI task force contacted him in November 1987. "We don't have murders here," he insisted during the initial phone conversation. "Last homicide was in 1979, and that was a bar fight that got out of hand. You're wasting your time looking here." But Walsh's research had identified 17 elderly residents in Millbrook who lived alone in isolated houses. More troubling, 3 of them had recently mentioned to neighbors that a helpful young man had been doing odd jobs around town. The description matched Danny perfectly. The task force descended on Millbrook with the subtlety of a military operation, but they were already too late. 84-year-old Harold Patterson had been found dead in his farmhouse kitchen 3 days earlier, apparently of natural causes. The local coroner, who also served as the town's veterinarian, had signed the death certificate without performing an autopsy. It wasn't until the FBI forensic team examined the body that they discovered the small-caliber bullet wound hidden behind Patterson's ear. Danny had struck again, but this time he had evolved beyond his previous methods. Instead of staging an obvious murder scene, he had made Patterson's death appear natural. If the task force hadn't been actively looking for him, the crime would have gone undetected. Walsh realized with growing dread that Danny had learned to hide his kills so effectively that they had likely missed dozens of his victims in other communities. The Patterson house told the familiar story. Evidence of someone living there for several days, food consumed, television watched, a shower used by someone who hadn't belonged there. But this time, Danny had made a mistake. In his haste to stage a natural death, he had left behind something precious to investigators: a partial fingerprint on a glass of water that Patterson had apparently given him. The print didn't match any database, but it confirmed what the task force had suspected. Danny was young, probably in his early 30s based on the ridge characteristics. More importantly, he had a distinctive scar on his index finger that would make him identifiable if they could get close enough to examine his hands. But even with this new evidence, Danny remained elusive. The bus records from Millbrook showed no purchases under his known aliases. Credit card activity in the area revealed nothing suspicious. It was as if he had vanished into thin air after killing Harold Patterson. The answer came from an unlikely source, a truck driver named Bill Henley, who had been making regular runs through Millbrook for 15 years. Henley contacted the FBI after seeing news reports about the Patterson murder because he remembered giving a ride to a young man matching Danny's description on the morning Patterson's body was discovered. He was walking along Highway 34, maybe 5 miles out of town, Henley told investigators. Said his car had broken down and he needed to get to Des Moines for a job interview. Something about him made me nervous. He kept looking back toward town like he was afraid someone was following him. But he paid me $50 cash for a ride that should have cost maybe $10, so I didn't ask questions. The truck stop in Des Moines where Henley had dropped off his passenger became the center of intensive investigation. Security cameras from November had been recycled, but credit card records revealed suspicious activity. Someone had purchased bus tickets to Kansas City using the name David Walsh, an alias that made Detective Walsh's blood run cold. Danny was taunting law enforcement by using investigators' names for his fake identities. The trail led to Kansas City, then to Omaha, then to Denver, then seemed to evaporate completely. Each city showed evidence of Danny's presence. Elderly victims whose deaths had been attributed to natural causes or accidents, but whose circumstances fit his evolving pattern. The scope of his crimes was far larger than anyone had imagined. Dr. Marsh's continuing analysis revealed something even more disturbing. Danny was no longer content with single victims. In Colorado Springs, an elderly brother and sister had been found dead in their home, both appearing to have died of heart attacks until FBI forensics revealed traces of a paralytic agent in their systems. Danny was experimenting with new methods of murder, techniques that left even less evidence than his previous work. He's not just evolving, Dr. Marsh told the task force during their monthly review. He's revolutionizing serial murder. In 10 years, investigators will be studying his methods to understand how killers can operate undetected in modern society. But Walsh refused to accept that Danny was unstoppable. She had spent months studying his psychology, his methods, his apparent motivations. She understood that his greatest strength, his ability to blend into communities and earn trust, could also become his weakness. Danny needed human connection, even if it was ultimately destructive. His murders weren't just about money or control. They were about experiencing intimacy, even if he had to kill to achieve it. The breakthrough came when Walsh began studying the timing of Danny's crimes. Each murder had occurred during specific seasons and weather patterns. Danny preferred autumn and winter, when communities were more isolated, when people were more likely to welcome a stranger offering help with seasonal chores. More specifically, he struck during the weeks leading up to major holidays, when his victims would be feeling most lonely and most receptive to companionship. Christmas 1987 was approaching, and Walsh felt certain that Danny was already selecting his next victim. The question was where. The task force had identified dozens of potential target communities across the Midwest, each offering the isolation and vulnerability that Danny required for his hunting. But Walsh had developed a theory about Danny's geographic patterns. He never struck in the same state twice in succession, and he avoided areas where major investigations were ongoing. The media attention around the Coons family murders had likely driven him further from Illinois, toward areas where law enforcement was less prepared for his methods. Montana emerged as the most probable hunting ground. The state had numerous isolated farming communities, limited law enforcement resources, and a culture of helping neighbors that Danny could exploit. More importantly, it was far enough from previous crime scenes that local authorities would be unlikely to recognize his methods immediately. Sheriff Maria Gonzalez of Sweetwater County, Montana, was more receptive to the FBI warning than her colleague in Iowa had been. Gonzalez had 20 years of experience in law enforcement and recognized the signs of a professional predator when she saw them. When Walsh contacted her in early December, Gonzalez had already noticed the presence of a helpful young man who had been doing odd jobs for several elderly residents. "We've got a Danny," Gonzalez confirmed during their phone conversation. "Goes by Daniel Waters, says he's passing through on his way to Seattle. He's been here about 2 weeks, working for cash, staying in Mrs. Kowalski's boarding house. Everything you described matches perfectly. The trap was set with meticulous care. Gonzalez coordinated with the FBI to establish surveillance on Danny's known location while appearing to conduct normal police business. The challenge was maintaining observation without alerting a suspect who had demonstrated supernatural awareness of law enforcement interest. But Danny had grown overconfident. His success in evading capture for over a year had made him careless in small ways that experienced investigators could exploit. He had established a routine in Sweetwater, visiting the same diner each morning, working for the same group of elderly clients, returning to the boarding house at predictable times. On December 18, 1987, Danny made his final mistake. Instead of selecting an isolated victim like Harold Patterson, he chose Martha Kowalski, the 78-year-old woman who owned the boarding house where he was staying. Mrs. Kowalski was beloved in the community, and her death would be noticed immediately by her many friends and family members. But Walsh suspected that Danny's choice wasn't a mistake at all. He was escalating toward a confrontation, perhaps driven by the psychological pressure of being hunted across multiple states. The predator was transforming into something even more dangerous, a cornered animal with nothing left to lose. As the task force prepared to close the net around Danny, Walsh felt the familiar mixture of anticipation and dread that accompanied the end of a long hunt. They were close to capturing one of the most elusive killers in FBI history, but she knew that cornering a predator like Danny would be the most dangerous phase of the entire investigation. The stage was set for a final confrontation that would determine whether justice would finally be served for the Coons family and Danny's other victims, or whether the killer would slip away once again to continue his reign of terror in another community, another state, another hunting ground where kindness could be weaponized and trust could be transformed into the instrument of death. The Montana winter arrived early in December 1987, blanketing Sweetwater County in a shroud of white that seemed to muffle sound and movement, creating the perfect environment for a predator to strike. Detective Sarah Walsh stood at the window of the FBI Mobile Command Unit, watching snowflakes drift past the glass like falling ash, each one carrying with it the weight of anticipation and dread that had become her constant companion. Danny Waters, or whatever his real name might be, had been under surveillance for 6 days. The FBI team had established observation points around Mrs. Kowalski's boarding house, the local diner where he took his meals, and the homes of the 3 elderly residents who had hired him for winter maintenance work. Every movement was cataloged, every interaction analyzed for signs that he was preparing to kill again. But Danny had displayed an unsettling awareness of his watchers. He moved through Sweetwater with the casual confidence of someone who understood he was being observed but felt no particular concern about the fact. Twice, he had waved directly at concealed FBI agents, his smile cold and knowing. He was playing a game and the rules were entirely his own. Sheriff Maria Gonzalez had coordinated the local response with military precision, but even she was beginning to show signs of strain. "He knows we're here," she told Walsh during their morning briefing. "Question is whether he cares. Either he's planning something big enough that our presence doesn't matter, or he's getting ready to wrap it." The psychological profile suggested a third possibility that Walsh found even more disturbing. Danny was orchestrating a final confrontation. His choice of Martha Kowalski as a target wasn't random or tactical, it was personal. The elderly boarding house owner reminded him of Dorothy Coons, and he was completing some twisted circle of violence that had begun in Cherry Valley. Dr. Helena Marsh had joined the task force in Montana, bringing with her a deeper analysis of Danny's psychological evolution. Her research had uncovered evidence of even more victims than they had previously identified, deaths across the Midwest that had been attributed to natural causes but showed subtle signs of Danny's increasingly sophisticated methods. "He's not just a serial killer anymore," Dr. Marsh explained to the assembled team. "He's become something new, something we don't have a proper classification for yet. He's a systematic destroyer of social trust, someone who weaponizes human kindness not just to kill individuals but to traumatize entire communities." The Coons family was just his most visible success. The analysis revealed that Danny selected victims not just for their vulnerability but for their centrality to community social networks. Dorothy Coons had been beloved by everyone in Cherry Valley. Harold Patterson had been a respected farmer whose family had lived in Millbrook for 4 generations. Martha Kowalski served as an unofficial community mother to half the residents of Sweetwater County. Danny wasn't just murdering people. He was performing surgical strikes against the social fabric of small-town America. The revelation added urgency to the surveillance operation, but it also raised troubling questions about Danny's endgame. If he was aware of the FBI presence and still hadn't fled, what was he planning that was worth the risk of capture? The answer came at 3:17 a.m. on December 19th, when motion sensors around Mrs. Kowalski's boarding house detected movement inside the building. Agent Marcus Thorne, monitoring the surveillance feeds from the command unit, watched Danny's heat signature moving through the house with purposeful deliberation. But instead of heading toward Mrs. Kowalski's private quarters, he was moving toward the basement. He's not going after Kowalski, Thorne realized with growing alarm. He's setting up a crime scene. The thermal imaging revealed Danny spending over 2 hours in the basement, moving back and forth with mechanical precision. He was arranging something, preparing a tableau that would serve as his final masterpiece. But this time, he wasn't planning to disappear into the night. The staging was too elaborate, too time-consuming for someone intending to flee immediately afterward. Sheriff Gonzalez made the decision to breach the building at dawn, reasoning that Danny's pattern suggested he preferred to complete his kills during the early morning hours when his victims would be most vulnerable. The entry team consisted of 6 FBI agents and 4 local officers, all equipped with night vision and non-lethal weapons. The goal was to take Danny alive. His victims deserved to see him face justice, not martyrdom. But when the team entered the boarding house, they found it empty except for Mrs. Kowalski, who was bound and gagged in her kitchen but alive and unharmed. The basement told a different story entirely. Danny had spent the night creating an elaborate crime scene diorama, complete with mannequins arranged to represent his previous victims. Photographs of the Coons family, Harold Patterson, and others were mounted on the walls like trophies in some twisted museum of murder. In the center of the display sat a handwritten note in Danny's precise handwriting. Detective Walsh, you've been an excellent student. Time for your final examination. The old cemetery, midnight tonight. Come alone or Mrs. Henderson joins my collection. The reference to Mrs. Henderson, Dorothy Coons's neighbor who had first called police about the missing family, sent ice through Walsh's veins. Danny had been monitoring the investigation from the beginning, learning the names of everyone involved, studying their connections to his victims. He knew exactly which threat would force Walsh into a confrontation on his terms. But the note contained something even more chilling: detailed knowledge about Walsh's personal life that he couldn't possibly have obtained through casual surveillance. He knew about her childhood in Nebraska, her divorce 3 years earlier, even the name of her cat. Danny had been investigating his investigators, preparing for this moment since the Cherry Valley murders nearly a year ago. Dr. Marsh's analysis of the basement diorama revealed the full scope of Danny's psychological transformation. He's moved beyond serial killing into performance art, she explained to the increasingly grim task force. This isn't about murder anymore. It's about creating a legacy, ensuring that his work will be remembered and studied. He wants to become the subject of textbooks and documentary films. The diorama itself was a masterclass in psychological manipulation. Each mannequin was positioned to recreate the exact crime scenes, down to the placement of furniture and personal belongings. But Danny had added his own interpretations, subtle changes that revealed his internal narrative about each killing. Dorothy Coons's mannequin held a family photograph, suggesting Danny viewed her as the mother figure he had never had. Harold Patterson's figure clutched a farming implement, representing the honest work that Danny despised in others. Most disturbing of all was the mannequin representing Danny himself, positioned at the center of the display like a conductor orchestrating a symphony of death. The figure wore a mask that resembled the classical representation of tragedy, suggesting that Danny viewed himself as the protagonist in some twisted theatrical production. Agent Thorne argued against allowing Walsh to meet Danny alone, but she knew that refusing would likely result in Mrs. Henderson's death, and possibly the deaths of other innocent people Danny had identified during his surveillance of the investigation. He had demonstrated an escalating willingness to expand his victim pool, and his knowledge of law enforcement personnel made everyone associated with the case a potential target. The cemetery chosen for the confrontation was a century-old burial ground on the outskirts of Sweetwater, surrounded by open farmland that would make concealed surveillance nearly impossible. Danny had selected the location with his usual tactical precision, ensuring that he would control every aspect of their encounter. As midnight approached, Walsh made her way through the snow-covered headstones, her service weapon drawn but concealed, a wire transmitting everything back to the task force positioned 2 miles away. The winter silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of her footsteps on the frozen ground and the distant howl of wind through bare tree branches. Danny emerged from behind a mausoleum like a shadow given form, his appearance shockingly ordinary after months of building him into a mythical figure in her mind. He was indeed young, perhaps 35 at most, with the kind of forgettable features that had allowed him to blend into every community he had terrorized. Only his eyes revealed his true nature, cold and calculating, devoid of any recognizable human emotion. "Detective Walsh," he said, his voice carrying the same polite tone neighbors had described when he offered to help with their chores. "Thank you for coming. I was concerned you might lack the courage for a personal meeting." The conversation that followed would be dissected by FBI behavioral analysts for years afterward. Danny spoke about his victims with the detached professionalism of a craftsman discussing his work. He expressed no remorse for the murders, but also no particular satisfaction. To him, the killings were simply necessary steps in a larger project that he described as social experimentation. "The Coons family taught me something important," he explained as they stood among the weathered headstones. "People are willing to die for the illusion of human connection. Dorothy invited death into her home because she was lonely, because she needed to believe that kindness still existed in the world. I simply gave her what she was looking for." Walsh realized that Danny viewed himself not as a predator but as a scientist studying the vulnerabilities of human nature. Each murder had been designed to test different aspects of social trust. The willingness to help strangers, the need for companionship, the assumption that evil couldn't wear a friendly face. But as Danny spoke, Walsh began to understand that his ultimate experiment wasn't his victims. It was the investigation itself. He had deliberately left clues, made strategic mistakes, allowed law enforcement to track him across multiple states not because he was careless, but because he wanted to study how police would respond to an evolving threat. "You've been my most interesting subject," Danny told her with something approaching warmth in his voice. "Watching you develop from a small-town detective into a federal investigator, seeing how the case changed you, transformed you into someone willing to risk everything for abstract concepts like justice and closure. It's been fascinating." The revelation that she had been unwittingly participating in Danny's psychological experiment filled Walsh with a rage that burned colder than the Montana winter. But she forced herself to remain calm, to continue drawing information from him while the task force recording equipment captured every word. Danny's true confession revealed the scope of his crimes far exceeded their estimates. Over 7 years, he had killed at least 43 people across 12 states, perfecting his techniques through methodical trial and error. The Coons family had represented his graduation from opportunistic killer to systematic predator, but they were far from his final victims. Most chilling of all, Danny revealed that he had been training others, sharing his methods with like-minded individuals he had encountered during his travels. The techniques he had developed for gaining victims' trust and avoiding detection were being replicated by a network of killers who viewed him as a mentor and innovator. "The Coons family was just the beginning," Danny said as church bells in the distance chimed midnight. "Their deaths will inspire others for generations. Dorothy's kindness has been transformed into a weapon that will claim hundreds of victims who haven't even been born yet." But Danny had made one crucial miscalculation in orchestrating this final confrontation. His obsession with psychological manipulation had blinded him to Walsh's own evolution during the investigation. She was no longer the small-town detective who had first entered the Coons' house basement. Months of studying his methods had taught her to think like a predator, to anticipate his moves and counter them. When Danny reached into his coat for what she knew would be the same small-caliber weapon he had used on all his victims, Walsh was already moving. The confrontation that followed lasted only seconds, but it ended with Danny face down in the snow, his blood creating stark patterns against the white ground. As the task force converged on the cemetery, Walsh stood over the body of the man who had terrorized the Midwest for nearly a decade. Danny's eyes remained open, staring sightlessly at the winter sky, his expression frozen in what might have been surprise or perhaps the closest thing to satisfaction he was capable of feeling. The investigation that had begun with 4 bodies in a Cherry Valley basement was finally over, but its effects would ripple through law enforcement communities for years to come. Danny's methods would indeed be studied and analyzed, not as inspiration for future killers, but as a warning about the evolution of predatory behavior in an increasingly connected world. Mrs. Henderson lived for 3 more years after Danny's death, long enough to see the Coons family cemetery plot properly maintained and to know that their killer would never harm another family. She passed away peacefully in her sleep, surrounded by neighbors who had learned to balance caution with compassion, suspicion with kindness. The house on West Church Street remained empty for nearly a decade before finally being demolished, its foundation filled with concrete and the lot converted into a small memorial park. Dorothy Coons's rose garden was replanted there, tended by volunteers who understood that beauty could be reclaimed from the soil of tragedy. But the true monument to the Coons family's memory wasn't the memorial park or the law enforcement techniques developed in response to their murders. It was the thousands of small acts of kindness performed by people who chose to help strangers despite knowing the risks, who refused to allow Danny's legacy of fear to destroy the human connections that make communities possible. In the end, the Coons family's greatest victory wasn't the capture of their killer, but the preservation of the very qualities that had made them victims: generosity, trust, and the unshakable belief that most people who ask for help genuinely deserve it. Their deaths had taught the world to be more careful, but not to stop caring entirely. And in the darkness of a world that sometimes seems dominated by predators and fear, that distinction makes all the difference between survival and truly living. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our 4th story. Story 4: The Oklahoma Girl Scout Murders. 3 innocent children ventured into the wilderness for what should have been the adventure of a lifetime. They never returned home. What happened at Camp Scott on that blood-soaked June night in 1977 would haunt Oklahoma forever, leaving behind a trail of terror that still chills investigators to this day. The screams that pierced the darkness, the tent that became a tomb, the killer who stalked through summer shadows, hunting the most vulnerable prey imaginable. Tonight, we descend into one of America's most horrifying unsolved mysteries, a case where childhood dreams transformed into an unspeakable nightmare that would shatter families and terrorize an entire state. This is the story of Lori Farmer, Michelle Guza, and Denise Milner, 3 little girls whose names would forever be etched in the annals of true crime history, not for what they accomplished in life, but for the brutal manner in which their lives were stolen away. June 1977 arrived in Oklahoma with the promise of endless summer days and childhood adventures waiting to unfold. Across the state, thousands of young girls prepared for what many considered the highlight of their year Girl Scout summer camp. Among them were 3 children whose paths would converge in tragedy at a place called Camp Scott, nestled deep within the ancient, whispering woods of Locust Grove. Camp Scott stretched across 410 acres of dense forest and rolling hills, a seeming paradise where city children could reconnect with nature, learn independence, and forge friendships that would last a lifetime. The facility had operated successfully for nearly 50 years, hosting countless young campers who returned home with hearts full of memories and stories to last until the next summer season arrived. But evil had already begun to stir within those shadowy woods. Local residents had whispered for months about strange occurrences around the camp property. Unexplained noises echoing through the trees at night, the unsettling feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, and most disturbing of all, evidence that someone had been prowling the grounds when the camp should have been empty and secure. The warning signs were there, scattered like breadcrumbs along a path leading toward disaster. Yet they went unheeded by those responsible for protecting the innocent lives soon to arrive. Lori Lee Farmer was 8 years old, a bright-eyed child from Tulsa whose enthusiasm for life radiated from every fiber of her being. She possessed that rare quality found only in the very young, an absolute faith that the world was fundamentally good and that adventures always ended happily. Her parents had watched with pride as she packed her small suitcase, carefully folding her favorite clothes and tucking away special treasures she wanted to share with new friends. Lori's excitement was infectious. She chattered constantly about the activities she hoped to participate in, swimming in the lake, learning to identify different birds, and sitting around campfires listening to ghost stories that would make her shriek with delighted terror. She had begged her parents for weeks to attend Camp Scott, promising to write letters every day and to be the best camper the counselors had ever seen. The night before departure, Lori could barely sleep. She tossed and turned, her mind racing with anticipation, completely unaware that she was counting down the final hours of her brief, precious life. Michelle Heather Guza, 9 years old, arrived from Broken Arrow carrying herself with the quiet confidence of a natural leader. She possessed an old soul, mature beyond her years, yet still retained that spark of childhood wonder that made summer camp such a magical experience. Michelle had attended camps before and looked forward to helping younger campers adjust to being away from home for the first time. Her parents noticed how carefully she selected items for her footlocker, choosing books she thought other girls might enjoy, games that could be shared, and small gifts she planned to give to homesick campers who might need cheering up. Michelle's compassionate nature made her beloved by everyone who knew her, and her family felt confident that she would thrive in the camp environment. She spent her last evening at home writing postcards she planned to send throughout the week, addressing them in her careful handwriting to grandparents, aunts, and cousins. Each card contained a simple message of love and promises to share her camp adventures when she returned home. Those postcards would never be mailed. Denise Michelle Milner was 10 years old, the eldest of our 3 victims, and she carried herself with the quiet dignity of a girl beginning to understand the responsibilities that came with growing up. From Tulsa, like Lori, Denise had worked hard to earn the money needed for camp by doing extra chores and saving every penny of her allowance for months. The sacrifice required to attend camp made the opportunity even more precious to Denise. She viewed it not just as a fun excursion, but as a reward for her dedication and hard work. Her parents were incredibly proud of their daughter's determination and looked forward to hearing about all the skills she would learn and friends she would make. Denise spent considerable time researching Camp Scott before her arrival, reading about the different activity areas and planning which workshops she wanted to attend. She was particularly excited about the nature programs, hoping to earn several merit badges during her stay. Her methodical approach to camp preparation reflected a mature mindset that made her a natural mentor figure for younger girls. The final evening before camp, Denise sat at her bedroom window, gazing out at the star-filled sky and wondering what adventures awaited her. She had no way of knowing that within days, those same stars would bear witness to acts of unimaginable horror. Camp Scott officially opened its doors for the 1977 season on Sunday, June 12th. Parents arrived throughout the day, cars loaded with excited children and enough supplies to stock a small army. The registration process moved smoothly, with experienced counselors helping families navigate check-in procedures while veteran campers reunited with friends from previous summers. The atmosphere buzzed with positive energy as girls were assigned to their units and began settling into their temporary homes. Camp Scott was organized into several distinct areas, each designed to house campers of different age groups and experience levels. The layout encouraged interaction between units while maintaining appropriate supervision and structure. Lori, Michelle, and Denise were assigned to Tent 8 in the Cherokee unit, one of the camp's more remote sleeping areas situated along the edge of the property where ancient oak trees created a natural canopy overhead. The tent placement seemed ideal, far enough from the main activity areas to provide peaceful sleeping conditions, yet close enough to bathroom facilities and counselor quarters to ensure proper supervision. The Cherokee unit consisted of several large canvas tents arranged in a semicircle around a central area used for unit activities and meetings. Each tent was designed to house 4 to 6 campers, with simple cots arranged along the walls and a central area for personal belongings. The setup encouraged friendship and cooperation while providing each girl with her own small space. Tent 8 sat at the far end of the unit, positioned where the maintained campgrounds began to blend into the wild forest beyond. During daylight hours, the location offered beautiful views of towering trees and glimpses of wildlife. After dark, however, those same trees created deep shadows where anything could hide undetected. The three girls quickly bonded over shared interests and complementary personalities. Lori's infectious enthusiasm balanced perfectly with Michelle's nurturing nature and Denise's quiet leadership. They spent their first afternoon organizing their belongings, writing letters home, and getting to know other girls in their unit. That evening, the camp held its traditional opening ceremony around the massive stone fireplace that served as the heart of Camp Scott's main activity area. Hundreds of girls gathered in concentric circles, their faces illuminated by flickering flames as camp directors and counselors welcomed them and outlined the week's planned activities. The ceremony concluded with the singing of traditional camp songs, young voices blending together in harmony that carried across the lake and into the surrounding forest. It should have been a magical moment, the perfect beginning to an unforgettable week. Instead, it marked the start of a countdown toward tragedy. Following the ceremony, campers returned to their respective units for the first night's sleep in their new temporary homes. The Cherokee unit counselors conducted a final check of their assigned tents, ensuring that all girls were accounted for and settling in comfortably. Everything appeared normal and secure as the counselors retreated to their own quarters for the night. Lori, Michelle, and Denise whispered excitedly in the darkness of Tent 8, sharing their impressions of the day and making plans for tomorrow's activities. Gradually, exhaustion from travel and the excitement of new experiences took hold, and one by one, the girls drifted off to sleep. The camp grew quiet as hundreds of children succumbed to dreams filled with tomorrow's adventures. Night sounds of the Oklahoma forest began to emerge, the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze, the distant call of an owl, the soft splash of something moving through the lake water. These were the natural sounds that should have provided a peaceful soundtrack for innocent sleep. But somewhere in those dark woods, something else was stirring. Something that had been waiting and watching, planning and preparing for this moment when the camp would be full of vulnerable children, sleeping trustingly in canvas tents with nothing but thin fabric walls standing between them and the evil that stalked through the shadows. The first night passed without incident, but those who knew the full story later recognized it as nothing more than a brief reprieve, the final calm before a storm of violence would shatter the peace of Camp Scott forever. Monday, June 13th dawned bright and clear, with the promise of perfect weather for outdoor activities. The camp's daily routine began early, with counselors gently waking their charges and guiding them through morning preparations. Breakfast was served in the main dining hall, where hundreds of excited voices created a cheerful din that carried across the lake. Lori, Michelle, and Denise embraced their first full day at camp with enthusiasm, participating in swimming lessons, nature hikes, and craft activities. They were photographed during various activities, capturing smiles and laughter that would later serve as heartbreaking reminders of lives cut short. The day proceeded exactly as planned, with no indication of the horror that was already being set in motion. The girls wrote letters home, describing their adventures and assuring worried parents that they were safe and happy. Those letters, filled with innocent joy and excitement, would arrive in mailboxes just as news of the tragedy began to break. As Monday evening approached, the camp prepared for another night of peaceful sleep. Counselors completed their routine safety checks, campers settled into their bunks, and the forest began its nightly transformation from a place of wonder to a realm of shadows and secrets. But this night would be different. This night, evil would finally make its move, transforming Camp Scott from a place of childhood dreams into the setting for Oklahoma's most notorious unsolved mystery. The innocence that had protected these children throughout their young lives was about to be shattered forever, leaving behind only questions that remain unanswered to this day. Tuesday, June 14th, 1977, began like any other day at Camp Scott, but it would end in bloodshed that would haunt Oklahoma for decades to come. The morning routine proceeded normally, with counselors rousing their sleepy charges and guiding them through breakfast preparations. The dining hall filled with the familiar sounds of excited chatter and clinking silverware as hundreds of girls fueled up for another day of summer adventures. Lori Farmer bounded out of Tent 8 with her characteristic enthusiasm, eager to participate in the day's planned activities. Her energy proved infectious, drawing smiles from counselors and inspiring other campers to embrace the day with similar excitement. She had already identified several merit badges she hoped to earn during her stay, and threw herself wholeheartedly into every opportunity to learn and grow. Michelle Gouza demonstrated her natural leadership abilities throughout the morning, helping younger campers navigate the breakfast line and offering encouragement to girls who seemed overwhelmed by the camp experience. Her maturity and compassion made her a favorite among both counselors and fellow campers, who instinctively turned to her when they needed support or guidance. Denise Milner approached each activity with her characteristic thoroughness, taking notes in a small journal she carried everywhere. She documented interesting facts learned during nature walks, sketched wildlife observed during outdoor time, and recorded new friendships formed with girls from different parts of Oklahoma. Her dedication to making the most of every moment reflected the sacrifices she had made to attend camp. The day's activities unfolded without incident. Swimming lessons proceeded smoothly in the camp's crystal-clear lake, with instructors carefully monitoring each child's progress and safety. Nature hikes revealed the diverse ecosystem thriving within Camp Scott's boundaries, as knowledgeable counselors shared fascinating information about local flora and fauna. Craft time allowed for creative expression, with girls working on projects they could take home as tangible reminders of their camp experience. Lori created a friendship bracelet using her favorite colors, planning to give it to her best friend back home. Michelle worked on a detailed drawing of the lake at sunset, capturing the natural beauty that surrounded them. Denise focused on a nature collage, carefully arranging pressed flowers and leaves collected during morning walks. Lunch provided a welcome break from physical activities, allowing campers to rest in the shade while enjoying hearty meals prepared by the camp's experienced kitchen staff. Conversations ranged from excited planning for afternoon activities to homesick whispers about missing parents and pets. The counselors moved easily between tables, offering encouragement and support where needed. The afternoon brought more adventure as different units rotated through various activity stations. Some groups headed to the archery range, where trained instructors taught proper form and safety procedures. Others gathered around the craft lodge, working on more complex projects that required extended concentration. The swimming area remained popular, with girls practicing strokes learned during morning lessons. As evening approached, the camp prepared for one of its most beloved traditions, the weekly campfire program. Girls gathered wood throughout the day, building an impressive pile that would fuel hours of storytelling, singing, and fellowship. The anticipation was palpable as counselors made final preparations for what promised to be a magical evening under the stars. The campfire program began at sunset, with campers arranged in concentric circles around the blazing fire. Younger girls sat closer to the front, their eyes wide with wonder as flames danced against the darkening sky. Older campers occupied the outer rings, some adopting sophisticated poses while secretly remaining just as enchanted by the ancient magic of fire and story. Traditional camp songs filled the air, young voices blending in harmony that carried across the lake and into the surrounding forest. Ghost stories followed, with counselors taking turns sharing carefully selected tales designed to thrill without genuinely frightening their young audience. The stories were classics of camp lore, mysterious lights in the forest, friendly spirits watching over sleeping campers, and adventures that ended with everyone safe and sound. One story, however, struck closer to home than anyone realized at the time. A counselor recounted local legends about spirits that roamed the ancient forests around Camp Scott, protecting the land from those who would bring harm to innocents. The irony was lost on the audience that night, but it would later seem prophetic to those who remembered the tale. As the fire died down to glowing embers, camp directors made announcements about the next day's special activities. A treasure hunt was planned, with clues hidden throughout the campgrounds leading to a prize that would be shared among the winning team. Swimming competitions would determine the fastest swimmers in each age group, with ribbons awarded to the top finishers. The evening concluded with a quiet song traditionally used to close campfire programs, a gentle melody about friendship and memories that would last forever. The words took on tragic significance in light of what was to come, but at the time, They simply provided a peaceful end to another perfect day at Camp Scott. Campers began the trek back to their respective units as full darkness settled over the forest. Flashlights bobbed along well-worn paths as counselors guided their charges safely to their sleeping quarters. The night air carried the lingering scent of wood smoke and the gentle sounds of girls preparing for bed. The Cherokee unit followed its established bedtime routine, with counselors conducting final checks of each tent before settling into their own quarters. Bathroom trips were supervised, medications administered where needed, and homesick campers offered comfort and encouragement. Everything proceeded normally, with no indication that evil was already moving through the darkness toward Tent 8. Lori, Michelle, and Denise prepared for sleep with the satisfied exhaustion that comes from a day well spent. They shared quiet conversations about the day's highlights and made plans for tomorrow's activities. Lori was particularly excited about the treasure hunt, convinced that her team would solve the clues faster than anyone else. Michelle looked forward to the swimming competition, hoping to improve her personal best time. Denise planned to use the morning's free time to write detailed letters to her family, describing everything she had experienced. The counselors completed their final rounds, checking that all campers were accounted for and settling down for the night. The Cherokee unit appeared secure, with no unusual sounds or activities to cause concern. The forest around them had begun its nightly transformation, as daytime creatures gave way to nocturnal animals beginning their hunt for food and territory. What none of them knew was that the most dangerous predator in those woods was not a wild animal, but something far more terrifying, a human being who had chosen to prey upon the most innocent and vulnerable members of society. This creature had been watching and waiting, studying the camp's routines and identifying the perfect moment to strike. Around 1:30 a.m., something began to happen that would forever change the lives of everyone connected to Camp Scott. The exact sequence of events remains disputed, but what followed was a cascade of horror that transformed a place of childhood dreams into the stuff of nightmares. A storm had been building throughout the evening, and shortly after midnight, rain began to fall in steady sheets that drummed against the canvas tents housing hundreds of sleeping children. The sound initially provided a soothing backdrop for sleep, but as the intensity increased, some of the lighter sleepers began to stir. Thunder rumbled in the distance, growing closer as the storm system moved across the area. Lightning occasionally illuminated the tent walls from within, casting eerie shadows that danced and shifted with each flash. The combination of rain and electrical activity created natural camouflage for any sounds that might have otherwise alerted counselors to danger. Sometime around 2 a.m., Counselor Carla Wilhite was awakened by what she later described as a scream coming from the direction of Tent 8. The sound was brief but unmistakably human, cutting through the storm noise with terrifying clarity. Carla sat up in her bunk, straining to hear anything else that might indicate trouble, but the continuing rain and thunder made it impossible to distinguish between natural and man-made sounds. Uncertain whether she had actually heard something or simply experienced a particularly vivid dream, Carla remained alert for several more minutes before eventually returning to sleep. Her hesitation was understandable. Counselors were trained to investigate any suspected problems, but they were also warned against overreacting to the normal sounds of a large camp settling down for the night. That single scream represented the last sound any of the three girls in Tent 8 would ever make. Whatever happened next occurred in terrifying silence, as their attacker moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had planned every detail of the assault. The storm provided perfect cover, masking any sounds of struggle or movement that might have alerted nearby campers or counselors. Dawn would reveal a scene of carnage that defied comprehension, but for now, evil worked its will in the darkness while hundreds of innocent children slept nearby, completely unaware that their safe haven had been violated in the most horrific way imaginable. The killer moved through the camp with intimate knowledge of its layout and routines, suggesting either extensive surveillance or possible inside information. Every step was calculated, every movement designed to avoid detection until the moment of attack arrived. This was not a crime of passion or opportunity, but a carefully orchestrated assault on innocence itself. As the storm reached its peak intensity around 3 a.m., the monster responsible for what was happening completed his gruesome work and began to retreat into the forest. He left behind a scene so disturbing that it would haunt investigators for decades and forever change how Americans viewed the safety of their children in what should have been secure environments. The rain continued throughout the night, washing away potential evidence and creating additional challenges for the investigation that would soon begin. By the time the storm passed and morning light began to filter through the trees, 3 young lives had been brutally ended, and Camp Scott had been transformed from a place of joy into a crime scene that would never fully heal. The storm that had provided cover for unspeakable evil throughout the night finally began to subside as the first rays of dawn crept across Camp Scott on the morning of June 13, 1977. The forest dripped with residual moisture, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere as mist rose from the rain-soaked earth. What should have been a beautiful beginning to another day of summer adventure was about to become the most horrific discovery in Oklahoma's history. Counselor Carla Wilhite rose early, as was her custom, to prepare for the morning routine that would soon rouse hundreds of sleeping campers. The events of the previous night lingered in her mind, that brief, sharp sound that had awakened her during the storm's peak intensity. In the clear light of morning, she found herself questioning whether she had actually heard anything at all, or if her subconscious had simply transformed the crash of thunder into something more sinister. The camp's morning routine was scheduled to begin at 6 a.m., with counselors moving through their assigned units to wake campers and guide them through preparations for breakfast. The process was designed to be gradual and gentle, allowing sleepy children to transition slowly from dreams to the day's activities. No one was prepared for what this particular morning would bring. As Carla began her rounds through the Cherokee unit, everything initially appeared normal. The canvas tents showed the expected effects of the night storm, slightly damp from wind-blown rain and decorated with scattered leaves that had been torn from overhead branches. The sounds of stirring campers could be heard from several tents as early risers began to wake on their own. But as Carla approached Tent 8, something felt wrong. The silence emanating from within was too complete, too absolute for a tent housing 3 active children who should have been beginning to stir with the dawn. The counselor called out gentle wake-up greetings, but received no response from within the canvas walls. Growing concerned, Carla moved closer to the tent entrance, calling the girls' names individually in progressively louder tones. Lori? Michelle? Denise? Time to wake up, girls. Still nothing, no rustling of sleeping bags, no sleepy mumbles of protest, no sounds of movement whatsoever. The silence had taken on an almost oppressive quality that sent chills down the counselor's spine. When Carla pulled back the tent flap and peered inside, her mind initially refused to process what her eyes were seeing. The interior of Tent 8 had been transformed into a scene from the darkest nightmare imaginable. What she discovered there would haunt her for the rest of her life and forever change how America viewed the safety of summer camps. The 3 sleeping bags that should have contained peacefully sleeping children were soaked with blood that had turned dark and congealed during the night hours. The metallic scent of violence hung heavy in the humid morning air, mixing with the earthy smell of rain-soaked canvas to create an olfactory memory that would never fade from those who experienced it. Lori Farmer, the 8-year-old bundle of enthusiasm who had embraced camp life with such joy, lay motionless in her sleeping bag. The brutal injuries inflicted upon her small body were so severe that Carla's mind refused to fully register the extent of the violence. This was not the peaceful sleep of an exhausted child, but the terrible stillness of death delivered by savage hands. Michelle Guza, the 9-year-old natural leader who had spent her brief time at camp helping others adjust to being away from home, had suffered similarly horrific injuries. Her mature wisdom and compassionate nature had been snuffed out in moments of unimaginable terror, leaving behind only the shell of what had once been a vibrant young life full of promise and potential. Denise Milner, the 10-year-old who had worked so hard to earn her way to camp, lay silent and still. Her dreams of merit badges and new friendships ended forever by an act of pure evil. The journal in which she had so carefully recorded her camp experiences was splattered with blood, its pages now bearing witness to violence rather than wonder. Carla's scream of horror pierced the morning air, shattering the peaceful atmosphere of the awakening camp and alerting other counselors that something was terribly wrong. The sound carried across the Cherokee unit with such raw terror that everyone who heard it knew instinctively that tragedy had struck their safe haven. Within moments, other counselors came running from their nearby quarters, their faces reflecting the growing panic that was spreading through the camp like wildfire. The first to arrive at Tent 8 stopped short when they saw Carla's expression, understanding immediately that whatever lay inside that canvas shelter was beyond their worst fears. Camp Director Barbara Day received the news while conducting her own early morning routine in the main lodge. The radio call from the Cherokee unit came through as a series of broken, nearly incoherent phrases that nonetheless conveyed the essential horror of what had been discovered. 3 girls, Tent 8, blood, dead. The words seemed impossible, incomprehensible in the context of what should have been a normal summer morning at a children's camp. But as additional reports came in from the scene, the terrible reality began to sink in. Camp Scott, which had operated safely for nearly 50 years, had become the site of a triple homicide involving the most innocent victims imaginable. Barbara Day's first instinct was to protect the remaining campers from both the immediate danger and the psychological trauma of learning what had happened to their fellow scouts. Orders went out immediately to keep all children in their respective units, while counselors attempted to process the situation and determine the appropriate response. The camp's emergency protocols had never been designed to handle a situation of this magnitude. Previous emergencies had involved accidents, medical issues, or weather-related problems and challenges that could be addressed through established procedures and professional training. Nothing had prepared the staff for dealing with mass murder on their property. Emergency services were contacted immediately, but the remote location of Camp Scott meant that professional investigators would require time to reach the scene. In the meantime, the camp staff faced the overwhelming task of maintaining order and safety while processing their own shock and horror at what had occurred. The other girls in the Cherokee unit could sense that something was terribly wrong, even though they had been instructed to remain in their tents. The adult voices they could hear outside carried tones of panic and distress unlike anything they had experienced during their time at camp. Whispered conversations began to spread through the unit as girls tried to understand what was happening. Some campers reported having heard unusual sounds during the night, though the storm had made it difficult to distinguish between natural and human-made noises. A few mentioned seeing what they thought might have been flashlight beams moving through the trees at unusual times, but these observations had seemed unremarkable at the time. As word of the tragedy began to spread beyond the immediate crime scene, the magnitude of what had occurred started to become clear. This was not an accident or a case of children wandering off and becoming lost in the forest. 3 young girls had been deliberately and brutally murdered while sleeping in what should have been a secure environment surrounded by trained counselors and hundreds of other campers. The implications were staggering. If a killer could penetrate the camp's security measures and commit such horrific acts without detection, then no child anywhere could truly be considered safe. The fundamental assumption that children were protected in supervised group settings had been shattered in the most violent way possible. Local law enforcement began arriving at the scene within an hour of the initial discovery, but they too were unprepared for what they found. Rural Oklahoma sheriffs were accustomed to dealing with domestic disputes, property crimes, and occasional accidents, not mass murder scenes involving child victims. The complexity of the investigation would soon require resources and expertise that stretched far beyond local capabilities. The crime scene itself presented numerous challenges for investigators. The storm had washed away potential evidence, the canvas tent structure had allowed for easy entry and exit, and the remote location meant that the killer had multiple escape routes into dense forest where tracking would be nearly impossible. Physical evidence at the scene painted a picture of swift, savage violence. The killer had struck quickly and efficiently, suggesting either extensive planning or previous experience with similar acts. The lack of defensive wounds on the victims indicated that the attacks had been so sudden and overwhelming that the girls had no opportunity to fight back or call for help. The discovery of additional evidence outside the tent confirmed investigators' worst fears about the nature of the crimes. Items belonging to the victims had been scattered in a pattern suggesting that the killer had spent time at the scene after completing the murders, either searching for souvenirs or simply savoring his violent work. As the morning progressed, the full scope of the investigation began to become apparent. This was not a crime that could be solved quickly or easily. The perpetrator had demonstrated a level of planning and execution that suggested this might not be his first attack. raising the terrifying possibility that other victims existed whose cases had never been connected. The parents of Lori, Michelle, and Denise were contacted and informed of the tragedy, beginning phone calls that no parent should ever have to receive. The words that shattered their worlds forever came through telephone lines that carried news of every parent's worst nightmare: the loss of a child to senseless violence. Camp Scott's transformation from a place of joy to a crime scene was now complete. Yellow tape began to mark the boundaries of areas under investigation, and the laughter of children gave way to the hushed conversations of detectives and forensic specialists who had been summoned to try to make sense of the senseless. The tent that had housed 3 excited girls less than 24 hours earlier now stood as a silent monument to innocence lost and evil triumphant. The blood-stained canvas walls held secrets that investigators would spend years trying to unlock, seeking answers to questions that might never be fully resolved. As news of the murders began to spread beyond the immediate camp community, shock waves rippled across Oklahoma and eventually throughout the entire nation. Parents everywhere found themselves questioning the safety of activities they had previously considered routine and secure. If children could be murdered at summer camp, surrounded by counselors and fellow campers, then where could they truly be safe? The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders had begun their transformation from a local tragedy to a national symbol of childhood vulnerability and the incomprehensible evil that sometimes targets the most innocent members of society. The investigation that was about to unfold would become one of the most extensive and frustrating in Oklahoma's history, generating more questions than answers and leaving wounds that would never fully heal. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation descended upon Camp Scott with the full weight of their resources, transforming the peaceful summer retreat into the epicenter of one of the state's most intensive criminal investigations. Agent Harvey Pratt, a seasoned investigator known for his expertise in violent crimes, assumed command of the case that would define his career and haunt him for decades to come. The crime scene analysis revealed disturbing details that painted a picture of calculated evil. The killer had not simply stumbled upon the tent and acted impulsively. Evidence suggested extensive surveillance and planning had preceded the attacks. Footprints found around the camp perimeter indicated that someone had been observing the facility's routines and identifying the most vulnerable targets. The Cherokee unit's remote location had been deliberately chosen by the perpetrator, providing both easy access from the surrounding forest and natural barriers that would muffle any sounds of struggle. The timing of the attack, during the peak intensity of the storm, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how weather conditions could be used to mask criminal activity. Physical evidence collected from Tent 8 told a story of swift, overwhelming violence. The killer had struck with such sudden ferocity that the victims had no opportunity to defend themselves or call for help. The pattern of injuries suggested the use of multiple weapons, indicating either extensive preparation or the opportunistic use of items found at the scene. Most disturbing was the discovery that the killer had spent considerable time at the scene after completing the murders. Evidence suggested he had moved through the tent methodically, handling personal belongings of the victims and arranging the scene according to some twisted internal logic. This behavior pattern indicated a level of psychological disturbance that went far beyond simple homicidal impulse. The investigation team faced immediate challenges that would plague their efforts for years to come. The storm had washed away potential DNA evidence, footprint impressions had been obscured by rain and subsequent foot traffic, and the killer's intimate knowledge of the area suggested either extensive surveillance or possible inside information about camp operations. Interviews with camp staff and remaining campers began immediately, as investigators sought to identify anyone who might have observed suspicious activity in the days leading up to the murders. The process proved both necessary and traumatic, as young witnesses struggled to process what had happened while trying to recall potentially crucial details. Several campers reported having heard unusual sounds during the night, though the storm had made it difficult to distinguish between natural and human-made noises. Some mentioned seeing what appeared to be flashlight beams moving through the trees at times when no official camp activities were scheduled, but these observations had seemed unremarkable at the time. Counselor testimonies revealed a pattern of minor security concerns that had been noted but not elevated to crisis status. Strange sounds in the forest, evidence of unauthorized entry to restricted areas, and reports of feeling watched while conducting evening activities had all been documented but dismissed as pranks by local teenagers or natural wildlife behavior. The investigation's scope expanded rapidly as detectives realized they were dealing with a perpetrator who possessed both the capability and willingness to target children in supposedly secure environments. FBI profilers were consulted to develop a psychological portrait of the killer, while regional law enforcement agencies were contacted to identify similar unsolved cases. The profile that emerged painted a picture of a highly organized offender with possible military or law enforcement training. The efficiency of the attacks, the successful navigation of camp security measures, and the ability to escape detection suggested someone with specialized skills and extensive planning capabilities. Most chilling was the assessment that this was likely not the perpetrator's first violent crime. Regional case reviews identified several unsolved murders and disappearances that shared characteristics with the Camp Scott killings. Similar attacks had occurred at youth facilities across Oklahoma and neighboring states, suggesting the possibility of a serial offender who specifically targeted children in group settings. The pattern indicated a predator who might have been active for years without being identified. The investigation's intensity attracted national media attention, transforming the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders into a symbol of childhood vulnerability that resonated far beyond state boundaries. Parents across America found themselves questioning the safety of activities they had previously considered routine and secure, leading to fundamental changes in how youth programs approach security and supervision. Local residents around Camp Scott reported an escalation in suspicious activities during the months preceding the murders. Property owners near the camp had noticed evidence of unauthorized camping, abandoned vehicles in remote areas, and an increase in petty thefts that suggested someone was using the forest as a base of operations. These reports, dismissed as unrelated nuisances at the time, took on sinister significance in light of subsequent events. One name that emerged early in the investigation was Gene Leroy Hart, a local man with a history of violent crime who had escaped from prison several years earlier. Hart possessed intimate knowledge of the area around Camp Scott, having grown up in the region and spent countless hours hunting and exploring the dense forests that surrounded the camp property. Hart's criminal history read like a blueprint for escalating violence. Previous convictions for kidnapping, rape, and burglary demonstrated a pattern of targeting vulnerable victims and using intimate knowledge of local geography to evade capture. His escape from the Oklahoma State Penitentiary had made him a fugitive who had successfully remained at large for months, suggesting sophisticated survival skills and possible assistance from unknown accomplices. The physical evidence seemed to point toward Hart's involvement. Hair samples recovered from the crime scene showed characteristics consistent with his Native American ancestry, and rope found near the tent matched materials known to have been stolen from local farms, thefts that investigators suspected Hart had committed to support his life as a fugitive. Most compelling was Hart's documented presence in the area during the time period leading up to the murders. Witnesses reported seeing a man matching his description near Camp Scott in the days before the killings, observing the facility from concealed positions that would have provided clear views of the daily routines and security procedures. The manhunt that followed Hart's identification as the primary suspect became one of the largest in Oklahoma history. Hundreds of law enforcement officers combed the rugged terrain around Camp Scott, using helicopters, tracking dogs, and ground teams to search every cave, abandoned building, and dense thicket where a fugitive might hide. Hart had transformed the forest into his personal kingdom, establishing multiple camps and supply caches that allowed him to move freely while avoiding detection. His knowledge of the area's geography gave him significant advantages over pursuing officers, many of whom were unfamiliar with the treacherous terrain and hidden pathways known only to local natives. The search efforts revealed the extent of Hart's presence in the region. Investigators discovered numerous campsites showing evidence of long-term occupation, complete with stolen supplies and personal items that confirmed Hart's identity. The locations were strategically chosen to provide observation points overlooking Camp Scott, while offering multiple escape routes into impassable wilderness areas. Months passed as the investigation consumed enormous resources without producing Hart's capture. The fugitive seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to evade detection, appearing only long enough to commit new crimes before vanishing back into the forest like a malevolent spirit. Local residents began to fear that he might never be caught, living indefinitely as a predator stalking through their communities. The breakthrough came 10 months after the murders, when Hart was finally captured in a dramatic confrontation that nearly ended in additional bloodshed. Acting on information from a confidential informant, law enforcement officers surrounded a remote cabin where Hart had been hiding, leading to a tense standoff that lasted several hours. Hart's arrest brought a sense of relief to the investigation team and the broader community, but it also marked the beginning of what would become one of the most controversial trials in Oklahoma history. The evidence against Hart was largely circumstantial, relying on physical materials that could not definitively prove his presence at the actual crime scene. The prosecution built their case around Hart's opportunity, means, and motive for committing the murders. His presence in the area, his history of violent crime, and his demonstrated ability to navigate the terrain around Camp Scott created a compelling narrative of guilt that seemed to explain the inexplicable horror that had occurred. Defense attorneys, however, challenged every piece of evidence and questioned the investigation's focus on Hart to the exclusion of other possible suspects. They argued that the rush to identify and capture Hart had blinded investigators to alternative theories and potentially exonerating evidence that might have pointed toward the real killer. The trial became a media circus that divided Oklahoma along racial and social lines. Hart's Cherokee heritage became a focal point for those who believed he was being scapegoated for crimes he did not commit, while others saw his prosecution as long overdue justice for a career criminal who had finally been called to account for his actions. Witness testimony revealed the complexities and contradictions that plagued the investigation from its beginning. Some witnesses provided statements that seemed to support Hart's guilt, while others offered testimony that appeared to undermine the prosecution's timeline and theory of the crimes. The physical evidence proved equally ambiguous when subjected to rigorous courtroom examination. Hair samples that had initially seemed conclusive were challenged by defense experts who questioned both the collection methods and the scientific validity of the comparisons. Rope evidence was similarly disputed, with questions raised about whether the materials could be definitively linked to Hart. Most problematic was the lack of direct evidence placing Hart at the scene during the time of the murders. While investigators had established his presence in the general area, they could not prove that he had actually entered Camp Scott or had access to Tent 8 during the critical hours when the killings occurred. The trial stretched on for weeks as both sides presented their cases to a jury that seemed increasingly uncertain about Hart's guilt or innocence. The burden of proof required for criminal conviction proved difficult to meet when the evidence remained largely circumstantial and subject to alternative interpretations. In a verdict that shocked both prosecutors and the public, Jean Leroy Hart was acquitted of all charges related to the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders. The jury's decision reflected their determination that the prosecution had not proven Hart's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, despite the compelling circumstantial case that had been presented. The acquittal left the families of Lori Farmer, Michelle Guza, and Denise Milner without the closure they had desperately sought. Justice for their murdered daughters remained elusive, and the question of who had actually committed the crimes remained unanswered. The investigation that had consumed enormous resources and raised such high expectations had ultimately failed to provide definitive answers. Hart's freedom was short-lived, however. Less than 2 months after his acquittal, he died of a heart attack while incarcerated on unrelated charges, taking with him any secrets he might have possessed about the night of June 13, 1977. His death ensured that questions about his possible involvement in the murders would never be fully resolved. The failure to secure a conviction in the case had lasting implications for how violent crimes against children were investigated and prosecuted in Oklahoma. New protocols were established for crime scene preservation, evidence collection, and interagency cooperation to prevent similar investigative shortcomings in future cases. Advanced DNA testing technology that became available in later decades offered new hope for solving the cold case. Hair samples and other physical evidence were re-examined using techniques that had not existed during the original investigation, providing more definitive results about the biological materials recovered from the crime scene. The DNA analysis confirmed that some of the hair samples were indeed consistent with Hart's genetic profile, but the results still fell short of providing absolute proof of his presence at the scene. The passage of time had degraded some evidence samples, limiting the conclusiveness of the scientific analysis. Additional DNA testing revealed the presence of genetic material from unknown sources, raising the possibility that the actual perpetrator had never been identified. These findings suggested that either Hart had accomplices who were never discovered, or that the real killer had successfully evaded detection throughout the entire investigation. The case remained officially unsolved, joining the ranks of America's most notorious cold cases that continue to frustrate investigators and haunt the families of victims. Despite decades of investigation and multiple reviews using advancing forensic technology, the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders retained their secrets and refused to yield definitive answers. The impact of the murders extended far beyond the immediate tragedy, fundamentally changing how American society approached child safety and supervision. Youth programs across the nation implemented new security measures, background check procedures, and emergency protocols designed to prevent similar attacks. Camp Scott never reopened as a Girl Scout facility. The property was eventually sold and converted to other uses, but the stigma of the murders ensured that it would never again serve as a place where children gathered for summer adventures. The tents were removed, the activity areas abandoned, and nature began to reclaim what had once been a thriving center of childhood joy. The families of the 3 victims became advocates for improved child protection measures and victims' rights legislation. Their grief transformed into activism that helped strengthen laws and procedures designed to protect other children from similar fates. Their daughters' deaths, while senseless and tragic, contributed to meaningful changes that may have prevented additional victims. The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders remain one of the state's most infamous unsolved crimes, a reminder that evil sometimes strikes in the most unexpected places and claims the most innocent victims. The case continues to generate interest from amateur investigators, true crime enthusiasts, and professional cold case specialists who hope that advancing technology might finally provide the answers that have remained elusive for so long. The 3 little girls who died in Tent 8 on that terrible June night in 1977 are remembered not just as victims of a horrific crime, but as symbols of innocence lost and childhood vulnerability that resonates with parents everywhere. Their names, Lori Farmer, Michelle Guza, and Denise Milner, are forever etched in the annals of true crime history, ensuring that their brief lives will never be forgotten. The forest around the former Camp Scott location continues to whisper with memories of laughter and terror, dreams and nightmares, hope and horror. Visitors to the area report an indefinable sense of unease, as if the trees themselves remember what happened there and mourn for the innocence that was stolen away in those dark hours when evil walked freely among the sleeping children. The mystery endures, defying resolution and haunting all who encounter its details. Somewhere in the shadows of history, the truth about what really happened at Camp Scott waits to be discovered, holding secrets that may never be fully revealed, but will never be completely forgotten. The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders stand as a testament to the darkness that can lurk behind facades of safety and security, a reminder that evil sometimes wears familiar faces and strikes in places where it should never be able to penetrate. The case serves as both a tragedy and a warning, ensuring that the names of 3 little girls will forever be remembered as symbols of innocence lost and justice denied. In the end, the true horror of the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders lies not just in the brutal deaths of 3 children, but in the questions that remain forever unanswered, the justice that remains forever elusive, and the innocence that was lost forever on that terrible night when monsters proved to be real and safety proved to be an illusion. The story concludes not with resolution, but with remembrance of 3 young lives cut short, of families forever changed, and of a nation's loss of innocence that can never be fully restored. The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders remain unsolved, but their impact continues to reverberate through time, ensuring that Lori, Michelle, and Denise will never be forgotten, and that their deaths will continue to serve as a call for vigilance in protecting the most precious and vulnerable members of our society. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The BLO Supermarket Slayings. 3 gunshots shattered the fluorescent-lit silence of an ordinary Tuesday morning. What started as routine grocery shopping transformed into a blood-soaked nightmare that would haunt Windsor, North Carolina forever. The BLO Supermarket Massacre wasn't just another armed robbery gone wrong. It was a calculated execution that exposed the darkest corners of human desperation and left an entire community questioning whether anywhere was truly safe. For innocent lives, one merciless killer, a crime so brutal it defied comprehension. This is their story. The morning of April 19th, 2001, dawned crisp and clear over Windsor, North Carolina, a sleepy town where neighbors knew each other's names and children still rode bicycles without fear. Main Street stretched through the heart of this agricultural community like a lifeline, connecting generations of families who had called this place home for decades. The Below supermarket stood as more than just a grocery store. It was the beating heart of daily life, a place where shopping lists mixed with local gossip and community bonds strengthened over conversations in checkout lines. Mary Harvey had worked the early shift at Below for over 15 years. Her weathered hands knew every barcode, every customer's preferred brand of coffee, every child's favorite candy. At 62, she possessed that rare combination of maternal warmth and no-nonsense efficiency that made her beloved by shoppers and respected by coworkers. Her silver hair was always perfectly styled, her uniform pressed and clean, her smile genuine even during the most hectic rushes. Mary treated every customer like family, remembering their names, asking about their children, inquiring about their health struggles with the kind of authentic concern that had become extinct in larger cities. That Tuesday morning, Mary arrived at 6:30 a.m., just as she had every weekday for the past decade and a half. She unlocked the employee entrance, disarmed the security system, and began her opening routine with methodical precision. The fluorescent lights hummed to life overhead, casting their harsh white glow across aisles of carefully arranged merchandise. The automatic doors remained locked for another 30 minutes while Mary checked the cash registers, ensured the produced displays were properly stocked, and reviewed the previous day's inventory reports. The store's layout was simple and functional, 10 aisles running perpendicular to the front windows, with the customer service counter positioned near the main entrance and the pharmacy tucked away in the back corner. Security cameras dotted the ceiling at strategic intervals, their black dome housings watching silently over the merchandise below. The cash wrap featured 4 checkout stations, though typically only 2 operated during slower morning hours. Everything was designed for efficiency and customer convenience, creating an environment where families could complete their weekly shopping in a comfortable, familiar setting. As opening time approached, Mary could see the first customers gathering outside the glass doors. Mrs. Thompson from Elm Street waited patiently with her carefully written shopping list, probably planning another elaborate dinner for her bridge club. Young Tommy Martinez bounced restlessly beside his mother, no doubt hoping she would remember to buy his favorite cereal. These were her people, honest, hard-working folks who trusted Below to provide quality groceries at fair prices. At precisely 7 a.m., Mary unlocked the front doors and welcomed the early shoppers with her characteristic warmth. "Good morning, Mrs. Thompson. How's that arthritis treating you today?" The elderly woman beamed at being remembered and began updating Mary on her latest doctor's appointment while selecting a shopping cart. This was the rhythm of small-town life, personal connections woven through everyday transactions, creating a tapestry of community that seemed unbreakable. The morning progressed peacefully. Mary processed sales with practiced efficiency while engaging in the gentle small talk that made each customer feel valued. She helped Mrs. Rodriguez locate the specific brand of rice her husband preferred, directed a confused tourist toward the local honey display, and playfully scolded little Sarah Johnson for trying to sneak candy into her mother's cart. These moments of human connection were what made the job meaningful despite its repetitive nature. Around 9:15 a.m., Mary noticed a customer she didn't recognize, unusual in a town where she knew virtually everyone by sight. The man appeared to be in his 30s, of medium build with dark hair and intense eyes that seemed to catalog everything around him. He moved through the aisles with purpose but kept glancing toward the front of the store, as if monitoring the entrance and exit points. His clothing was unremarkable: jeans, a plain t-shirt, worn sneakers that made barely any sound on the polished floor. Something about his demeanor triggered Mary's instinctive wariness, honed by years of customer service experience. He didn't browse like a typical shopper, didn't pause to compare prices or read product labels. Instead, he seemed to be studying the store's layout, noting the positions of security cameras, observing the patterns of staff movement. When their eyes met across the produce section, he quickly looked away, but not before Mary caught a glimpse of something cold and calculating in his expression. The stranger selected items seemingly at random: a loaf of bread, some packaged lunch meat, a bottle of juice, maintaining the facade of an ordinary shopping trip while his attention remained focused on aspects that had nothing to do with groceries. He avoided making conversation with other customers, kept his head down when passing the security cameras, and maintained a careful distance from the checkout area where Mary was working. Other customers continued their normal routines, blissfully unaware of the predatory presence moving among them. Mrs. Chun examined apples with scientific precision, testing each one for proper firmness and color. The Reverend Williams from the Baptist Church selected ingredients for the Wednesday night potluck dinner, greeting other parishioners with warm smiles and genuine interest in their lives. A young mother wrestled with an increasingly fussy toddler while attempting to complete her shopping list before nap time became a crisis. The normalcy of these interactions stood in stark contrast to the growing tension Mary felt as she continued observing the strange customer. Her decades of experience had taught her to trust her instincts, and every fiber of her being screamed that something was terribly wrong. She found herself noting the locations of the emergency exits, mentally cataloging which customers were still in the store, wondering if she should call her manager or perhaps even the police. But what would she tell them? That a customer was shopping in a way that made her uncomfortable? That his body language seemed threatening despite the fact that he hadn't actually done anything wrong? In a small town like Windsor, accusations based on gut feelings could destroy reputations and create lasting divisions within the community. Mary decided to watch and wait, hoping her fears were unfounded while remaining alert to any genuine signs of danger. The morning sun climbed higher, streaming through the large front windows and creating geometric patterns of light and shadow across the store's interior. The familiar sounds of commerce continued: the beeping of barcode scanners, the rustle of plastic bags, the quiet conversations between customers and staff. Children's laughter echoed from the cereal aisle where two siblings debated the merits of different cartoon mascots on their favorite boxes. Time seemed suspended in that peaceful moment before everything changed forever. The routine activities that defined small-town life continued unabated, with no one suspecting that they were living through the final minutes of innocence for their community. The Below supermarket remained a sanctuary of normalcy, a place where the worst thing that typically happened was running out of a customer's preferred brand of coffee or dealing with an occasional shoplifter. Mary completed another transaction, handing Mrs. Patterson her receipt with a smile and reminding her about the upcoming senior discount day. As the elderly woman shuffled toward the exit with her cart, Mary's attention returned to the mysterious customer who continued his strange reconnaissance of the store. He had moved to the back corner near the pharmacy, where fewer security cameras could observe his activities. The pharmacy section of Below served the community's medical needs with the same personal touch that characterized the rest of the store. Elderly customers relied on the knowledgeable staff to help them navigate insurance requirements and medication interactions. Parents brought sick children for over-the-counter remedies, trusting the pharmacist's expertise to guide them toward appropriate treatments. The area represented vulnerability and healing, a place where people came when they were most in need of care and compassion. As Mary watched, the stranger approached the pharmacy counter where Janet Morrison was processing prescriptions for the day's scheduled pickups. Janet, a certified pharmacy technician with 23 years of experience, greeted him with her usual professional courtesy. The conversation appeared brief and unremarkable from Mary's distant vantage point, but something about the man's posture suggested an intensity that didn't match a routine medication inquiry. The morning light continued streaming through the windows, creating an almost ethereal quality in the store's atmosphere. Dust motes danced in the bright beams while customers moved through their shopping routines with the casual efficiency of people following well-established patterns. Children pressed their noses against the freezer doors, fascinated by the frozen treats they hoped to convince their parents to purchase. Teenagers gathered near the magazine rack, flipping through publications while avoiding the watchful eyes of adults who might question their loitering. Mary glanced at the large clock above the customer service counter. 9:47 a.m. In just 13 minutes, their peaceful world would explode into chaos and terror, though no one in that brightly lit store could possibly know what was coming. The stranger had finished his conversation with Janet and was now moving toward the front of the store, his previously random shopping pattern suddenly focused and purposeful. The innocent sounds of daily commerce continued around them, cash registers processing sales, shopping carts rolling across polished floors, automatic doors whooshing open to admit new customers. Mrs. Bradley entered with her weekly shopping list, waving to Mary before selecting a cart and heading toward the produce section. Two construction workers on their lunch break debated sandwich options while examining the deli offerings. Everything appeared perfectly normal in those final moments before the nightmare began. Mary's unease intensified as the strange customer approached her checkout station. His items seemed chosen purely for appearance, random selections that would provide cover for his true purpose. His movements had taken on a mechanical quality, as if he were following a predetermined script rather than making spontaneous shopping decisions. The casual demeanor he had maintained throughout his reconnaissance was beginning to crack, revealing glimpses of something far more sinister lurking underneath. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal song overhead, casting their harsh illumination across a scene of perfect suburban tranquility. Shoppers continued their routines, employees performed their duties, and life proceeded with the comfortable predictability that had defined Windsor for generations. No one suspected that they were about to witness the end of that innocence forever. In those final seconds before the violence erupted, the Below supermarket remained exactly what it had always been, a cornerstone of community life where neighbors gathered to fulfill their daily needs while strengthening the bonds that held their small town together. The irony would not be lost on survivors that such a symbol of safety and normalcy had become the stage for unspeakable horror. Time was running out, though none of them knew it yet. The transformation from peaceful morning to living nightmare occurred with terrifying suddenness. At exactly 10 a.m., the stranger Mary had been watching with growing apprehension shed his facade of normalcy like a snake shedding its skin. What emerged was something monstrous. A predator who had been stalking his prey with calculated patience, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The first indication of impending horror came when the man suddenly stopped his casual browsing and moved with deadly purpose toward the customer service counter. His previously relaxed posture snapped into rigid alertness, his wandering eyes now laser-focused on his target. Mary's heart hammered against her ribs as every instinct screamed danger. But before she could react, the stranger's hand disappeared inside his jacket and emerged gripping cold steel. The gun was a .38 caliber revolver, its barrel gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. For a split second, time seemed frozen as Mary's mind struggled to process what she was seeing. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not in their safe haven of Windsor, North Carolina. But the weapon's menacing presence shattered all illusions of security, transforming their familiar sanctuary into a hunting ground where innocent people had become prey. Everyone on the ground. Now, the stranger's voice exploded through the store with savage intensity, his earlier quiet demeanor replaced by the commanding roar of a predator asserting dominance. The harsh fluorescent lighting cast sinister shadows across his face, revealing features twisted by rage and desperation. His eyes had become flat and cold, devoid of the humanity that separated civilized people from monsters. Panic erupted like a shockwave through the aisles. Mrs. Thompson's shopping list fluttered to the floor as her arthritic hands flew to her chest in terror. Young Tommy Martinez began crying, his mother's arms wrapping around him in a futile attempt to shield her child from the nightmare engulfing them. The construction workers who had been debating sandwich options just moments earlier now crouched behind an end cap display, their faces pale with shock. Mary's training kicked in despite her fear. Years of employee safety seminars had prepared her for this moment, though the theoretical scenarios had never conveyed the paralyzing terror of facing actual violence. Her hands shook as she slowly raised them, every movement careful and deliberate to avoid triggering the gunman's fury. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sounds of panic echoing through the store. "Don't hurt anyone. Take whatever you want." But something in the gunman's expression told her this wasn't about money. The hunger in his eyes went deeper than mere robbery. This was about power, about control, about inflicting maximum terror on helpless victims. He moved through the store like an apex predator surveying his territory. The revolver held steady in his grip, while his free hand gestured for compliance from the cowering customers. "Shut up. All of you, shut up." His commands sliced through the air like verbal razors, each word dripping with malevolent authority. Several customers were openly weeping now, their quiet sobs creating a heartbreaking soundtrack to the unfolding tragedy. Children clung to their parents, their innocent minds struggling to understand why the safe world they knew had suddenly become a place of terror. The gunman's attention fixed on Janet Morrison behind the pharmacy counter. The certified technician had been processing prescriptions when the violence erupted, her professional demeanor crumbling in the face of mortal danger. "You, pharmacy lady, get over here right now or I start shooting people." His voice carried the promise of unspeakable violence, the kind of threat that left no doubt about his willingness to carry it out. Janet's face had drained of all color, but she complied with mechanical precision, her 23 years of experience in customer service providing no preparation for this moment of ultimate terror. Her hands trembled as she stepped out from behind the pharmacy counter, leaving behind the familiar safety of her workplace to enter the killing field the main store had become. "Please don't hurt anyone," Janet managed to say, her voice steady despite the circumstances. "I'll do whatever you want. Just don't hurt these people." Her maternal instincts had kicked in, the same protective impulses that made her check on elderly customers picking up their medications were now focused on the innocent shoppers cowering around the store. The gunman's laugh was a sound devoid of humor, a harsh bark that spoke of a mind unhinged from normal human empathy. "You don't get to make demands, lady. You don't get to negotiate. You just do exactly what I tell you when I tell you or people start dying." The casual way he spoke about murder sent fresh waves of terror through the trapped customers. Mary watched in horror as the scene unfolded, her mind racing through possible escape routes while her body remained frozen in place. The emergency exits seemed impossibly far away, and any movement might trigger the violence that already hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. Around her, fellow employees and longtime customers had become fellow prisoners, united in their shared terror. Mrs. Chen, who had been examining apples with such care just minutes earlier, now pressed herself against the produce display as if she could somehow disappear into the stacked oranges. The Reverend Williams from the Baptist Church had his eyes closed in what Mary assumed was desperate prayer, his lips moving silently as he sought divine intervention. The young mother with the fussy toddler had managed to quiet her child through sheer desperation, knowing that any sound might draw the gunman's attention. Time moved with strange fluidity during those initial moments of the attack. Seconds stretched into eternities while heartbeats thundered in terrified chests. The familiar sounds of the supermarket, humming refrigeration units, soft background music, the whisper of air conditioning, continued their normal operation, creating in surreal contrast to the human drama playing out among the aisles. The gunman continued his reign of terror, moving between customers with predatory grace, while maintaining control through fear and intimidation. His weapon never wavered, the barrel tracking from target to target with mechanical precision. Every gesture, every movement was calculated to maximize terror while maintaining his absolute authority over the situation. "All the cash registers," he demanded, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Empty them all, and don't even think about hitting any panic buttons or I'll paint these walls red." The threat was delivered with such casual violence that several customers audibly gasped. Their fears confirmed that they were dealing with someone capable of unspeakable acts. Mary's hands shook as she moved toward her register, each step feeling like a journey across broken glass. The familiar routine of opening the cash drawer had taken on nightmarish significance. These bills and coins might represent the difference between life and death for everyone in the store. Behind her, she could hear the quiet sounds of other employees complying with the gunman's demands, their movements careful and deliberate. The morning sun continued streaming through the front windows, but its warm light now seemed obscene given the horror unfolding inside. The cheerful promotional banners advertising weekly specials created a grotesque backdrop for scenes of terror. Shopping carts sat abandoned in the aisles, their contents scattered across the floor as panicked customers had dropped everything to comply with the gunman's orders. As Mary emptied her register, she tried to make eye contact with other hostages, offering what small comfort she could through shared glances of support and solidarity. Mrs. Patterson, the elderly woman who had just finished shopping, caught her eye and nodded slightly, a tiny gesture of human connection in the midst of inhuman cruelty. These small moments of courage and compassion became lifelines in an ocean of terror. The gunman's demands escalated as his adrenaline levels rose. What had begun as a robbery was transforming into something far more sinister, a display of absolute power over helpless victims. His movements became more erratic, his speech more rapid and disconnected. The mask of control he had maintained was slipping, revealing the unstable mind beneath. "Not fast enough!" he screamed suddenly, his voice cracking with manic energy. "You're all moving too slow. Maybe I need to motivate you." The revolver swung toward a group of customers huddled near the frozen foods section, its barrel centering on Mrs. Thompson's terrified face. The elderly woman's lips moved in what might have been prayer or simply wordless terror. Mary's heart stopped as she watched the scene unfold in slow motion. This was the moment she had dreaded since the violence began, the instant when threats would become reality, when the gunman would cross the line from intimidation to actual murder. Every fiber of her being screamed to intervene, but rational thought told her that any action would only accelerate the bloodshed. "Please!" Janet Morrison's voice cut through the tension, drawing the gunman's attention away from Mrs. Thompson. "I'm moving as fast as I can. Don't hurt her. She's just an old woman trying to buy groceries." The pharmacy technician's courage in speaking up for another hostage demonstrated the kind of selfless heroism that emerged in the darkest moments. The gunman's eyes fixed on Janet with renewed intensity, as if seeing her clearly for the first time. Something in his expression shifted, not toward mercy, but toward a more focused malevolence. "You seem to think you're in charge here," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Let me correct that misunderstanding. What happened next would haunt the survivors forever." The gunman raised his weapon with deliberate slowness, allowing the terror to build as his victims realized his intent. The fluorescent lights reflected off the revolver's metal surfaces, creating glints of light that seemed to dance with anticipation. Time compressed into a single, horrible moment of certainty. The first shot exploded through the store like thunder, its sound amplified by the enclosed space until it seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. Janet Morrison crumpled to the floor, her life extinguished in an instant by a blast of violence that transformed the familiar grocery store into a crime scene. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the sense of fresh produce and cleaning supplies, creating an olfactory memory that would torment survivors for years to come. Screaming erupted from multiple throats as the reality of murder shattered the last vestiges of hope among the hostages. Children wailed in terror while adults sobbed openly, their minds struggling to process the unspeakable act they had just witnessed. The gunman stood over Janet's motionless form with an expression of savage satisfaction, as if her death had fed some terrible hunger within his twisted psyche. "Anyone else want to give me advice?" he asked conversationally, stepping over Janet's body with casual indifference. The transformation was complete. He was no longer pretending to be anything other than a killer, and everyone in the store now understood that their lives hung by the thinnest of threads. Mary felt her knees buckling as shock threatened to overwhelm her system. Janet Morrison had been more than a colleague. She had been a friend, a fellow servant of their small community who had dedicated her life to helping others manage their health challenges. Her murder wasn't just the taking of an individual life. It was an assault on the values and connections that held Windsor together. The gunman continued his rampage through the store, now energized by the act of killing. His second victim was chosen with terrifying randomness, Mrs. Thompson, whose only crime had been standing in the wrong place at the wrong moment. The elderly woman's final scream was cut short by another thunderous gunshot that echoed through the aisles like divine judgment. Blood began pooling on the polished floor, its dark stains spreading across surfaces that had been mopped clean just hours earlier. The metallic scent mixed with the familiar smells of the grocery store, creating a sensory nightmare that would forever change how survivors experienced ordinary places. Every future trip to any supermarket would carry echoes of this horror. 2 people were dead, their lives snuffed out by senseless violence in a place that had represented safety and community. But the nightmare was far from over. The gunman's appetite for destruction had been awakened, and nothing would satisfy it except the complete domination of every soul trapped within those walls. The morning that had begun with such peaceful promise had devolved into humanity's darkest impulses unleashed upon the innocent. And still, the worst was yet to come. As the acrid smoke from the second gunshot dissipated through the fluorescent-lit aisles, a transformation began that would define the remainder of this horrific morning. The gunman, intoxicated by the power of life and death, had become something beyond human, a force of pure malevolence stalking through the familiar corridors of community life. But his reign of terror had not gone unnoticed by the outside world, and even now, forces were mobilizing that would bring his killing spree to its inevitable conclusion. Detective Sarah Mitchell had been reviewing case files in her cramped office at the Bertie County Sheriff's Department when the first emergency call crackled through the radio. 22 years of law enforcement experience had taught her to recognize the difference between routine disturbances and genuine catastrophes, and something in the dispatcher's voice immediately commanded her full attention. The words "shots fired" and "multiple casualties" at the Below supermarket sent ice through her veins. She knew that store, shopped there regularly, recognized the voices of the employees who had just become victims. All available units respond to Below Supermarket on Highway 17. The dispatcher's voice continued, professional training barely containing the urgency beneath. We have confirmed shots fired. Multiple casualties reported. Suspect still on scene and armed. Approach with extreme caution. The radio filled with acknowledgments from patrol units across the county as officers dropped whatever they were doing to respond to what was clearly becoming a mass casualty incident. Detective Mitchell was already moving before the transmission ended, her service weapon secured in its holster as she grabbed her tactical vest and headed for her unmarked cruiser. The short drive to the supermarket would give her time to coordinate with responding units and develop a preliminary tactical plan, but nothing in her extensive training had prepared her for the reality of active shooter situations in small-town North Carolina. This was the kind of horror that happened in big cities or tragic news stories, not in places where everyone knew their neighbors' names. Inside the store, the gunman's bloodlust showed no signs of abating. Janet Morrison and Mrs. Thompson lay motionless on the blood-stained floor, while the remaining hostages cowered in whatever concealment they could find among the shopping aisles. The familiar sounds of commerce had been replaced by whimpered prayers and stifled sobs as innocent people faced the unthinkable reality that they might not survive this ordinary Tuesday morning. Mary Harvey remained crouched behind her checkout station, her mind cycling through desperate calculations of survival. Every retail employee received basic training about robbery procedures. Comply with demands, don't be a hero, let the professionals handle dangerous situations. But those guidelines seemed woefully inadequate when facing a killer who had moved beyond rational motivation into pure sadistic pleasure. The cash registers had been emptied as demanded, but the money clearly wasn't his primary objective anymore. "Where are you hiding?" The gunman's voice echoed through the store with predatory amusement. Come out, wherever you are. We're going to play a little game." His footsteps moved methodically through the aisles, each sound sending fresh waves of terror through the hidden survivors. The hunting rifle some Windsor residents used for deer season couldn't have been more terrifying than those casual footfalls approaching through familiar territory that had become a killing ground. Young Tommy Martinez remained pressed against his mother's chest in aisle 7, both of them squeezed behind a display of breakfast cereals that provided minimal concealment. His mother's hand covered his mouth to muffle any sounds while tears streamed down her face. The colorful cartoon characters on the cereal boxes seemed to mock their desperate situation. Bright, cheerful images of childhood innocence surrounding them while evil stalked through their community sanctuary. The gunman's psychological state was deteriorating rapidly as the adrenaline rush of murder combined with whatever internal demons had driven him to this point. His movements became more erratic, his speech patterns more disconnected from reality. "I can hear you breathing," he called out with sick pleasure. "I can smell your fear. You can't hide from me forever." The tactical advantage he maintained through superior firepower was being amplified by his willingness to inflict terror on helpless victims. Outside the store, Detective Mitchell arrived to find a scene of controlled chaos. Patrol units had established a perimeter while emergency medical services staged nearby, their ambulances ready to respond once the situation was contained. The parking lot, which just minutes earlier had been filled with ordinary citizens going about their daily routines, now resembled a law enforcement command center as officers coordinated their response to the ongoing crisis. The challenge facing the responding officers was immense. Traditional police tactics assumed they were dealing with rational criminals who could be negotiated with or intimidated into surrender. But early reports from surviving witnesses who had managed to escape indicated they were facing something far more dangerous. A killer who had crossed the psychological barrier that separated threats from action, someone for whom additional violence had become the preferred solution to any resistance. Sheriff Robert Hayes arrived on scene just as Mitchell was establishing communication with the first officers to respond. A 30-year veteran of rural law enforcement, Hayes had seen every form of human depravity the region could produce, but mass shootings in grocery stores represented uncharted territory even for his experienced department. "What do we know?" he asked, his gravelly voice carrying the authority that had made him a respected figure in county law enforcement. "2 confirmed dead inside, unknown number of hostages still trapped," Mitchell reported, consulting the notes she had gathered from interviewing the few customers who had managed to escape during the initial chaos. Witnesses describe a white male, 30s, armed with what appears to be a handgun. "He's moved beyond robbery motivation. This is about killing now." The clinical language of law enforcement couldn't diminish the horror of what was unfolding just yards away. Inside the store, the gunman had discovered Mrs. Chen's hiding place behind the produced display. The elderly woman's arthritis had prevented her from moving quickly enough to find better concealment. And now she faced the same fate as Janet Morrison and Mrs. Thompson. "Please," she whispered, her accented English carrying the weight of a lifetime spent building a new life in America. "I have grandchildren. They need me." But mercy was not part of the gunman's psychological makeup. The third shot rang out with the same thunderous finality as the first 2, adding another innocent life to his growing tally of victims. Mrs. Chun crumpled among the oranges she had been examining with such care just minutes earlier, her blood staining the bright fruit in a grotesque parody of autumn colors. 3 dead. The number echoed through Mary Harvey's mind as she realized the scope of the tragedy unfolding around her. 3 neighbors, 3 community members, 3 human beings whose only crime had been choosing to shop at Below Supermarket on the wrong morning. The randomness of their selection made the horror even more profound. This could have been anyone, at any time, in any place that people gathered. The gunman's voice had taken on an almost conversational tone as he stepped over Mrs. Chen's body. "That's 3, he announced to his hidden audience. "How many more are hiding in here? Should we make it an even 10? A nice round number." The casual way he discussed murder revealed a mind that had completely disconnected from normal human empathy, transforming killing into a game with arbitrary rules and meaningless objectives. Outside, law enforcement was facing the agonizing decision that haunts every active shooter situation: when to transition from containment to direct intervention. Every minute that passed allowed the gunman more opportunities to inflict casualties, but rushing in unprepared could result in additional deaths among both hostages and responding officers. The tactical calculations were complicated by their limited intelligence about the shooter's exact location, weaponry, and psychological state. Detective Mitchell coordinated with the county's SWAT team leader to develop entry strategies while maintaining communication with her officers who had established overwatch positions around the building. The Below Supermarket's layout was familiar to most of the local officers. They had all shopped there, knew the staff, understood the traffic patterns. But that familiarity couldn't overcome the fundamental challenge of engaging an armed suspect in an environment filled with innocent civilians. The 4th victim was chosen with the same random cruelty that had characterized the earlier murders. Reverend Williams, who had been praying silently behind an end-cap display of canned goods, was discovered when his whispered supplications reached the gunman's ears. The man of faith faced his killer with quiet dignity, his final words a blessing for the other hostages rather than a plea for his own life. "May God forgive you," the Reverend said as the gun was raised toward his chest. "And may he protect the innocent people you're terrorizing." The fourth gunshot seemed to shake the building's very foundation, its echoes reverberating through both the physical structure and the souls of everyone who heard it. Another pillar of the community had fallen to senseless violence. Mary Harvey felt something break inside her as she witnessed the Reverend's execution. This wasn't just murder, it was an assault on everything that made their small town worth living in. The gunman wasn't just killing individuals. He was destroying the bonds of trust and safety that held their community together. Every shot fired was aimed not just at a person, but at the very idea that decent people could live normal lives without fear. The killer was beginning to show signs of physical and psychological fatigue. The adrenaline that had sustained him through the initial phase of his rampage was giving way to the inevitable crash that follows extreme violence. His movements became less precise, his voice showing strain from shouting commands and threats. But rather than making him less dangerous, this deterioration actually increased the threat level. Unstable killers were unpredictable killers. "Police! We have the building surrounded!" Sheriff Hayes' voice boomed through a megaphone from the parking lot, the first official acknowledgement that law enforcement was on scene and prepared to intervene. The words carried authority and promise, but they also represented a dangerous escalation in the confrontation. Cornered predators often fought with desperate fury when escape routes were eliminated. The gunman's reaction was immediate and violent. "Come in here and I'll kill everyone," he screamed back, his voice cracking with strain and madness. "I've got nothing left to lose. Nothing." The response confirmed law enforcement's worst fears. They were dealing with someone who had reached the psychological point of no return, where additional deaths were not just possible but inevitable unless decisive action was taken. The clinical language of law enforcement couldn't capture the human tragedy that surrounded her, but it served its purpose in coordinating the massive emergency response that would follow. The surviving hostages began emerging from their hiding places like shell-shocked refugees from a war zone. Mary Harvey rose slowly from behind her checkout station, her legs trembling as the adrenaline that had sustained her through the ordeal began to ebb. Around her, other survivors helped each other stand, their faces bearing the hollow expressions of people who had witnessed humanity at its absolute worst. Emergency medical personnel flooded into the store, their practiced efficiency a stark contrast to the chaos that had reigned just minutes earlier. Paramedics worked frantically to assess the victims, though it was immediately clear that 4 lives had been lost to the gunman's rampage. The young mother who had nearly become the 5th victim clutched her toddler with desperate relief, both of them alive only because law enforcement had arrived in time to prevent another execution. Outside the store, the parking lot had transformed into a sprawling crime scene command center. Police vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, and media vans created a maze of emergency response that stretched across the entire shopping complex. The quiet Tuesday morning in Windsor, North Carolina, had become the site of a mass casualty event that would forever change how residents viewed their community's safety. Sheriff Hayes stood grimly surveying the scene as body bags were wheeled out of the store that had once been a symbol of small-town normalcy. For innocent people had lost their lives, their only crime being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Families would be destroyed, a community would be scarred, and the ripple effects of this tragedy would spread far beyond the borders of Bertie County. The investigation that followed would reveal disturbing details about the gunman's background and motivations, but in those immediate moments after the shooting ended, those answers seemed less important than the simple fact that the killing had finally stopped. The hunter had indeed become the hunted, and justice had arrived in the form of law enforcement bullets that ended his reign of terror permanently. As the sun climbed higher over Windsor, its light now seemed different somehow, harsher, more unforgiving, illuminating a world where innocence had been brutally shattered in the aisles of a neighborhood grocery store. The Below supermarket would never again be just a place to buy milk and bread. It would forever be remembered as the site where evil walked among ordinary people and left devastation in its wake. The fluorescent lights continued their eternal hum above the carnage, casting harsh shadows across pooled blood and scattered groceries, a grotesque tableau that would haunt the survivors' nightmares for decades to come. The Below supermarket, once a vibrant hub of community life, had been transformed into a crime scene of unprecedented brutality, its familiar aisles now marked with evidence tags and photographed from every conceivable angle by forensic specialists. Detective Sarah Mitchell stood motionless among the chaos, her 22 years of law enforcement experience providing little comfort in the face of such senseless destruction. She had worked murder scenes before, domestic disputes turned deadly, bar fights gone wrong, drug deals that ended in violence, but nothing had prepared her for the methodical execution of innocent shoppers in broad daylight. The randomness of the victims made it somehow worse. These people hadn't been involved in criminal activity or dangerous lifestyles. They had simply wanted to buy groceries. The gunman's body lay where he had fallen, his weapon secured as evidence while crime scene photographers documented every detail of his final moments. In death, he appeared smaller somehow, less imposing than the monster who had terrorized an entire community just hours earlier. But appearances were deceiving, even in death. His presence continued to cast a shadow over Windsor that would never fully lift. Mary Harvey sat in the back of an ambulance, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders while a paramedic checked her blood pressure. Physically, she was unharmed, but the psychological wounds ran deeper than any injury that could be treated with bandages and medication. Her hands shook uncontrollably as she tried to process what she had witnessed. Co-workers executed, customers murdered, the sanctuary of her workplace violated by unthinkable evil. Mrs. Harvey, can you tell me what you remember about the suspect's behavior when he first entered the store? Detective Mitchell's voice was gentle but professional, recognizing the delicate balance between gathering crucial evidence and not further traumatizing a victim who had already endured enough. The interview process was necessary but felt invasive, forcing survivors to relive their worst moments for the sake of building a complete case file. Mary's voice came in whispers as she recounted the morning's events, each detail extracted painfully from memories that her mind wanted to suppress. "He wasn't shopping," she said, her eyes staring into a distance that held horrors no one should ever see. "He was studying us, learning our routines, figuring out how to hurt us most effectively. I should have called for help earlier. Maybe Janet would still be alive." The survivor's guilt was already manifesting, a common psychological response that would require professional intervention to address. Mental health counselors were being brought in from surrounding counties to help the community process the trauma, but healing from such wounds would take years, not weeks. Some scars never fully disappeared. They just learned to live beneath the surface, occasionally breaking through when triggered by unexpected reminders. Across the parking lot, families gathered in desperate clusters, waiting for news about loved ones who had been inside the store. The Martinez family held each other tightly after learning their mother and young Tommy had survived, their tears mixing relief with grief for those who hadn't been as fortunate. Other families weren't so lucky. They would be making funeral arrangements instead of planning celebratory dinners. The media presence was growing by the hour as news of the massacre spread beyond the borders of Bertie County. Satellite trucks lined Highway 17 while reporters competed for interviews with survivors and law enforcement officials. The quiet town of Windsor found itself thrust into the national spotlight for all the wrong reasons, its peaceful reputation forever tarnished by association with mass violence. Local churches opened their doors to provide counseling and comfort to anyone affected by the tragedy. The Baptist church where Reverend Williams had served faithfully for over a decade became an impromptu memorial site as congregants struggled to understand how someone so devoted to spreading love and compassion could be gunned down while buying groceries. His final blessing of the gunman had already become part of local legend, a testament to faith maintaining dignity even in the face of ultimate evil. Sheriff Robert Hayes held his first press conference at sunset, the golden light creating an eerie backdrop for discussion of humanity's darkest impulses. His weathered face showed the strain of coordinating the massive investigation while supporting a community in crisis. "For innocent people lost their lives today," he began, his gravelly voice carrying across the assembled media. Janet Morrison, Dorothy Thompson, Lee Chun, and Reverend James Williams were murdered while engaged in the most ordinary of activities, shopping for groceries in their neighborhood store. The sheriff's words were carefully chosen to honor the victims while avoiding the sensationalism that often surrounded mass casualty events. He refused to name the gunman, denying him the posthumous notoriety that sometimes motivated such attacks. We will not give the perpetrator the attention he may have sought. Our focus remains on the victims, their families, and the healing of our community. As darkness fell over Windsor, the full scope of the tragedy began to crystallize. For families would never again gather around dinner tables with their loved ones. The Martinez family would struggle with trauma that might affect their young son for the rest of his life. Mary Harvey and the other survivors would carry psychological scars that might never fully heal. An entire community had lost its sense of invincibility, the comforting illusion that terrible things only happen to other people in other places. The investigation into the gunman's background revealed a disturbing pattern of escalating antisocial behavior that had been missed or ignored by various institutions over the years. Mental health records showed a history of depression and violent ideation, but privacy laws had prevented information sharing that might have identified him as a threat. Employment records showed repeated conflicts with supervisors and co-workers, a pattern of blame and resentment that had apparently culminated in his decision to target innocent strangers. Dr. Emily Rodriguez, a forensic psychologist brought in to consult on the case, spent hours reviewing the evidence and interviewing survivors to develop a psychological profile of the gunman. Her preliminary findings painted a picture of someone who had become increasingly isolated from normal social connections, developing a worldview that justified violence against people he perceived as somehow responsible for his failures. Mass shooters often share certain characteristics, Dr. Rodriguez explained to the investigative team: social isolation, perceived grievances against society, access to weapons, and a triggering event that pushes them over the edge from fantasy to action. Understanding these patterns doesn't excuse the behavior, but it might help us identify similar threats before they escalate to violence. The forensic analysis of the crime scene provided disturbing insights into the gunman's methodology. His movements through the store had been deliberate and systematic, suggesting advanced planning rather than spontaneous rage. Security camera footage showed him conducting surveillance visits on previous days, studying the layout and identifying optimal positions for controlling multiple hostages. This wasn't a sudden breakdown, it was a calculated massacre planned and executed with chilling precision. The weapon used in the attack was traced back to a private sale at a gun show 6 months earlier, highlighting gaps in background check systems that allowed dangerous individuals to acquire firearms through legal loopholes. The gunman had been legally prohibited from purchasing weapons due to his mental health history, but private sales often occurred without the screening that might have prevented the tragedy. Community leaders struggled to find meaning in the senseless violence while providing support for traumatized residents. Prayer services, counseling sessions, and memorial gatherings became daily occurrences as Windsor attempted to process collective grief. The small town's close-knit nature, which had always been a source of strength, now became a shared vulnerability as everyone knew someone directly affected by the massacre. Local businesses throughout the county reported decreased foot traffic as residents avoided public gatherings, their sense of safety shattered by the realization that violence could strike anywhere, anytime. The economic impact extended beyond immediate concerns about physical safety. The psychological trauma was affecting people's willingness to engage in normal community activities. The Below supermarket remained closed indefinitely while investigators completed their work, and the company grappled with the question of whether to reopen the location where so much blood had been spilled. Some community members argued that reopening would represent resilience in the face of evil, while others felt the building should be demolished as too traumatic to ever function normally again. Support poured in from surrounding communities as the scope of the tragedy became clear. Neighboring police departments provided additional officers to patrol Windsor streets, while residents struggled with their shattered sense of security. Churches from across eastern North Carolina sent counselors and volunteers to help with everything from meal preparation to childcare for families dealing with loss and trauma. The funerals began 3 days after the massacre, each service drawing hundreds of mourners who had never imagined they would be saying goodbye to neighbors who had died violently. Janet Morrison's service filled the Methodist church where she had worshipped for 30 years, her co-workers sharing memories of her dedication to helping customers manage their medications and health challenges. She had died trying to protect others, a final act of service that epitomized her life's work. Dorothy Thompson's funeral drew an equally large crowd of people whose lives she had touched through decades of volunteer work with local charities. At 81, she had survived the Great Depression, World War II, and countless personal challenges, only to be murdered while buying groceries in the town she had called home for over 50 years. The senselessness of her death seemed to encapsulate everything wrong with a world where such violence was possible. Li Chen's service blended American and Chinese traditions as her family honored both her heritage and her adopted homeland. She had immigrated to the United States 40 years earlier with dreams of building a better life for her children and grandchildren. Her murder while examining fruit she intended to share with her family represented the destruction of the American dream by inexplicable hatred. Reverend James Williams' funeral became an event of such magnitude that it had to be held in the high school auditorium to accommodate the crowds. Religious leaders from across the region gathered to honor a man whose final words had been a blessing for his killer. His widow spoke through her grief about forgiveness and healing, carrying on his legacy of love even in the face of ultimate loss. The surviving employees of Below faced an uncertain future as the company wrestled with decisions about the store's fate. Many had worked there for decades, building careers and friendships that defined their daily lives. The prospect of returning to work in the same location where they had witnessed such horror seemed impossible, but finding new employment in rural North Carolina's limited job market presented its own challenges. Mary Harvey made the decision to retire early, her 30 years of retail service ending not with celebration but with trauma that made continuing impossible. "I can't look at a cash register without seeing Janet's face," she explained to a counselor. "Every time someone walks through those doors, I see him instead of a customer. I can't live like that." Her decision was understood but represented another loss for the community. Institutional knowledge and personal connections built over decades were being destroyed along with everything else. The young mother whose quick thinking had potentially saved her toddler's life struggled with survivor's guilt and hypervigilance that made normal activities nearly impossible. Simple trips to any store triggered panic attacks as her mind replayed the morning's events. Her son, too young to fully understand what had happened, nevertheless sensed his mother's fear and began exhibiting behavioral changes that concerned childcare providers. Mental health professionals worked around the clock to provide support services, but the demand far exceeded the available resources. Trauma on this scale required specialized treatment that simply wasn't available in rural North Carolina, forcing families to travel hours for appropriate care or go without the help they desperately needed. The mental health crisis created by the massacre would persist long after the physical evidence was cleaned up and the media attention moved on to other stories. 1 year later, Windsor remained a changed place. The Below supermarket site had been demolished after the company decided the location could never function normally again. A small memorial garden was planned for the space, though debates continued about appropriate ways to honor the victims without creating a macabre tourist attraction. The balance between remembrance and healing proved difficult to achieve. Property values in the area declined as some families chose to relocate rather than continue living with daily reminders of the tragedy. The exodus of long-term residents further eroded the community bonds that had once made Windsor a model of small-town American life. What had been a strength, everyone knowing everyone else, became a weakness when shared trauma infected virtually every relationship. The legal aftermath dragged on for months as various parties sought accountability and compensation for the devastation. Lawsuits against the gun dealer who had sold the weapon, the mental health system that had failed to intervene, and the shopping center's security company created a complex web of litigation that kept the tragedy in the headlines long after public attention should have moved on to healing. Detective Mitchell was promoted to lead the county's new threat assessment unit, a position created in direct response to the massacre. Her job involved identifying potential violence before it escalated to action, a noble goal that felt overwhelming in practice. Every angry social media post, every concerning behavioral report, every family dispute now carried the possibility of another tragedy. The weight of preventing future massacres while healing from the current one created psychological pressure that affected everyone in law enforcement. The ripple effects spread far beyond Windsor's borders as other small communities grappled with their own vulnerability to similar attacks. Rural police departments across the region increased training for active shooter scenarios, though many lacked the resources for proper preparation. The comfortable assumption that mass violence was an urban problem had been permanently shattered by events in a place where such things weren't supposed to happen. As the second anniversary approached, Windsor continued its slow journey toward whatever healing was possible. The wounds were still raw, the community still fractured, but small signs of resilience began to emerge. New businesses opened to replace those that had closed. Young families moved in to take advantage of lower property values, and children who had no memory of the tragedy began to create new associations with their hometown. The survivors carried on because that's what survivors do, but they carried their scars as well. On quiet Tuesday mornings, when the light fell at just the right angle through store windows, they remembered. In moments of unexpected silence, they heard echoes of gunshots and screams. In crowds of strangers, they saw potential threats that others missed. They had learned that evil could strike anywhere, anytime, wearing an ordinary face and harboring extraordinary malice. The Below Supermarket massacre had ended in 90 minutes of terror, but its true impact would last for generations. For lives had been lost, but the damage extended far beyond the immediate victims to encompass an entire community's sense of safety and trust. In the end, that may have been the gunman's greatest victory, not just the people he killed, but the fear he planted in the hearts of those who survived. The memorial garden was finally completed on a crisp autumn morning, its 4 oak trees standing as living monuments to Janet Morrison, Dorothy Thompson, Lee Chun, and Reverend James Williams. Families gathered for the dedication ceremony, tears mixing with gratitude that their loved ones would not be forgotten. The trees would grow and flourish in soil watered by tragedy, becoming symbols of resilience in the face of unthinkable loss. As the ceremony concluded and families began to disperse, Mary Harvey stood alone before Janet Morrison's tree. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you," she whispered to the wind, "but I promise your memory will never die." It was a promise shared by all who had lived through that terrible Tuesday morning, to honor the dead by living fully, to combat evil with love, and to ensure that Windsor's story became one of healing rather than just horror. The sun set over the memorial garden as it had risen that fateful morning, indifferent to human suffering, constant in its cycle of light and darkness. But in that garden, surrounded by reminders of lives cut short and community bonds tested but not broken, there was something else. Hope. Hope that remembrance could lead to prevention, that grief could transform into purpose, and that even in the aftermath of evil, human goodness could prevail. The Below Supermarket massacre was over, but its lessons would endure. For innocent people had died, but their memories would inspire efforts to identify and intervene with potential killers before they could act. A community had been shattered, but it was slowly rebuilding stronger safeguards against future violence. Evil had struck with devastating force, but it had not won. Not as long as people remembered, honored, and worked to ensure that such tragedies never happened again. In the end, that may be the only justice possible. The promise that the victims' deaths would not be in vain, that their community's suffering would somehow prevent others from experiencing similar loss. It's not enough. It could never be enough, but it's what the survivors had to offer. Their commitment to carrying on, to remembering, and to building a world where grocery stores could once again be places of community gathering rather than scenes of unspeakable horror. The story ends, but the healing continues, and in that continuation there is hope. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.